Chapter 1, Get 100 million just for quitting your job?
Yi Shen, regarding the project in the south of the city, I think you can still fight for it.
Young people shouldn't be afraid of losing out. Suffering a loss is a blessing. You are still young, and there are plenty of opportunities.
On the computer screen, in the green chat software, the avatar with the title of Mr. Zhang is tirelessly displaying messages. Every sentence exudes a greasy smell that is a mixture of stale chicken soup and workplace PUA. Yi Xian looked at him expressionlessly. He could even imagine Mr. Shang's deliberately deep face under his Mediterranean hairstyle on the other side of the screen. He didn't reply or argue. He simply extended his index finger and pointed precisely at the X in the upper right corner of the chat box.
The world is quiet.
Then, he pulled out the resignation letter he had already written, and the recipients of the email were the company's boss and the director of human resources. Without any hesitation, he pressed the send button. A short email, like a sharp blade that cut off the past, completely separated him from the company where he had worked for 5 years, from an intern to a project manager.
Call.
Yi Xian let out a long breath, as if he wanted to expel the depression and fatigue that had accumulated in his chest for years. He stood up and walked straight to his workstation without paying attention to the surprised, regretful or gloating looks from his colleagues.
There weren't many things, just a 3-year-old mug, a pot of dying green ivy, and some personal items in a drawer.
He swept them into the cardboard box one by one, the whole process as calm as if he was cleaning up a mess that had nothing to do with him. Holding the cardboard box, he took a last look at the cubicle. The lights were bright, the sound of keyboard tapping could be heard one after another, and everyone was like a wound-up part, operating precisely and numbly.
Once upon a time, he was one of them. For a project, he could stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights for a PPT, he could align every pixel for the big picture drawn by his boss, he made his stomach sick and his hair turned into sparse grassland. He won, got promoted and a raise, and became a young talent in the eyes of others. He has also lost, his projects have been snatched away, his credit has been taken away, and he is better than anyone else at taking the blame. But it wasn't until yesterday, when he was called into the office by General Manager Zhang for trying to get some reasonable time off for his subordinates who worked overtime and was scolded for half an hour using the theory of suffering a loss as a sign of submission, that he finally figured it out. Boring. Really, it's so boring.
He turned around, holding the cardboard box, and walked towards the company gate step by step. As he walked through the revolving glass door and the warm afternoon sun shone on him, his whole body relaxed. It was an unprecedented feeling of freedom, like a prisoner who had broken free from invisible shackles and breathed his own air for the first time. At this moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. It has been detected that the host has truly detached from the world of fame and fortune, and his mental state meets the criteria for returning to ordinary life.
Perfect life experience system is officially activated. Binding to the host. Binding successful.
Yi Xian paused and looked around blankly.
There was a lot of traffic and people coming and going, but no one showed any abnormality. Hallucination? Working overtime for too long and having auditory hallucinations?
He shook his head in self-mockery and continued walking forward holding the cardboard box. Newbie welfare task released, experience the career of a takeaway worker and complete an effective takeaway delivery task. Task tips, please, as an ordinary person, experience the value and reality of labor. The voice in my head rang out again, clear and unmistakable. Yi Xian stopped completely. He stood on the sidewalk, holding the cardboard box, like a sculpture.
System? That kind of thing in novels? This is too outrageous.
He looked down at the cardboard box in his arms, then looked up at the blue sky above his head.
It's just quitting a job, it shouldn't cause any brain problems, right?
He decided to ignore it and go home to get some sleep first. But after walking a few steps, the sound came again. Host, please accept the mission as soon as possible.
The first step in experiencing ordinary life begins with satisfying the appetites of others.
Yi Xian frowned slightly.
This thing seems to be dependent on me.
He found a bench by the roadside and sat down, putting the cardboard box at his feet.
Experienced delivery man? Okay.
Anyway, I am an unemployed vagrant now and have nothing to do, so I might as well verify whether I am really crazy. He took out his mobile phone, skillfully searched and downloaded the 2 most popular food delivery apps in the App Store, and then started registering riders.
Uploading ID card, health certificate, the process is a bit cumbersome.
He doesn't have a health certificate, but the platform has a fast track where he can accept the order first and make up for it later.
Half an hour later, when the notification tone of ding dong,
"You have a new takeaway order," sounded from his mobile phone, Yi Xian was still a little dazed.
he looked at the order information on the screen. Pickup address, Corner Cafe. Delivery address, Room 1803, Tower B, World Financial Center. Items, large iced Americano X1, Tiramisu X1. Delivery fee, 6 yuan.
Yi Xian took a look at the navigation. The distance was not far, and it would only take about 10 minutes to walk. He stood up, left the cardboard box at a nearby convenience store, and then followed the navigation to the corner cafe.
The meal pickup process went smoothly. He walked into the magnificent World Financial Center carrying exquisitely packaged coffee and cakes.
He is familiar with this place. Last month, he also came here to hold a meeting on the 17th floor on behalf of the company.
At that time, he was dressed in a suit and tie, carrying a branded briefcase, and there was a special person to greet him when he went in and out.
And now, he was wearing a washed-out t-shirt and jeans, carrying a takeaway worth more than 50 yuan, and had to queue in front of the freight elevator. The changes in life's circumstances are sometimes so wonderful. Yi Xian not only did not feel lost, but instead felt a sense of novel interest.
The elevator stopped on the 18th floor. He found room 1803 and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a female white-collar worker with exquisite makeup and wearing a professional suit. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. She took the takeaway, glanced at her watch, and immediately frowned. "Why is it so slow?"
"I placed the order half an hour in advance, and the platform shows the estimated delivery time is 10 minutes ago." Her tone was clearly unhappy and a little superior.
"You service staff, can't you have a stronger sense of time?"
Yi Xian took a look at the pile of documents on her workstation and the densely packed tables on the computer screen, and instantly understood.
This is probably because he is venting the pressure accumulated at work on himself.
In the past, he might have argued, explaining how he had to wait for 2 red lights on the road and how difficult it was to wait for the elevator. But now, he just bowed slightly and calmly.
"I'm so sorry.
It's my fault for wasting your time," he said sincerely.
"This is my first time delivering food, and I'm not very experienced. I'm really sorry for affecting your mood. I hope this cup of coffee can help you wake up."
His attitude was frank and gentle, without any perfunctory attitude.
The female white-collar worker's prepared harsh words were instantly blocked.
She stared blankly at the delivery man in front of her. His eyes were clear and calm, without any humility or resentment. Instead, he looked like an old friend who had been through many battles and was tolerating her unreasonable behavior. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and her tone softened. "Forget it, it's not a big deal, just be more careful next time."
"Okay, thank you for your understanding. I wish you good luck in your work."
Yi Xian nodded again, then turned and left. Just as he walked into the elevator and the door slowly closed, the mechanical sound in his mind rang again. The novice mission first takeaway delivery has been completed.
Customer evaluation, understanding. Comprehensive assessment of the task, qualified. Newbie welfare rewards are being distributed. Reward, 100 million yuan in cash.
Yi Xian's pupils suddenly contracted the moment the elevator door closed.
100 million?
Before he had time to digest this astronomical figure, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate wildly. He took out his cell phone with trembling hands.
On the screen, a bank text message notification was clearly visible.
Longhua Construction Bank, 100 million renminbi was credited to your savings account ending in 8888 at 2:32 p.m. on July 15.
The current account balance is 100,003,452 renminbi and 18 cents.
Looking at the long string of zero, Yi Xian felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. The bright lights in the elevator car seemed so unreal at this moment. He leaned against the cold metal wall, breathing becoming difficult. "I quit my job, delivered a takeaway, and earned
100 million? Is this world crazy?" Chapter 2. This reward is a bit too much. Walking out of the World Financial Center, the sun outside is still glaring and the traffic is still noisy.
But the world in Yi Xian's eyes was already covered with a thick layer of magic.
He walked down the street like a sleepwalker, his steps unsteady.
When passing by a self-service point of China Construction Bank, he stopped for some unknown reason and walked in.
He needs confirmation.
He had to confirm with his own eyes that it was not a prank text message, not a joke played by the system on him. In front of the ATM, Yi Xian took a deep breath and inserted his savings card, whose balance never exceeded 5 digits.
Enter your password. Click check balance. The number that popped up on the screen made his heart skip a beat again. 100,003,452.18.
The 8 zeros after the 1 were like 8 huge mountains, weighing heavily on his retina. The decimal places represent all the assets left in his card before he resigned.
It's true. It's all true.
Yi Xian silently withdrew his bank card, walked out of the ATM, stood on the street, and lit a cigarette. He rarely smokes, and only has one when he is under extreme pressure. But now, he felt more dizzy than after staying up all night for 3 consecutive nights. The taste of nicotine filled his mouth, and the acrid smoke rushed into his lungs, causing him to cough violently. This violent physiological reaction actually gave his confused thoughts a sense of reality.
He was not dreaming. He really became a billionaire by delivering a takeaway.
After smoking the whole cigarette in one breath, Yi Xian threw the cigarette but accurately into a trash can not far away, and then hailed a taxi.
Master, go to Qinghe Community.
Returning to his top-floor studio in the urban village, which cost 15,000 yuan a month to rent, Yi Xian sat down on the creaking wooden bed. The room is not big, only about 10 square meters, with a bed, a desk and a wardrobe, that's all. The wall paint was peeling off, and the wires outside the window were as messy as a spider web. He lived here for 3 years. Once upon a time, his biggest dream was to buy a small house of his own in this city, so that he wouldn't have to worry about being evicted at any time.
But now,
he looked at the long string of numbers in the mobile banking app, then looked at the shabby rental house in front of him.
An indescribable sense of absurdity and separation swept over his whole body. My mood is as complicated as a mess.
Just as he was in a daze, the cold mechanical voice rang out again at an inopportune time.
The novice stage is the best time to familiarize yourself with the system. Please keep up the good work.
New career experience has been refreshed, online car hailing driver. First order task released, complete a valid DD order.
Task tips, every ordinary journey may lead to an extraordinary story. Here we go again.
Yi Xian pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a bitter smile.
This system is really impatient. He had just become a billionaire for less than an hour, and before he had time to think about his life, he was assigned a new job. But it's okay this way. It's better to have something to do than to sit here and think about random things.
He opened his phone again, downloaded the DD Driver app, and started registering in the same way. When it came to vehicle information authentication, he got stuck.
He only has one car to his name.
An old Volkswagen Jetta that was bought from the second-hand market for 8,000 yuan. It is more than 15 years old. This car accompanied him through countless late nights working overtime, and also took him to every corner of the city.
As for the condition of the car, I'd rather not talk about it.
The air conditioning was intermittent, the windows had to be cranked manually, and it would occasionally stall for unknown reasons.
This crappy car, can I register it on Didi?
Yi Xian muttered to himself, and with the mentality of giving it a try, he took a photo and uploaded it. Unexpectedly, the review was passed. This is probably the Platform S minimum standard for vehicles, which is also the level of his old friend.
Buzz. Not long after I passed the review, my phone vibrated and an order was sent to me. Departure point, China Resources Building. Destination, Binjiang International Airport T2 Terminal. Passenger, 1 person, with luggage. The order to go to the airport is a big order. Yi Xian was cheered up and immediately clicked accept order. He grabbed the polished set of Jetta keys and hurried downstairs. An old Jetta was parked downstairs, its body still stained with last night's rain and mud, looking particularly shabby among the brand new private cars. Yi Xian skillfully opened the car door, and a mixture of the smell of gasoline and old leather hit him in the face. He started the car, the engine made a tractor-like roar, and the car body shook 3 times before it officially started. He drove this broken car and followed the navigation towards the China Resources Building. 15 minutes later, he parked his car in front of the magnificent China Resources Building. A middle-aged man in a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying an LV suitcase was looking anxiously on the side of the road. When he saw Yi Xian's Jetta parked, a look of surprise and disgust flashed across his face, but he still walked over quickly and opened the back door. Master, this is the order you took, right? Hurry! Go to the airport, I have a flight to catch.
The man urged as soon as he got in the car, his tone very impatient.
Okay, sit tight. Yi Xian responded and started steadily.
The man fidgeted restlessly in the back seat, constantly checking his watch and muttering,
It's over, it's over. If I'm late for this meeting, the multi-million-dollar contract will be ruined. He pulled out his phone, made a call, and started yelling at the other end, I'm still on the way. It's so congested. Hold the other person steady first, and wait for me no matter what. After hanging up the phone, he began to urge Yi Xian again, Master, can you hurry up? I'll give you more money. As long as you can get me to the airport within 40 minutes, I'll give you an extra 500. Yi Xian took a look at the navigation. During peak hours, the main roads are already a deep red. If you drive normally, it will take more than an hour to get there. Sir, it's definitely too late to take the main road. Yi Xian said calmly. What should I do? The man almost collapsed. Hold on tight. Yi Xian didn't say anything extra. He suddenly turned the steering wheel and the Jetta car slid into a narrow alley that was not marked on the map like a loach. This was the secret passage he had found out on his own in order to avoid rush hours in the morning and evening. These small roads connect the entire old city. Although the roads are narrow, there are almost no cars and no traffic lights. Under his control, the Jetta car flexibly shuttled through various alleys. Turn left, turn right, pass a vegetable market, and bypass an old residential area. The business elite in the back seat was thrown all over the place. He was stunned as he watched the completely unfamiliar scene passing by quickly outside the window. Where are we going? Are we being robbed? He subconsciously gripped his phone tightly, ready to call the police at any time. But just when he was suspicious, the car suddenly turned and the view ahead suddenly became clear. The entrance to the airport highway suddenly appeared before our eyes. They actually bypassed the entire traffic jam. The man was stunned. How do you know this road? I used to walk every day when I was working. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Once we got on the highway, the journey was smooth. When the Jetta stopped steadily on the departure level of Terminal T2, the man glanced at his watch. Exactly 38 minutes had passed since he got on the car. Holy crap! It's finally here. The man was so excited that he almost jumped up. Without saying a word, he scanned the payment code hanging on Yi Xian's car and transferred 2,000 yuan. Brother! You are truly my savior. If you sign this contract, I will give you a big red envelope. As he spoke, he grabbed his suitcase and rushed into the terminal. Yi Xian looked at the extra 2,000 yuan in his phone and smiled helplessly. And at this moment, the system sound in my mind arrived as expected. The first order task, first DD trip, has been completed. Passenger evaluation, very satisfied. Comprehensive assessment of the task, excellent. Excellent rating rewards are being distributed. Reward, a Pagani Huayra supercar. Additional information, the vehicle has been automatically registered in your name and is parked in the dedicated parking space downstairs in your residential complex. The car keys and relevant documents have been placed in the glove box of your Jetta. The smile on Yi Xian's face froze instantly. Pagani? Or is it the model called Wind God? Although he didn't know much about cars, he knew that this thing was a world-class supercar with a starting price of tens of millions. He turned his head stiffly and opened the glove box in front of the passenger seat. Inside, lying quietly, was a car key with an exaggerated shape, carved from a whole piece of aluminum ingot. The shape of the key is a mini Pagani sports car. Next to the key, there is a document bag. He opened the document bag, which contained the vehicle's driving license, purchase tax certificate, and insurance policy. In the column for head of household, 2 words were clearly written. Yi Xian. He felt his throat go dry. Is the reward mechanism of this system a bit excessive? Deliver a takeaway and get 100 million. Drive for Didi and get a supercar worth tens of millions for free? So next time if I try to be a dung collector, will I be rewarded with ownership of a planet? Chapter 3, Driving a Pagani to Deliver Food. The whole city is stunned. As night falls, the lights come on. Yi Xian drove his old friend Jetta and slowly returned to Qinghe Community. When he turned into the community parking lot, he saw the uninvited guest at a glance. In a corner that originally belonged to a green belt but was marked out by the property management as an exclusive parking space at some point, there is a blue beast with an extremely exaggerated shape, full of futuristic and aggressiveness, parked quietly. Pagani Huayra. Its perfectly smooth body lines reflected a charming luster under the dim lights of the parking lot. With the gull wing doors closed, it looked like a giant eagle with its wings folded, ready to soar into the sky at any time.
The family cars parked around it all pale in comparison to it, looking like toy models. Several neighbors who were returning home from get-off work were gathered around the car, pointing and talking, their faces full of amazement and curiosity.
Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. This must be several million, right? No, I feel like even several million is not enough. Who's so rich? Aren't you afraid of getting robbed when you park in this shabby neighborhood?
Yi Xian silently parked the Jetta in an inconspicuous corner, turned off the engine, but did not get out of the car.
He just sat in the driver's seat, quietly looking at the supercar that belonged to him through the window. It felt like watching a science fiction movie.
Only after the crowd gradually dispersed did he push open the car door and walk over. He pulled the heavy aluminum car key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button.
Beep. Pagani's headlights lit up instantly, and the two gull-wing doors opened upwards like wings, elegantly and technologically.
At that moment, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and bent down to sit in the cockpit. Everywhere you look, you'll see a wealth of carbon fiber, premium leather, and aircraft-grade aluminum. The dashboard design is as sophisticated and complex as the movement of a famous Swiss watch, imbued with a mechanical aesthetic.
He inserted the key into the starter. Boom! Behind him, the 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine from AMG was awakened in an instant.
The low and violent sound, like the roar of a wild beast, instantly resounded throughout the entire underground parking lot, even causing the sirens of several cars to scream. Yi Xian's scalp was numb from the shock of this force. He held the steering wheel, feeling that he was not holding a steering wheel, but an ancient beast imprisoned in a cage.
He was completely numb.
An unprecedented emotion, a mixture of excitement, confusion, and helplessness, filled his mind. At this moment, his cell phone, which was placed on the center console, rang at an inopportune time.
It's the notification sound of the food delivery app. Ding dong. You have a new takeout order, please process it promptly.
Yi Xian subconsciously picked up his phone and took a look.
It was a barbecue order. Pick up the food from Brothers Barbecue at the entrance of the community and deliver it to an internet cafe 3 kilometers away. The delivery fee is 8 yuan.
Looking at this order and then at the cockpit of the Pagani worth tens of millions of dollars that he was in, Yi Xian suddenly had an extremely absurd yet extremely exciting idea in his mind.
Or, just drive it. Anyway, the system also said that we should experience life. There shouldn't be any regulations on what kind of car you can drive for the experience, right?
Once this idea came into being, it grew wildly like weeds. He somehow stepped on the brakes, shifted into gear, and lightly pressed the accelerator.
Buzz. The blue Pagani slid out of the parking space silently like a flash of lightning and drove out of the parking lot. Brothers Barbecue at the entrance of the community is doing a booming business. Several tables in the open air were filled with people, and the sounds of finger-guessing games and laughter could be heard everywhere. When the blue Pagani, which looked like a visitor from outer space, slowly stopped in front of the barbecue stall with a low roar, the whole world became quiet. Everyone stopped moving. The person who was eating the skewers put down the skewers. Those who were drinking raised their glasses. The barbecue chef who was grilling skewers forgot to fan himself. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the car. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Pagani's gull-wing doors slowly rose. Yi Xian got out of the car wearing his washed-out t-shirt and jeans. He walked calmly up to the barbecue chef and showed his mobile phone order. "Hello, boss, please pick up the order with the last number 1234. The boss opened his mouth, holding a handful of sizzling mutton skewers in his hand, and was unable to utter a word for a long time. It was the lady boss next to him who reacted quickly and asked stutteringly, handsome guy, is this car yours?" "Yeah, I just bought it." Yi Xian answered casually. He took the packed barbecue, turned around and prepared to get in the car. Behind me, there were gasps and the click of cell phone cameras. Holy crap! Driving a Pagani to deliver food? Whose rich second generation is this, experiencing life? They really know how to have fun. Take a picture, take a picture. Post it on TikTok now. I've already thought of the title, the coolest delivery guy ever. Yi Xian ignored the commotion behind him. He got into the car, closed the gull-wing door, and drove away in a cloud of dust amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. The car drove to the next intersection and the light was red. He stopped the car and waited quietly. In the lane next to it, a white Porsche 911 also stopped. The car window rolled down, revealing a young and handsome face, but with a very arrogant expression.
He was a typical rich second generation, wearing trendy brands and with sleek hair. He looked up and down at Yi Xian's Pagani, then looked at Yi Xian's simple clothes, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, you've spent a fortune," the second-generation rich man said with the tone of a veteran. "This car, renting it for a day isn't cheap, right? It must be tens of thousands at least." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at him without saying anything. The rich second generation thought that his thoughts had been revealed and became even more proud. "Listen, I'm giving you some advice. Renting this kind of car to pick up girls is fine, but there's no need to make it so exaggerated. Look at you, you're actually delivering food for show? The cost is too high. What's the point?" He shook his head with an "I see right through you" expression. Yi Xian still didn't say anything, he just looked at the red light ahead calmly. He was too lazy to explain. Because he knew that any explanation was futile to such people, they only believed what they wanted to believe. Just then, the red light turned green. The rich second generation wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian had already taken action. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. Roar! Pagani's V12 engine instantly erupted into a deafening roar, and the terrifying power was transferred to the wheels in an instant. The tires made a sharp hissing sound on the ground, and the blue car body shot out in an instant like an arrow. The violent push on his back almost pressed Yi Xian to death on the seat. The Porsche 911 next to it didn't even have time to start. The rich second generation only felt a flash of blue light before his eyes, and a terrifying sound that made his eardrums hurt. The next second, the taillights of the Pagani disappeared at the end of the traffic flow. He sat in the car in a daze, cigarette still in his hand, his whole body frozen. After a full 5 seconds, he muttered to himself as if someone had pulled out all his bones. Fuck. This sound, this acceleration. It's true. Chapter 4, the female president on the top floor orders food, and this delivery man is a bit arrogant. The internet cafe 3 kilometers away is actually in the next block. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani's engine let out a satisfied roar. In less than a minute, it stopped in front of the door of a peak internet cafe that looked quite large. He got out of the car carrying the barbecue. A few energetic young men who were smoking at the entrance of the internet cafe forgot to smoke the cigarettes in their mouths when they saw the car and Yi Xian, who got out of the car. They froze in place as if they had been acupunctured. Yi Xian ignored them and walked straight into the internet cafe. The air inside was filled with smoke, and the clacking of keyboards and mice mixed with the roars of game characters. He found the customer who ordered the meal according to the seat number on the order. He was a young man wearing headphones, with a greasy face, staring intently at the screen. "Hello, here's your takeaway." Yi Xian put the barbecue on his table. The young man didn't even turn his head, just sat his eyes fixed on the screen, his hands operating non-stop. Yi Xian turned and left. Mission accomplished, simple and efficient. He had just sat back in the car, and before he could start it, the system prompt sounded in his mind. The takeaway delivery mission has been completed. Customer evaluation, default is positive. Comprehensive assessment of the task, qualified. Random rewards are being distributed. Reward, 10% equity stake in Star Capital, the top floor of the World Financial Center. Additional information, the equity transfer agreement has been automatically generated and is legally binding. It is stored in the glove box of your Jetta. You will be a silent shareholder, enjoying dividend rights but not participating in the company's operations. Yi Xian's hands gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened. World Financial Center? Star Capital? Of course he knew where this was. The Shanghai World Financial Center is the city's premier CBD tower and a landmark. And Star Capital is a resounding success in the financial world, a top-tier investment firm managing hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. Its controlling shareholder remains shrouded in mystery, but its strength is undeniable. Have you become a shareholder of this giant company? Although it is only 10%, its value is probably much more terrifying than the 100 million in cash. This system, the rewards it gives out are getting more and more outrageous. Yi Xian felt that his heart's endurance was being stretched and trained to the limit by the system. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. But at this moment, the phone rang again, and a new takeaway order came. Yi Xian took a look and was stunned. Pickup address, Michelin 3-star restaurant Cloud. Delivery address, 88th floor, Shanghai World Financial Center, President's Office of Star Capital. Item, a customized French lunch.
Delivery fee, 18 yuan. This. What kind of outrageous coincidence is this? I just became a shareholder of this company, and the next second I have to deliver takeout to the company as president? Yi Xian looked at the order and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is the system kidding me? He even suspected that this was a deliberate arrangement by the system so that he could inspect his own industry. Interesting. Far from finding it absurd, Yi Xian developed a strong interest in it. He wanted to see what the company he had just invested in looked like. He also wanted to see who the president of Star Capital was. He started the Pagani, and the roar of the engine once again attracted the attention of passers-by. The blue supercar turned into a streak of light in the night and sped towards the city center. The World Financial Center, as the shining pearl of the city, is brightly lit even late at night. When Yi Xian's Pagani Huayra slowly drove into the drop-off area in front of the building, the two security guards standing guard at the door immediately became alert. The cars that come in and out of this place are all top-tier luxury cars, but divine beasts like Pagani, which are worth tens of millions, are rare. More importantly, the person who got off the car was wearing a t-shirt and jeans worth dozens of dollars, and was holding an insulated bag with the Cloud Restaurant logo printed on it. This image, this car, and this building all seem out of place. Hello, sir, this is the drop-off area and you cannot park for a long time. An older security guard walked up, his tone was polite, but his eyes were full of scrutiny. I'm delivering a takeaway and will be leaving soon. Yi Xian pointed to the bag in his hand and then pointed to the top floor of the building, 88th floor. The security guard was stunned. Delivering food? Delivering food in a Pagani? Delivering it to the CEO's office on the top floor? He had worked as a security guard for 10 years and had seen all kinds of bizarre scenes, but today's scene was still beyond his comprehension. Then please do it as soon as possible. The security guard hesitated for a moment, but still let him go. After all, no matter who the person is who can drive this kind of car, he is not someone you can afford to offend. Yi Cheng carried the takeaway food and walked into the magnificent lobby that looked like a palace. The cold marble floor is mirror clear, and the huge crystal chandelier emits a soft and brilliant light. Just as he was about to walk towards the elevator hall, he was stopped by a lady at the front desk who was wearing an exquisite business suit and meticulously made up. Sir, what can I do for you? The lady at the front desk had a professional smile on her face, but her tone was distant and scrutinizing. Her eyes swept back and forth between Yi Xian's cheap clothes and the takeaway bag in his hand, a trace of barely perceptible contempt flashing across her eyes. I'm delivering takeout. Yi Xian said concisely. Delivery requests, please use the employee entrance. The receptionist's smile remained unchanged, but her tone was now tinged with impatience. She pointed to an unassuming door on the side of the lobby and said, "Go that way and take the freight elevator. The order address is on the 88th floor, the president's office." Yi Xian did not move, but calmly showed her the order information on his mobile phone. When the receptionist's eyes fell on the words "Office of the President of Star Capital," the expression on her face froze instantly. Mr. Su's order? Why would she order takeout, and have it delivered by someone like this? Countless possibilities flashed through her mind in an instant. Could it be that this ordinary-looking man is a hidden tycoon, and is pursuing President Su in this way? Or maybe, he deliberately rented a luxury car and parked it outside, and then came to deliver the takeaway, just to get close to President Su and get promoted overnight? She had seen this kind of drama too many times in places like this. Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Xian with even more contempt. Even if it's Mr. Su's order, you still need to register and go through the dedicated channel, she said firmly, already thinking of Yi Xian as a speculator with ill intentions. Yi Xian frowned. He just wanted to finish the task quickly and was too lazy to argue with her. He took out his mobile phone and clicked the Contact Customer button directly on the order page. The call was quickly connected, and a cold, crisp, emotionless female voice came from the receiver. Who? Hello, I'm a delivery man. I'm downstairs, but the front desk won't let me go up, Yi Xian said directly. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, as if someone was a little surprised. Give her the phone. Yi Xian handed the phone to the receptionist. The lady at the front desk took the phone skeptically, and just as she said, "Hello, Mr. Su," her face turned pale in an instant. She didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone, she just nodded repeatedly, her waist almost bent at 90 degrees. Yes, I understand. I'll let you go right away. I'm so sorry.
After hanging up the phone, she returned the phone to Yi Xian with both hands, and her attitude took a 180-degree turn.
Sir, I'm very sorry. I didn't recognize you. Please come this way. I'll show you the way.
Her face was filled with a humble smile, and she was completely different from the person she was just now.
Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to her change of expression.
He took back his phone and walked straight to the president's special elevator that required a specific permission card to start.
The lady at the front desk followed respectfully and swiped the card for him personally.
The elevator rose steadily, and the numbers jumped rapidly.
Soon, we arrived at the 88th floor.
The elevator door opened, revealing a quiet and luxurious corridor with thick carpet on the floor, making no sound when stepped on.
At the end of the corridor is a heavy ebony door.
There is no sign on the door, but it exudes a sense of majesty that keeps strangers away.
Yi Xian walked to the door and knocked gently.
Enter. The cold female voice from the phone just now came from inside. Yi Xian pushed open the door.
The office was incredibly large, taking up almost half the entire floor.
Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of the entire city was like an inverted galaxy. A woman was standing in front of the French window with her back to him. She was wearing a well-cut black Chanel suit. She was tall and graceful, with long black hair hanging down like a waterfall. Just her back revealed an extreme elegance and powerful aura. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned around. Yi Xian's breathing stopped for a moment.
It was a breathtakingly beautiful face.
Her features were as exquisite as God's most perfect masterpiece, her skin was as white as snow, and her temperament was as cold as frost. She was like an iceberg that had never melted, or a snow lotus blooming on a cliff, beautiful yet full of distance. She is Su Qingying, the helmsman of Star Capital. Su Qingying's gaze fell on Yi Xian, from his ordinary clothes to the takeaway bag in his hand, and finally, her sight seemed to penetrate the wall and fell on the eye-catching Pagani downstairs. Her brows furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. Are all the delivery drivers nowadays so pretentious, she said, her red lips parted slightly, her voice as cold as her temperament. Yi Xian placed the takeaway on her huge desk and did not answer her question.
He just said in a businesslike manner, "Your takeaway has arrived. I wish you a pleasant meal."
After saying that, he turned and left without even stopping for a moment. Su Qingying looked at his departing back, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. She had thought that this man would find all kinds of excuses to chat with her like those flies in the past. Unexpectedly, he left so easily. She walked to her desk, took a look at the beautifully packaged lunch, and then walked back to the window and looked down.
Soon, the blue lightning roared out from the entrance of the building, merged into the traffic flow, and disappeared.
Su Qingying stood there, lost in thought. Yi Xian, who had already left, had just driven the car 2 blocks away and was ready to find a place to rest and think about life.
But his cell phone rang again at an inopportune time. Or a takeaway order. Chapter 5. Fortunately, the money is still there. This sentence stunned the entire internet, and the female CEO couldn't sit still.
Yi Xian looked at the new order popping up on his phone and felt a little overwhelmed. This system is even more exploitative of labor than the one used by his previous boss. I had just finished delivering one order and hadn't even had a sip of water when a new job came up. He wanted to refuse directly, but after taking a look at the order information, he changed his mind.
Pickup address, Pedestrian Street, Internet famous milk tea shop. Delivery address, Central Square. Item, cheese grapes X2, note, add more ice. Delivery fee, 5 yuan. The Central Square is nearby, just a few minutes walk away. After delivering this order, I'll call it a day and go home to sleep. Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned the car around and drove towards the pedestrian street. The appearance of a supercar of Pagani's level near a busy pedestrian street has the same effect as a bomb exploding. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The sound of mobile phones clicking could be heard one after another, and some people even started running after the car. Fuck. Pagani. Which rich man is here to rock the streets again? Look at the guy in the car. He looks like the guy from the internet who drove a Pagani to deliver food. Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to the commotion. He parked the car on the side of the road, got out and went to the milk tea shop to pick up his food. As soon as he left, a young girl dressed up in fancy clothes and holding a selfie stick rushed excitedly to the Pagani with her camera. She was the customer who placed the order this time, a food anchor with a certain degree of fame on Douyin, whose online name was Foodie Baby. Family. Did you see it? Pagani. Alive.
The foodie baby screamed at the camera of the mobile phone in an extremely exaggerated tone.
I'm telling you, I ordered from this area specifically today. I just wanted to see if I could bump into the legendary Pagani delivery guy. Unexpectedly, I actually succeeded. My luck is off the charts.
In her live broadcast room, the barrage of comments instantly filled the screen.
666. The anchor is awesome. You even managed to catch this. Is this the mysterious guy the entire internet is looking for? Quick! Show him his face. I want to see who he is.
Just then, Yi Xian walked out of the store carrying 2 cups of milk tea.
The foodie baby's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran forward with a selfie stick in hand like a cat smelling fish, blocking Yi Xian directly in front of the car door.
Handsome guy.
Hello, handsome guy.
I'm the TikTok anchor foodie baby.
Can I interview you?
Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the girl in front of him with exaggerated makeup, who seemed to be about to shove the phone into her face.
He doesn't like the feeling of being watched.
Sorry, I have another order to deliver. He turned sideways and tried to go around.
Hey, don't go, handsome.
The foodie baby quickly stopped him and insisted, it's just a few questions.
It won't take you more than a few minutes. I'm your fan. Your story is going viral online right now. My deeds?
Yi Xian was a little puzzled.
Yeah. Foodie baby's tone became even more excited.
Everyone says you're a wealthy second-generation kid who's tired of the family business and wants to experience the suffering of ordinary people, so you're delivering food.
Is that true?
Her voice was so loud that the crowd around her immediately exclaimed in surprise.
It turns out that this is a rich second generation experiencing life. No wonder.
After hearing this, Yi Xian was speechless.
These people's imagination is too rich.
I'm not some rich second-generation guy, he replied calmly.
I'm just a food delivery guy.
His tone was serious, not a joke at all. But to the foodie baby and the audience in the live broadcast room, this is undoubtedly a kind of Versailles-style modesty.
Ha ha, he also said he was just a delivery man. Yes. Jack Ma also said he has no interest in money. This guy is so low-key, I love him.
The foodie baby became even more excited when he saw the popularity of the live broadcast room rising steadily.
She decided to ask a more challenging question. Okay. Even if you're just an ordinary delivery driver. She cleared her throat and asked in an incendiary tone, as a top-tier wealthy person, I want to ask a question on behalf of all my fans. When you first saw an extra 10 million in your bank account, what was your first reaction? Excitement? Ecstasy? Or nothing special? This question instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. Yes, what would an ordinary person do if they suddenly had an extra 10 million in their card? Everyone held their breath, waiting for Yi Xian's answer.
However, when Yi Xian heard the number 10 million, his first reaction was neither excitement nor ecstasy.
Instead, my heart skipped a beat and I felt depressed instantly. 10 million? Could it be there is a bug in the system? Of the 100 million given to me, 90 million were taken back?
As soon as this thought came to mind, Yi Xian's face changed. He didn't care about anything else and almost subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pocket. His fingers were even trembling due to nervousness. Unlock, open the bank app, enter the password, log in. When he saw the account balance column clearly showing 100,003,452.18, his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally fell back. Not bad, not bad. 100 million is still there, not a penny less. He let out a long, relieved breath, and his whole body relaxed. Then, completely subconsciously, he muttered to himself. Fortunately, the money is still there. It scared me. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the live broadcast room through the highly sensitive microphone of Foodie Baby. For a moment, the world seemed to be muted. The screaming Foodie Baby had a frozen expression on his face. The onlookers who were making a fuss around opened their mouths so wide that it seemed as if an egg could be stuffed in. In the live broadcast room, the dense barrage of comments also experienced a strange pause of up to 3 seconds. 10 million. Scare him? Judging from the way he spoke, it seemed like he thought 10 million was too little. After a brief silence, the live broadcast room completely exploded. The barrage of comments was like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly flooding the entire screen. Holy shit! What did I just hear?
Luckily, the money is still there. I was shocked. This is so pretentious. My scalp is tingling. So what he meant was that 10 million was a small amount that would cause him to panic? Case solved. This is definitely not a second-generation rich kid. This is the real super rich guy. Host, please ask him how much money he needs to stop being afraid. The foodie baby was completely confused. She stared at Yi Xian blankly, her mind was blank, and she couldn't even speak. She has been live streaming for so long and has seen all kinds of showing off wealth, but this is the first time she has seen something so fresh and unworldly, and so casually causing a nuclear-level critical hit, like today. And at this moment. World Financial Center, 88th floor, President's office. After Su Qingying finished processing the documents at hand, she picked up the coffee prepared by her assistant and habitually clicked on a financial live broadcast on her mobile phone. But as soon as she clicked in, the app automatically pushed her a live broadcast room that was currently the most popular. On the cover is a blue Pagani. Su Qingying paused and clicked in for some unknown reason. As soon as she entered, she heard the foodie baby's question about 10 million. Then, she saw Yi Xian nervously take out his phone, check the balance, and finally said with a sense of relief. Fortunately, the money is still there. It scared me. Puff. Su Qingying had just taken a sip of top-quality civet coffee and almost sprayed it directly onto the documents in front of her worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. For the first time, a complex expression of shock, astonishment, disbelief and other mixed emotions appeared on her face, which had been frozen for thousands of years. This man. Who is he? 10 million, give him a scare? Su Qingying suddenly stood up from the expensive leather seat. She could no longer remain calm. She picked up the intercom on her desk and gave her secretary an order in an unquestionable and urgent tone. Linda! Drop whatever you're doing. Investigate. Investigate for me. Who is that man who just delivered the food, the man driving the blue Pagani? I want all his information. Now. Immediately. Chapter 6. The whole internet is looking for me to be the richest man, but I am ordering food for my former customers at Michelin. In the chaos, Yi Xian stuffed 2 cups of milk tea into the arms of the foodie baby. He ignored the face distorted by excessive shock, nor did he look at the camera of the mobile phone still in front of him. He simply pushed through the frozen crowd, opened the car door, and got in. Buzz. The Pagani's engine emitted a low warning sound, as if it was shooing away flies around it. Handsome. Don't go. Brother. You haven't told me how much money you have. Please. Answer one more question. The foodie baby finally reacted, screaming and banging on the car window, but it was too late. The blue supercar didn't show any reluctance and instantly merged into the traffic, leaving all the noise and exploration behind. Yi Xian drove the car into a secluded underground parking lot and turned off the engine. The whole world finally quieted down. But his cell phone became a new source of noise. Buzz. Buzz buzz. The screen lit up like crazy, with countless calls from unknown numbers, mixed with text messages and message notifications from various social software, pouring in like a tide. He unlocked it and took a look. A video was pinned to the top of the trending searches on all platforms. The title is eye-catching. Hashtag Beijing's wealthy delivery man, 10 million shocked me hashtag. There are several related terms below. Hashtag luckily the money is still there hashtag. Hashtag 100 million is just pocket money? Hashtag. Hashtag searching for the mysterious delivery guy on the entire internet hashtag. The video shows him being stuck in traffic on the pedestrian street. He frowned and watched himself in the video nervously checking the balance on his mobile phone, and then saying with relief, fortunately, the money is still there. It scared me. A strong sense of absurdity enveloped him. He was just worried that the money issued by the system would be taken back. How did it become Versailles? How did it become pretense? The phone vibrated more and more frantically, as if it was about to jump out of his palm. He felt a wave of irritation. This was the life he hated most before he resigned. Being stared at by countless eyes, being talked about by countless mouths, every move is overinterpreted. Without hesitation, he long pressed the power button and chose to shut down. The world is completely pure. Yi Xian leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He needed some time to digest this sudden online storm. We also need to think about what to do next. At this moment, the familiar and cold mechanical voice rang out in my mind on time.
The host's mood has been detected to be experiencing drastic fluctuations, and he has developed a deep aversion to fame, wealth, and the hustle and bustle.
The return to original heart mechanism is triggered. We are shielding you from useless external information interference. New experience tasks have been released.
Yi Xian opened his eyes.
Professional experience task, restaurant waiter. Task duration, 1 day 8 hours. Mission location, Michelin 3-star French restaurant Luna.
Task requirements: as an ordinary waiter, provide at least one perfect service that satisfies the customer.
Restaurant waiter? Or in a Michelin 3-star restaurant?
Yi Xian looked at the task panel, and his tense nerves relaxed. For him, this was not a mission, but a timely refuge.
Let the storm on the internet blow away.
Now, he is just an ordinary person who is preparing to go to work. He left the Pagani in the parking lot and drove his low-key Jetta back to Qinghe Community. After changing into a clean white t-shirt and casual pants, he took a taxi to the Luna restaurant in the city center. The Luna restaurant is located in a quiet and elegant neighborhood.
Its facade is low-key and luxurious.
There is no exaggerated sign at the door, only a silver moon logo. Yi Xian pushed the door open and walked in. A mixture of the aroma of food, high-end fragrance, and a faint aroma of wine hit him in the face.
The restaurant has soft lighting and elegant decoration.
Each table is at a perfect distance to ensure the privacy of the guests. A middle-aged man in a neat suit and with his hair neatly combed came up to us. He is the manager of the restaurant. His name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Yi Xian. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his calm demeanor made him dare not neglect him at all.
Good evening, sir. Do you have an appointment? I'm not here to eat.
Yi Xian said straight to the point, I saw you were hiring temporary waiters, and I'm here to apply.
The professional smile on Wang Hao's face froze in an instant. Apply for a job? Waiter? He re-examined the young man in front of him. Is this guy kidding?
Most of those who come to Luna Restaurant to apply for waiter positions are students who work part-time to support themselves, or young people with relevant experience. But the person in front of him, although dressed simply, Wang Hao recognized him at a glance because of the watch that was inadvertently exposed.
Patek Philippe, Grand Complications Collection.
The value is enough to buy a nice house in the second ring road of Beijing.
A person wearing a watch like this comes to apply for a temporary job with an hourly wage of dozens of dollars? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Hao's mind in an instant. Is this some young master out to experience life? Or is he making some silly bet with friends? Or is he some food critic going undercover? Sir, are you sure you are not joking? Wang Hao's tone became cautious. I'm sure. Yi Xian's expression was calm. I need a job and work hard. This is too unconvincing. Wang Hao almost laughed out loud. A guy wearing a Patek Philippe and telling him he needs a job? Sorry, sir.
Our requirements are very high and require relevant work experience.
Wang Hao decided to reject him in a tactful way. I learned quickly. Yi Xian's answer was still simple and direct. Besides, I don't need a salary. Wang Hao was completely stunned. No salary? What is this operation?
He had seen all kinds of customers and dealt with all kinds of bizarre requests, but this was the first time he had seen someone come to his house and do free work.
This is no longer an experience of life, this is a way to cause trouble, right?
Wang Hao frowned, feeling that his authority was challenged.
Sir, this is a formal restaurant, not a place for you to have fun. If you have nothing else to do, please go back.
His tone already had a hint of dismissal.
Yi Xian didn't move. He knew the other party didn't believe it.
If it were me, I probably wouldn't believe it either. He just looked at Wang Hao and spoke calmly.
I just need a chance to prove I can do it. If I mess up anything, I will pay double for all the losses.
His attitude was too frank, so frank that Wang Hao didn't know how to refute it for a moment.
This young man has a strange magic. Although he is saying some irrelevant things, people feel that what he says is true. Wang Hao fell into deep thought. The restaurant was indeed very busy tonight.
2 waiters left at the last minute and they were short of staff.
If this person really just wants something to do and isn't here to cause trouble, let him try?
Anyway, there is no need to pay salary, and if it really comes in handy, it will be a solution to the urgent need.
If he messes up, just fire him. A person wearing a watch worth tens of millions of dollars would not just stay there, right? What's your name? Wang Hao finally relented. Yi Xian. Okay, Yi Xian. Wang Hao nodded. Come with me. Let me make it clear to you first. There are no young masters here, only waiters. You must abide by all our rules and follow the arrangements of the foreman. Can you do it? No problem. Wang Hao took Yi Xian through the restaurant and came to the staff area in the kitchen. He took out a brand new waiter uniform from the locker and handed it to Yi Xian. Change into it. Your work area is Area C. Your supervisor is Lily. She will tell you exactly what to do. Good. Yi Xian took the uniform and walked into the locker room. A few minutes later, when he came out again, he had changed into a clean white shirt, a black vest and trousers. The well-fitting uniform outlines his tall and straight figure, and his original casual temperament is replaced by a professional and capable look. Wang Hao looked at the refreshed Yi Xian, and the doubts in his heart deepened. He doesn't look like someone who's here to work, he's clearly the male lead from an idol drama. He shook his head, threw these messy thoughts out of his mind, and pointed outside. Go ahead, Lily's waiting for you in Area C. Yi Xian adjusted his tie, pushed open the door to the restaurant and walked out. Area C is close to the window and has an excellent view. The guests sitting here are either rich or noble. A tall woman with a bun and a serious expression saw Yi Xian and immediately walked over. She is the foreman Lily. Are you the new temporary worker that the manager mentioned? Lily looked Yi Xian up and down, her tone full of undisguised scrutiny and suspicion. Yes. Just call me Sister Lily. Lily raised her chin slightly. We have a lot of rules here, so be quick and don't cause trouble for me. Do you see that table of guests? Table C3, they just arrived, go take their order. Yi Xian looked in the direction she pointed. There was a man and a woman sitting at table C3. He knew the man, who was the business elite he met on the airport highway that afternoon. And the woman opposite him. Yi Xian paused for a moment. That woman was none other than Su Qingying, the CEO of Star Capital, who had just given him 10% of the shares. Chapter 7. Don't force yourself to fit in if you're in a different circle. We're eating and you're serving the dishes. Sometimes coincidences in the world are so unreasonable. Yi Xian looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure at table C3, and the man sitting opposite her whom she had met once on the highway, and her heart remained calm. He is now the waiter and they are the guests. That's all. He took the order sheet and walked over with steady steps, a perfect smile on his face that he learned in professional training. Good evening, everyone. Here is the menu. Can we order now? His voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. Su Qingying, who was talking to the man opposite, stiffened almost imperceptibly the moment she heard the voice. This voice. She slowly raised her head. When she saw clearly the man in front of her, who was wearing a waiter's uniform, had an upright figure and a formal smile on his face, her cold and calm eyes showed a violent fluctuation for the first time. It's him. The man who delivers food in a Pagani. The man who said 10 million scared me during the live broadcast. How come he is here? And he's wearing waiter's clothes? Su Qingying's brain froze for a moment. The calmness and logic she prided herself on were now tangled in a mess. A man drives a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars to deliver food all over the city, sparking heated discussions on the internet, and then runs to his own Michelin restaurant to work as a waiter earning dozens of dollars an hour? What kind of outrageous plot is this? What exactly does he want to do? Su Qingying's heart was in turmoil, but on the surface, she was still the iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. She just looked at Yi Xian quietly without saying a word. The business elite sitting across from her, named Zhao Kai, is the vice president of another investment company. Tonight, he is trying to find a way to connect with Xingchen Capital to facilitate a project collaboration. He didn't recognize Yi Xian, but just felt that the waiter's temperament was a little special, but he didn't think much about it. Seeing that Su Qingying didn't respond, he took the menu considerately and said to Su Qingying with a smile, Mr. Su, this restaurant's Wellington steak and pan-fried foie gras are its signature dishes. I'll make the decision for you? Su Qingying said absent-mindedly, but her eyes never left Yi Xian. She wanted to see even the slightest hint of disguise, embarrassment or ulterior motive on Yi Xian's face. But no. Nothing. He was like a real, well-trained waiter, calm, professional, and even a little dedicated to his job. This extreme calmness made Su Qingying feel unprecedented confusion. Just then, there was a commotion at the restaurant door, and several well-dressed men and women walked in.
The leading man had a beer belly, a slicked back hair, and a smug look on his face. The head waiter, Lily, immediately frowned and quickly stepped forward to remind her, "Sir, please keep quiet and don't disturb other guests." I know. It's Michelin, so there are a lot of rules." The greasy-haired man waved his hand impatiently, his eyes scanning the restaurant as if he was looking for something. When his eyes fell on Yi Xian, who was standing at table C3, he was stunned at first, and then an extremely exaggerated and sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "Hey! Who was that? Isn't this Yi Xian?" The voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Area C was already quiet, and this shout seemed particularly abrupt. Su Qingying frowned even more tightly. Yi Xian also turned his head and saw those familiar faces. The greasy-haired man leading the group was Zhang Wei, the department manager in his previous company. The few people following him were all his former colleagues. At the end of the crowd stood a woman with delicate makeup, wearing a designer dress, but with a somewhat complicated expression. It was his ex-girlfriend, Luli. When Yi Xian was still a clerk in the company, Luli decisively broke up with him because she thought he had no ambition, low salary, and could not afford the bag she wanted, and then quickly got together with her supervisor Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei obviously came here on purpose. He strode up to Yi Xian and looked up and down at Yi Xian's uniform in an exaggerated tone. "Of course, Yi Xian. Weren't you so arrogant when you resigned? You said you didn't want to live anymore and wanted to experience life. I thought you found some great job, but it turns out you ended up serving dishes at a Michelin restaurant? It's really promising." Several colleagues behind him immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter. Brother Zhang, don't say that. Just experience life. That's right, serving dishes is an experience, and the hourly wage is not low. Yes, it's much better than sitting in the office. It's so free. These words sounded like an attempt to smooth things over, but the sarcastic tone was more hurtful than direct sarcasm. Ex-girlfriend Luli also came up. She looked at Yi Xian with an expression that was a mixture of sympathy, pity, and a hint of superiority on her face. "Yi Xian, why are you doing this?" Her voice was soft, but loud enough for everyone around to hear. "If you hadn't been so impulsive and hadn't resigned, you would have been promoted by now. What's wrong with working hard?" It seemed as if Yi Xian had brought himself to this point today entirely because of his own fault. The atmosphere in the entire Area C became very strange. All the guests, including Su Qingying and Zhao Kai, became bystanders of this farce. Zhao Kai watched this scene with great interest, a smile of anticipation appearing on the corner of his mouth. As for Su Qingying, she looked at Yi Xian, who was surrounded, and became the center of humiliation, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She thought Yi Xian would be angry, would refute, or at least feel embarrassed. But Yi Xian's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. He just listened quietly, and the formal smile on his face didn't even change. After they finished speaking, he spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if he was asking, "How's the weather today? Would you like to order food?" Zhang Wei was choked by his stubborn attitude, feeling like he had punched cotton. His face darkened and he decided to increase the intensity of the humiliation. He pulled out a chair at the table next to Yi Xian, sat down with his arms and legs stretched out, and then slammed the menu on the table with a bang. "Order! Of course I have to order. Now that I'm here, how can I not order?" He pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu and shouted, "This, and this, give me one of each. By the way, what's the best wine you have here?" Yi Xian replied calmly, "We have 1982 Lafite, sir." "Okay. This is it." Zhang Wei snapped his fingers, then deliberately turned around and said to his ex-girlfriend Luli in a boastful manner, "See, baby? This is the circle. We are sitting here, enjoying top-notch service and delicious food. And some people, even if they enter the same place, can only stand and serve us tea and water." He looked at Yi Xian again, his face full of the pleasure of a winner. "This is the gap between people, do you understand?" A hint of vanity and satisfaction appeared on Luli's face. She leaned on Zhang Wei and didn't even look at Yi Xian again. The colleagues around him echoed and praised Zhang Wei's success theory. The whole scene turned into a clumsy and cruel personal show. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He just took out a pen and silently wrote down the dishes they ordered and the bottle of 1982 Lafite on the menu. Then he bowed slightly to Zhang Wei. "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the wine cellar with the same steady pace as when he came. There was no trace of embarrassment or anger in his back, but it was terrifyingly calm. Su Qingying looked at his departing back, and her hand holding the water cup tightened unconsciously.
Chapter 8 Manager, hello, boss. Ex-girlfriend, isn't he a waiter?
Yi Xian walked through the quiet corridor and headed towards the temperature-controlled wine cellar at the back of the restaurant. The shrill laughter of Zhang Wei and his colleagues was blocked by the heavy door behind them, but the words they spoke were still clear. It would be a lie to say that there was no ripple in Yi Xian's heart. He is not a saint. No one would feel comfortable being humiliated in public in this way by someone who once looked down on them. But he is no longer the office worker who would fly into a rage over a few sarcastic remarks. He just felt bored. The vision of these people seems to always be stuck on the primitive pleasure of using money and status to trample on others. Before he resigned, he had to face such faces every day. After resigning, he thought he could get rid of it, but he didn't expect that he would still encounter it after changing his identity.
It's really haunting.
He was about to push open the door of the wine cellar when the cold mechanical sound rang out in his mind without any warning. It was detected that the host was subjected to unwarranted humiliation and malicious denigration from the outside world during the career experience. The host maintained extreme calmness and professionalism, perfectly avoiding fruitless arguments with those with low tastes. The hidden condition, remain calm in the face of praise or criticism, has been successfully triggered. You are being issued the Perfect Service Special Achievement Reward.
Reward, 100% equity of Luna Catering Group. Additional information, congratulations, host.
From this moment on, you have become the sole owner of the Luna Restaurant Group.
All 7 of its global chain restaurants, including the Luna French restaurant, are now under your name. The relevant equity transfer agreement, asset certification, and authorization documents have been automatically generated and sent to your mobile email address, effective immediately.
Yi Xian's hand, which was about to push the door, stopped in midair. He stood there, stunned for 3 full seconds.
Luna Restaurant Group. Of course he knows. This is one of the top restaurant groups in the country. Each of its restaurants has at least 2 Michelin stars and is known for its ultimate luxury and taste. Its value cannot be measured by money at all. Now, the entire group belongs to you? Just because I was humiliated by a former colleague and I held back my anger?
The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The reward mechanism of this system is really unique.
He took out his silent phone and clicked on the screen.
Sure enough, an encrypted email was quietly lying in the inbox, and the sender was Perfect Life Experience System. He opened the email, which contained densely packed legal documents and authorization letters. At the top was a bold red note: the ownership has officially taken effect at 22 hours 14 minutes and 30 seconds Beijing time. Yi Xian glanced at the time in the upper right corner of his phone.
22 hours 14 minutes and 45 seconds.
In other words, 15 seconds ago, he was still a temporary worker here.
15 seconds later, he was the boss.
He put away his phone, and the subtle fluctuation on his face disappeared, returning to calm. He pushed open the door of the wine cellar, found the bottle of 1982 Lafite according to his memory, and took it out. When he returned to the restaurant lobby with a glass of red wine, the atmosphere in Area C was reaching its climax. Zhang Wei was bragging to Zhao Kai about his connections and projects, as if he was the protagonist of the night.
Boss Xiao, let me tell you, no one can get that South City project without our boss Wang's approval. What's my relationship with boss Wang? We even played golf together last week.
Zhao Kai smiled perfunctorily, but his eyes occasionally glanced at Su Qingying, who didn't say a word. Lu Li and her colleagues looked at Zhang Wei with admiration, completely immersed in the fantasy of success he had woven.
At this moment, the restaurant manager Wang Hao was arranging work in the corner with a walkie-talkie.
Suddenly, his personal cell phone started vibrating wildly. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was an encrypted number from the group headquarters.
He didn't dare to delay and immediately walked to an empty corner to answer the call. Hello. Manager Wang, I'm from the group legal department. I'm officially informing you that the equity transfer of Luna Catering Group was completed a minute ago. We now have a new sole owner.
His authorization documents and contact information have been sent to your work email.
Please confirm immediately and provide the highest level of hospitality.
Wang Hao's head buzzed and he was completely stunned.
Changed boss? How come there is no news about such a big thing?
He hung up the phone, hurriedly opened his mobile email, and clicked on the encrypted email that was pinned to the top. When he saw the name and photo of his new boss, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip.
Yi Xian?
Isn't that the young man in the white t-shirt in the photo the one I just arranged to work as a temporary worker and who was now being humiliated by the guests at that table? A chill instantly ran from the soles of Wang Hao's feet to the top of his head. He felt his legs go weak.
What have you done? Let the group's only boss become a waiter? And let him serve a bunch of fools who are laughing at him.
Wang Hao's sweat broke out in a flash, and he could even hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly. He didn't dare to delay for even a second, and almost crawled out from the corner, rushing towards Area C with a clear goal. At this time, Yi Xian just walked to Zhang Wei's dining table. Zhang Wei saw the wine in his hand, and the sarcasm on his face became even stronger.
Why are you so slow? Did you sneak a couple of sips in the back?
Yi Xian didn't have time to speak. A cry with a crying tone and trembling voice came from behind him.
Boss!
Wang Hao trotted all the way to Yi Xian,
and under everyone's astonished gaze, he gave Yi Xian a standard 90-degree bow.
He bent so deeply that the cold sweat on his forehead dripped onto the smooth floor.
Boss! I'm sorry. I was blind. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was you who came to visit.
His voice was trembling, filled with endless fear and regret. At this moment, the entire restaurant was dead silent.
The smile on Zhang Wei's face froze. The sense of superiority on Lu Li's face froze.
The snickers on the faces of those colleagues turned into dullness. Even Zhao Kai, who had been watching the show at the next table, opened his mouth wide and forgot to put down the knife and fork in his hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the manager who was bending over and the waiter who was standing straight.
Boss? Who is the boss? Zhang Wei's mind went blank.
He subconsciously thought that Wang Hao was greeting some important person behind him. But behind him, there was only a wall. He stared blankly at Wang Hao, then at Yi Xian, and stammered, Wang.
Manager Wang? What are you doing? Isn't he just a waiter? Did you recognize the wrong person? Wang Hao didn't dare to look up at all.
He just wanted Yi Xian to calm down and keep his job. Yi Xian looked at the dramatic scene in front of him and sighed softly.
He just wanted to complete a task quietly.
Now it seems impossible. He put the lafite in his hand on the table, then glanced at Wang Hao indifferently and spoke calmly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout Area C.
The guests in Area C are a bit noisy and are disturbing other customers dining. Wang Hao's body trembled, and he immediately understood what the boss meant.
He stood up suddenly, his face instantly replaced with a cold and majestic expression, and pointed at Zhang Wei's table.
Security guard.
2 tall security guards immediately rushed in from the door.
Please ask these gentlemen and madams to leave.
All their purchases in this restaurant will be free of charge.
Zhang Wei was completely dumbfounded. He suddenly stood up from his chair, pointed at Yi Xian, then at Wang Hao, and yelled incoherently, Are you crazy? Why are you kicking us out? Who the hell is he? He's just a stinky waiter.
Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at him again.
He just said this to Wang Hao.
Oh, by the way, this gentleman just said that he just bought this restaurant. After saying that, he turned to the next table, put on that professional smile again, and bowed slightly to Su Qingying and Zhao Kai, who had already been petrified.
Sorry to interrupt your meal, both of you. Chapter 9. The female CEO overimagined. He must be from a hidden wealthy family.
Yi Xian's words, sorry to disturb your meal, were like a needle, gently piercing the silent and tense atmosphere in Area C. His attitude was too calm, as if he was not the protagonist of the farce just now, but just a passerby who accidentally broke a plate. Zhang Wei, being escorted out by security, continued to curse, his voice growing fainter and fainter until it vanished behind the heavy door. His ex-girlfriend, Lu Li, and several of his colleagues looked ashen-faced, not even daring to raise their heads as they were invited out by security. During the whole process, Yi Xian didn't even look at them again. He just stood there quietly, in his waiter's uniform, as if waiting for the customer's next instruction. Zhao Kai, who was sitting at the next table, had already stopped using his knife and fork. He looked at Yi Xian, then at Su Qingying, trying to ease the weird atmosphere with a joke.
Boss Su, this is truly eye-opening. Do young people these days experience life in such a unique way? Buying out an entire restaurant just to serve dishes?
There was a hint of temptation and flattery in his words.
Su Qingying did not respond.
At this moment, the only person in her world was the man in the waiter's uniform.
Delivering food in a pagani.
When faced with the question of 10 million, the subconscious reaction is that it is too little. He was publicly humiliated by his former colleagues, but remained calm as ice. Then, when everyone thought he was a low-level waiter, the restaurant manager bowed to him 90 degrees and called him boss. All of this was like a tangled mess of clues, running rampant in her brain that was accustomed to logic and order, and she could not find any reasonable explanation. She thought she had seen the pinnacle of wealth and understood the quirks of the children of top wealthy families. But Yi Xian's behavior has gone beyond the scope of quirk. This was a kind of absurdity that she could not understand at all, almost like performance art.
Who is he? What exactly does he want to do?
Su Qingying placed her hands under the dining table, her fingertips slightly curled up. She was no longer in the mood to eat. She picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth. Her movements were elegant, but with a hint of determination.
Mr. Zhao, I have something else to do. I'll excuse myself first.
The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze.
Before he could say anything to keep her, Su Qingying had already stood up.
She didn't look at Zhao Kai, nor did she look at Yi Xian again, and walked straight towards the restaurant door. The high heels made a crisp and cold sound as they stepped on the smooth floor, and every step seemed to step on the heartbeat of everyone present. It was not until the cold figure disappeared outside the door that Zhao Kai put down his knife and fork awkwardly. The dinner he had carefully prepared had become a complete joke. The streets are crowded with cars late at night.
A black Maybach drove smoothly on the ring road.
In the car, Su Qingying leaned in the back seat with her eyes closed, but her furrowed brows showed her inner unrest. She took out her cell phone and called her chief secretary.
Linda. A capable female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Boss Su, what are your instructions?
Yi Xian. Su Qingying spat out those two words, her voice devoid of warmth.
I want all his information. Remember, all of it.
This was the second time she had given this order. The first time was after seeing the live video in the office, and this time, it was after witnessing the absurd farce with my own eyes.
On the other end of the phone, Linda was silent for a full 5 seconds. This silence was highly unusual for a chief secretary known for her efficiency and precision. Boss Su. Linda's voice was filled with hesitation and confusion for the first time. We checked. Result. Nothing.
Su Qingying's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes.
What do you mean it can't be found?
In her opinion, as long as a person lives in this world, it is impossible to not find out. Xingchen Capital's intelligence network is enough to dig up all the information of any target person from birth to the present, including what they had for dinner last night. Mr. Su, his information is as clean as a blank sheet of paper that has been deliberately wiped clean. Linda spoke quickly, and it was obvious that she was also shocked by the result.
Get to the point.
Yi Xian, male, 24 years old.
His household registration shows he was born into an ordinary working-class family.
His parents were ordinary workers in a third-tier city, and his resume was clean. He graduated from a second-tier university in Beijing, majoring in marketing.
After graduation, he worked as a planning assistant at a medium-sized advertising company. He resigned 3 months ago. His monthly salary before resigning was 8,000 yuan. Every word in Linda's report was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Qingying's cognition. Ordinary family. Ordinary university. Ordinary social animals. Monthly salary of 8,000.
These labels cannot in any way be associated with the man who drives a Pagani and owns the Luna restaurant.
Where does his funding come from? Su Qingying's voice sank. This is the most crucial issue. Linda's tone became more serious.
We've used every avenue, including our insider at Swiss Bank, but we can't trace the source of the 100 million yuan in his name.
It's like the money appeared in his account out of thin air.
There's no transfer record, no trace of its origin.
Appearing out of thin air? Su Qingying's heart skipped a beat.
She had been in the business world for many years, and this was the first time she had heard such an incredible thing.
Where's Pagani? Same, Linda replied.
The vehicle registration information shows that the owner is indeed Yi Xian himself. However, we've traced all of Pagani's sales records in China and even contacted the Italian headquarters, but there's no record of this car being purchased. This customized wind god was also registered in his name out of thin air.
The car appeared out of thin air. Money also appears out of thin air. Su Qingying's breathing became a little rapid.
Her mind raced, trying to piece these impossible fragments together into a plausible explanation. When the modern financial system and global business rules cannot explain the source of a person's wealth, there is only one possibility left:
an absolute power that transcends all rules.
A thought flashed through her mind like lightning, causing goosebumps to appear all over her body.
A hidden family.
Only those ancient families that have been passed down for hundreds of years, whose wealth and power have penetrated every corner of the world, but who deliberately hide themselves behind the scenes, can possess the magical power to erase all traces and make huge assets appear out of thin air.
They make the rules and they also break them. Yi Xian is a descendant of such a family?
What he called experiencing life was not a boring game played by the rich second generation, but rather the kind of life that a god standing in the clouds would occasionally descend to the earth to observe and tease the world in a way that mortals could not understand? This speculation made Su Qingying feel a little nervous. It is an instinctive awe when facing the unknown and the power of higher dimensions. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on the leather seat beneath her, again and again, the rhythm getting faster and faster.
Where is he now?
According to manager Wang Hao's real-time report.
Linda's voice became even stranger. After you left, he continued serving dishes.
He even accidentally spilled some wine while pouring it for the guests at table C5, and they complained.
Su Qingying's knocking action came to an abrupt halt. The man who had just been portrayed as a god in her mind was now being complained by the guests for spilling the wine?
This extreme contrast instantly caused the logical model she had just established to collapse. She was completely confused. This man was like a black hole made up of countless contradictions and fogs. The more she explored him, the deeper she fell into it and could not extricate herself.
Keep watching.
Su Qingying's voice carried a hint of fatigue and stubbornness that she herself was not aware of.
Report his whereabouts for the next 24 hours.
No, report every one of his professional experiences to me.
I want to see what tricks he is trying to play. Chapter 10. I was still shredding potatoes in the kitchen, and my former boss was going to buy me out? The kitchen of Luna Restaurant is completely different from the elegance and luxury of the front hall.
This is another battlefield, filled with the sound of metal clashing, the roar of flames and the chef's concise and powerful commands.
Yi Xian is now in the battlefield. He didn't carry the dishes anymore.
After sending Su Qingying away and dealing with Zhang Wei's farce, he found that the progress bar of his perfect service task was stuck at 99%, not moving at all. He thought about it and thought that maybe it was because of the small mistake when pouring the wine just now that the system judged that the service was not perfect. Since the front hall didn't work, he moved to the kitchen.
If you want to experience something, you must experience it thoroughly.
He found the kitchen manager and said he wanted to learn how to use a knife. The kitchen manager originally wanted to kick him out, but a call from manager Wang Hao almost scared the manager to his knees.
So, Yi Xian got a chopping board, an apron, and a basket of potatoes.
He stood in the corner, holding a heavy Chinese kitchen knife in his hand, and was practicing cutting potatoes into shreds meticulously. The personal all-round skills, rewarded by the system, included god-level cooking skills, but he had never had the chance to use them before. At this moment, he moved his wrist slightly, and the blade fell, making a rhythmic thump-thump sound.
The distance between each cut was as precise as if measured with a ruler.
Strands of potato shreds of uniform thickness and as thin as cicada wings continued to pile up under his hands. His movements were not fast, but extremely steady, with a strange sense of rhythm, as if he was not chopping vegetables but engaging in a focused artistic creation.
In my mind, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Professional experience task, restaurant waiter in progress.
Hidden branch, kitchen helper experience has been opened.
Task completion rate, 99.1%, 99.2%.
The progress bar finally began to rise slowly again. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He likes this feeling, the sense of security that comes from getting clear rewards through his real work. Just when he was completely immersed in the joy of cutting vegetables, the door of the kitchen was suddenly pushed open. The restaurant manager, Wang Hao, rushed in like a cannonball, his face filled with a look of apocalyptic fear. He didn't even bother to respond to the kitchen manager's surprised greeting and rushed straight to Yi Xian.
He ran so fast that his voice changed tone. Boss! Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened.
The entire kitchen suddenly became quiet, and all the chefs stopped what they were doing and looked at the manager who had lost his composure and the temporary worker who was cutting vegetables in the corner. Yi Xian paused for a moment, raised his head and looked at Wang Hao, who was sweating profusely. His expression remained calm, even with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. The sky is falling, he asked without raising his head, and the knife in his hand fell steadily again. Wang Hao was on the verge of tears.
He gasped and practically wailed, "The sky isn't falling. But someone wants to spend money to buy our sky."
Yi Xian's cutting of vegetables finally stopped completely. He picked up a freshly cut potato shreds and looked at it against the light.
It was so thin that it was almost transparent. Well, technology hasn't regressed.
He casually threw the shredded potatoes into the basin, then slowly looked at Wang Hao. "Tell me clearly, what's going on?"
Wang Hao felt like he was about to suffocate. "Boss, is there something wrong with your focus? Is now the time to focus on shredded potatoes?"
But he didn't dare complain and could only report as quickly as possible. "The people from Tianqing Group are here. Their chairman, Wang Donghai, is leading the team personally, and they're in our VIP reception room. They're saying they're offering a 50% premium to acquire all of our Yueshan catering group."
Tianqing Group? Yi Xian had an impression of this name.
It is the advertising company where he worked before and the company where his former supervisor Zhang Wei works now. Unexpectedly, they also have a catering business, and their appetite is so big that they want to swallow the moon goddess directly.
"Oh."
Yi Xian responded, then lowered his head, picked up another potato, and prepared to continue his shredding work. Wang Hao was stunned by his actions.
"Oh? Just an O? Boss. People are buying your property. Are you still concerned about your potatoes? Boss. Wang Donghai is still waiting for you in the reception room. He said he will only give you half an hour to consider, otherwise he will use commercial means to carry out a hostile takeover."
Wang Hao's voice was filled with tears. In his opinion, although Tianqing Group is not as big as a giant like Xinjiang Capital, it is also a well-known large enterprise in Beijing with assets worth hundreds of billions. If they are determined to make things difficult for the moon goddess, even if they cannot capture her in the end, they will at least make her suffer.
Yi Xian finally wiped his hands and placed the kitchen knife steadily on the chopping board.
He looked at Wang Hao and said calmly, "Let him wait."
Ah? Wang Hao didn't react.
"I'll finish cutting this plate of shredded potatoes,"
Yi Xian added.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the petrified Wang Hao, picked up the knife again, and the rhythmic thump-thump sound rang out again in the kitchen. Wang Hao stood there with his mouth open, feeling that his worldview was being repeatedly shattered and reassembled.
He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and his heart was pounding, but looking at Yi Xian's focused and calm profile, he didn't dare to urge him even a word. He could only pace back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, glancing at the wall clock from time to time, feeling that every second seemed as long as a century. At the same time, in the top VIP reception room of the Luna restaurant, the atmosphere seemed relaxed and proud.
A slightly plump man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses was leaning on an expensive leather sofa, savoring the top-quality Blue Mountain coffee in front of him.
He is the chairman of Tianqing Group, Wang Donghai. Beside him, there was a person standing, nodding and bowing. It was Yi Xian's former supervisor, Zhang Wei, who had been carried out by the security guards before, but now changed into a suit and appeared here again in a respectable manner. "Mr. Wang, you are really far-sighted. Although the Moon Goddess restaurant is famous, their operating model is too outdated.
As long as we inject capital from Tianqing and combine it with our marketing channels, its value will definitely double within 3 years."
Zhang Wei's flattery was deafening.
Wang Donghai nodded with satisfaction. He came here today, firstly to expand his business empire, and secondly to support Zhang Wei, his meritorious minister. Zhang Wei had called him crying and shouting, saying that he had been humiliated by a waiter at Yueshan. When Wang Donghai heard this, he immediately decided not only to avenge his subordinate's anger, but also to uproot the restaurant and make it his own.
He likes the feeling of being in control.
Zhang Wei's face was filled with a grim smile of satisfaction. He couldn't wait to see the mysterious boss of Yueshan bow down before Mr. Wang's capital stick, and then personally sweep that waste named Yi Xian out like garbage. He wanted Yi Xian to see with his own eyes what true power was. Just then, the door of the reception room was pushed open. Manager Wang Hao walked in wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, followed by a young man in a white t-shirt and casual pants. Wang Donghai put down his coffee cup and frowned.
He looked at the young man and said to Wang Hao impatiently, "What's going on? Is this the waiter you were talking about? I asked you to call your boss, but where is he?" Chapter 11, Buy My Restaurant?
"Sorry, I'll buy your company first." Wang Donghai's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. He was used to giving orders and was used to everyone obeying him.
In his opinion, it was an insult to make the boss of Yueshan wait for so long before coming out to see him. Before Wang Hao could explain, Zhang Wei jumped out like a dog smelling blood. He pointed at Yi Xian's nose, his face showing undisguised resentment and sarcasm, and his voice echoed sharply throughout the reception room. Boss Wang. That's him. He's that loser named Yi Xian. A piece of trash I fired from the company. I don't know what kind of luck he had to end up here working as a waiter. He seemed to be showing off his achievements, and also seemed to be seeking credit from his new master. This kind of person doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to you. Get him out now and don't dirty your eyes. Wang Donghai's brows furrowed even deeper. He glanced at Yi Xian with disgust, as if any longer glance would be a waste. From beginning to end, Yi Xian didn't even bother to give Zhang Wei a glance. He just looked calmly at Wang Donghai, who was sitting in the main seat, and spoke in an indifferent tone. I'm the boss of Luna. What's up? The words were so light, but they exploded in the reception room like a depth charge. After a brief silence. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei burst into deafening laughter at the same time, as if they had heard the funniest joke of the century. Wang Donghai laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He pointed at Yi Xian and said to Zhang Wei, Xiao Zhang, look at these young people nowadays. They really don't know their place. A waiter dares to say he's the boss of Yueshan? Has he gone crazy because of poverty? Zhang Wei laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He held his stomach and said breathlessly, Boss Wang, don't be angry. He's a lunatic. He's mentally ill. He had a deadpan expression at the company. I thought he was so noble, but it turns out he's just an idiot who talks in his sleep. The laughter of the two was full of contempt and insult, echoing in the luxurious reception room, sounding particularly harsh. Manager Wang Hao, who was standing aside, had a pale face and cold hands and feet. He looked at the two idiots who were still laughing at their boss crazily, and began to mourn for them in his heart. Wang Donghai finally laughed enough. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold arrogance. He took out a thick document from his briefcase and threw it contemptuously on the coffee table in front of Yi Xian with a bang. Boy, I don't care if you're really crazy or just pretending to be stupid. I don't have time to waste with a small fry like you. Have your real boss come out and sign this? From today on, your restaurant will be named after me, Wang. That document was the acquisition contract with a 50% premium. In Wang Donghai's view, this is already a great gift from heaven. Yi Xian lowered his eyes and picked up the contract. He flipped through the pages one by one, his expression unchanged, as if he was reading a newspaper that had nothing to do with him. When Zhang Wei saw this scene, he thought Yi Xian was scared silly, and the smug look on his face became even stronger. Wang Donghai leaned back on the sofa, picked up his coffee, and felt confident of victory. Finally, Yi Xian turned to the last page. He raised his head, looked at Wang Donghai, and nodded calmly. Acquire Luna? Sure. As soon as these words were spoken, a smile of victory immediately appeared on Wang Donghai's face. Sure enough, in the face of absolute capital, all resistance is futile. Zhang Wei was so excited that his face turned red. He seemed to have seen himself becoming the new manager of the Moon Goddess restaurant, while Yi Xian was kneeling on the ground begging him for food. You're smart. Wang Donghai took a sip of coffee. However, Yi Xian's next words made the air freeze instantly. But I have a condition. Wang Donghai paused and raised his eyebrows. What's the condition? You want more money? Sure, I'll have 5 more points. Don't be too greedy. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't look at Wang Donghai again, but slowly took out his mobile phone. Under the confused gaze of Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei, he unlocked the screen, found a number and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello. A cold but powerful female voice came from the receiver. It's the president of Star Capital, Su Qingying. The moment Yi Xian walked into the reception room, she received a real-time report from Linda. At this moment, she was in her office, listening to everything that happened in the reception room through a secret channel. Yi Xian didn't say any nonsense, his voice was as calm as if he was discussing today's weather. Help me to empty Tianxin Group. Su Qingying on the other end of the phone suddenly tightened her grip on the phone. Short selling? Although Tianxin Group is not a top chaebol, it is also a listed company with a market value of tens of billions. If you want to short it, the funds and resources that need to be mobilized are astronomical. Yi Xian, what on earth does he want to do?
Before she could think about it, Yi Xian's next sentence made her brain completely shut down.
Then, initiate a full acquisition.
In the reception room, Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei's hearts hard.
The smile on Wang Donghai's face froze completely, and he even thought he was hallucinating. Zhang Wei widened his eyes and looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. Is this guy crazy? He's calling someone to buy Tiancheng Group? Who does he think he is? The richest man in the world?
Yi Xian seemed not to see the expressions on their faces, and added lightly into the phone.
Yes, right now.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
The entire reception room fell into dead silence.
Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei looked at each other, and then burst into laughter even more violently than before.
Crazy. This kid is completely crazy. Ha 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 ha. Perform. Keep performing. I want to see who can acquire our Tianshan.
However, their laughter had not yet died down.
Buzz buzz. The cell phone in Wang Donghai's pocket suddenly vibrated rapidly.
It was his chief secretary calling. Wang Donghai answered the call impatiently, ready to scold the other party for disturbing him while he was talking about business. But what came from the other end of the phone was a crying and terrified scream.
Director Wang. This is bad.
Our stock price has collapsed. Just now, a mysterious, massive amount of capital was shorting us like crazy.
All our defenses were instantly breached. The company is going to be finished. The wild laughter on Wang Donghai's face froze instantly.
Chapter 12, Mr. Wang, stop laughing.
If you laugh again, the company will be gone. What? Wang Donghai almost jumped up from the sofa.
That sharp question made the air in the entire reception room tremble. The arrogant smile on his face, which showed his confidence in victory, was like glass hit by a sledgehammer, instantly covered with cracks and then shattered into pieces.
The stock price collapsed? What the hell are you talking about? Which department is behind this? Is it a technical adjustment? He roared like a beast into the phone, spitting everywhere. Zhang Wei, standing by, faltered.
He didn't understand the stock price, but he could read Wang Donghai's expression. His face, rosy just moments before, was now turning from red to white, then from white to blue, at a visible speed.
An ominous premonition, like a cold poisonous snake, wrapped around his heart.
On the other end of the phone, the chief secretary's voice was so sharp that it seemed to pierce Wang Donghai's eardrums.
It's not an adjustment. Mr. Wang. It's a real collapse.
Just 3 minutes ago, a mysterious capital that we can't track at all, like a prehistoric beast, swallowed up all our daily limit ups. Now, all the sell orders are stuck at the daily limit downs, and there's no one to take them.
Our stock price is plummeting. Director Wang.
Our support funds, the first batch of 5 billion we invested, didn't even last a second, it was gone.
Not even a splash. It's over. Mr. Wang. We're finished.
Wang Donghai's brain buzzed and went blank.
5 billion, gone? Just a moment?
He felt like his breathing had stopped, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, almost exploding. He has not yet recovered from the devastating news.
Buzz buzz buzz. The work phone in his other pocket also vibrated like a life-threatening alarm. Caller ID Company CFO Chief Financial Officer. Wang Donghai swiped the answer button with trembling hands. Mr. Wang. This is terrible. The sky is falling. Our funding chain is about to break.
The bank suddenly called and said they need to reassess our credit rating and require us to immediately add margin. Several loan projects that were under negotiation have all been unilaterally halted. The CFO's voice was filled with apocalyptic despair.
We've been sniped. This is a long-planned, devastating financial war. The enemy's firepower is beyond our imagination. Pa!
The mobile phone in Wang Donghai's hand slipped and fell heavily on the expensive carpet.
But that's not all. Ding ling ling.
In the reception room, the shrill ringing of the telephone rang out one after another, like a symphony of death. The board secretary's call.
The legal director's call. The phone number of the company's second largest shareholder. The phone number of the third largest shareholder.
Every phone call was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing into Wang Donghai's already broken heart.
Director Wang. We've received an inquiry letter from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. We're being asked to immediately suspend trading and conduct a self-inspection. Mr. Wang. Several of our core project partners have just unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation. Wang Donghai. Who the hell did you mess with out there? You've almost wiped out all my wealth. Roars and wails echoed clearly in the silent reception room through the hands-free function. Zhang Wei was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, looking at Wang Donghai, who was full of vigor and ambition just a second ago, but now looked like a stray dog with its spine pulled out, his face as pale as paper and his whole body shaking like a sieve. He couldn't laugh anymore. He finally realized that something was wrong. Something big happened. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, what on earth happened? He asked stutteringly, his voice full of fear. Wang Donghai ignored him completely. He frantically picked up the phone from the ground as if he was crazy, and opened the stock software with his trembling hands. The moment when Tianqing Group's K-line chart appeared on the screen, Wang Donghai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. That's not a line. That's a cliff. A bottomless cliff made of dazzling green leading to hell. The top of the candlestick chart was still at the high point 3 minutes ago. But now, the green line representing the stock price was almost at a vertical angle of 90 degrees, plunging into the abyss. He stared at the number that kept jumping at the top of the screen. Market value evaporation, 8.74 billion. Just a few minutes. More than 8 billion. Just disappeared like that. Ha ha. Wang Donghai let out a roar like a broken bellows from his throat, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. A chill instantly shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head, making the blood in his body seem to be frozen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who was it? Who on earth had such immense power that he could bring a publicly listed company worth tens of billions of dollars to ruin in a matter of minutes? A thought that he had previously thought was absurd and ridiculous, now struck his mind like a bolt of black lightning. He suddenly raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the other person in the reception room. The young man who sat quietly on the sofa from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him. The young man who just made a phone call and said he wanted to acquire Tianqing Group. The waiter wearing a white t-shirt worth dozens of dollars. At this time, the restaurant manager Wang Hao was carefully carrying a glass of lemonade and placing it on the coffee table in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian picked up the water cup, took a sip, and then gave Wang Hao a satisfied smile. The sweetness and sourness are just right. This leisurely and comfortable posture and Wang Donghai's miserable state of doomsday formed the most ironic and terrifying contrast in the world. Wang Donghai's brain buzzed and completely exploded. It's him. It's really him. This speculation that made his soul tremble could no longer be suppressed. The veins on his forehead bulged one by one as he desperately tried to deny this absurd idea that overturned his 40 years of cognition. Just then, a unique and majestic cell phone ringtone rang out. It's his personal cell phone. The moment he saw the name on the caller ID, the last trace of blood on Wang Donghai's face faded away completely. That was the founder of Tianqing Group, the real man behind the scenes, the one who could shake the entire Beijing business community with just one stomp of his feet, the chairman. Chapter 13. I tell you to stop, the stock market has to stop. That exclusive ringtone sounded particularly deadly in the silent reception room. Wang Donghai looked at the three words chairman flashing on the screen of his mobile phone, and felt that what he saw was not an incoming call, but a death warrant from the king of hell. His hands were shaking like a Parkinson's patient. He hesitated for a full 5 seconds before using all his strength to press the answer button at the last moment when the ring was about to automatically hang up. He didn't even dare to put the phone to his ear. As soon as the call was connected, a roar as cold as the Siberian cold wave and as angry as a volcanic eruption exploded from the receiver and echoed throughout the room. Wang Dong. Hi. What the hell did you do out there? Every word the chairman spoke was like a steel needle wrapped in ice, piercing deep into Wang Donghai's bones. Did you know that just now, our group was targeted by Blackstone Capital at the highest level? Did you dig up the CEO's ancestor's grave? The 4 words Blackstone Capital exploded in Wang Donghai's mind like a thunderbolt from the sky. His whole body went limp and he collapsed on the sofa, almost dropping the phone in his hand. Blackstone Capital. It really is Blackstone Capital. The young man who just called was talking about Blackstone Capital. He is not acting. He is not talking in his sleep.
With just one phone call, he mobilized the legendary capital giant that controlled the world's financial lifeline. At this moment, Wang Donghai's worldview was completely crushed, leaving nothing behind. He opened his mouth, a strange ho-ho sound coming from his throat, but he couldn't utter a word. He wanted to explain, to beg for mercy, but he found that in front of the name Blackstone Capital, any word seemed pale and powerless. The chairman on the other end of the phone was still roaring furiously, "I don't care who you offended. Now. Immediately. Right now. Kneel down and apologize to me. If you can't make them stop, you'll jump off the tallest building in Beijing. Tianqing Group doesn't want a piece of trash like you who will bring disaster to the entire family." Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up harshly. The reception room fell into silence again. Zhang Wei, standing next to him, was pale with fear. Although he didn't hear the entire conversation, he could clearly hear the words Blackstone Capital, jump, and waste. He looked at Wang Donghai, who was lying on the sofa like a dead dog, and finally realized that the support he was so proud of had collapsed. Moreover, it is the kind of collapse that is impossible to recover from, as if the sky is falling and the earth is collapsing. His lips trembled, and he wanted to say something to save the situation. "Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, don't listen to his threats. This must be a mistake. He hasn't finished speaking yet." Bang! An extremely loud slap hit him hard on the face. Wang Donghai used up his last bit of strength and pounced over from the sofa, his eyes red and like a madman, and grabbed Zhang Wei's collar. "It's all your fault. It's all because of you, a useless loser who can't do anything good but always makes things worse." Like a mad beast, he poured all his fear, anger, and despair onto the man who dragged him into the water. "If it weren't for a piece of trash like you, why would I come here? How could I offend such a godlike figure?" Snap! 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 He slapped Zhang Wei's face left and right, slapping him madly one slap after another. Zhang Wei was beaten so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and blood instantly flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was completely stunned and even forgot to resist. "Even if I die today, I will kill you first, you bastard." Wang Donghai roared and threw Zhang Wei to the ground. Then, he made a move that stunned everyone present except Yi Xian. He turned around and headed towards Yi Xian, and with a thump, his knees slammed heavily on the cold, hard floor. He knelt down. The president of the Tianqing Group branch, who was so high and mighty a second ago and looked down on Yi Xian as an ant, now knelt in front of Yi Xian like the most humble dog. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. No. Master Yi. Ancestor Yi." Wang Donghai's voice was filled with tears and endless trembling. As he spoke, he slapped himself hard with his hands. "It's my fault for not recognizing a great man. It's my fault for being so audacious. It's my fault for offending you. Please, sir, please be magnanimous and let me go. You can do whatever you want with this piece of trash. Kill him. Throw him into the river. As long as you can calm down. Please." He wailed and cowed out frantically, and soon blood marks appeared on his smooth forehead. This scene is too shocking. The restaurant manager Wang Hao was so scared that he hid in a corner, not daring to breathe. Zhang Wei, who was stunned, lay on the ground, looking at Wang Donghai who was kneeling and begging for mercy, and then looked at Yi Xian who was sitting peacefully on the sofa, drinking lemonade slowly. His brain finally completely crashed. At the same time, several kilometers away, in the top floor office of Star Capital, Su Qingying stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, was now filled with unconcealable shock. On the huge electronic screen in front of her, the K-line chart of Tianqing Group, the vertically downward green death line, was branded there like an eternal scar. Chief Secretary Linda was standing behind her, reporting the latest data just received from Wall Street insiders in a voice that was almost like a dream. "Boss Su, in just 5 minutes, Tianqing Group's market value evaporated by over 20 billion. Blackstone Capital mobilized their most mysterious and top-tier hand of God trading team and directly penetrated all of Tianqing's firewalls and protective funds. According to the assessment, in another 60 seconds, Tianqing Group will trigger the forced delisting mechanism. This company will be completely dead on a financial level." Every word Linda said made Su Qingying's heart skip a beat. The guess about the hidden family in her mind was no longer a guess at this moment, but became an indestructible fact. This kind of power, with the power of words and actions, can reduce a huge monster to ashes in a single thought. It was completely beyond her understanding of wealth and power.
Who is he?
At this moment, her personal cell phone vibrated slightly. It was a text message from Yi Xian.
Just a short sentence. Stop, it's a bit noisy.
Su Qingying looked at the text message and her breath suddenly stopped. Almost subconsciously, she immediately dialed the encrypted hotline that she dared not use easily, which was directly connected to the head of Blackstone Capital's Asia region. Immediately stop all short selling of Tiancheng Group.
Now.
In the reception room of Luna Restaurant, Wang Donghai was still kowtowing and begging for mercy frantically. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang frantically again. He thought it was another call from the chairman demanding his life, and he trembled with fear. But when he took out his cell phone tremblingly, he saw that it was his chief secretary calling. As soon as the call was connected, the secretary screamed in ecstasy, as if she had survived a disaster.
Director Wang. Stop. Stop.
The attack has stopped. The stock price has stabilized.
We survived.
Wang Donghai was completely stunned, as if he had been cast under a spell.
He raised his head and looked at the still calm young man.
Yi Xian just put down the lemonade cup in his hand, then he lowered his head to look at his phone and spoke lightly. The voice was not loud, but it sounded like the final judgment of the gods. Now, we can discuss the conditions for acquiring your company.
Chapter 14, Acquire me? Sorry, your company is now named Yi.
Yi Xian's words, now, we can talk about the conditions for acquiring your company, were like a final judgment from the nine nether hell. Every word turned into a physical ice cone, piercing Wang Donghai's eardrums and penetrating his soul. It seemed as if all the air in the reception room had been sucked out. Wang Donghai, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled violently all over. He raised his face, which was bloodless and covered with cold sweat and blood, and looked up at the young man sitting on the sofa with an unprecedented look of fear, with an indifferent expression as if he was discussing the weather.
Acquire my company? Is he kidding? No, he is not.
A single phone call could attract a prehistoric behemoth like Blackstone Capital, and a single thought could wipe out Tiancheng Group's multi-billion-dollar market value. For someone like him, his words were like divine oracles, like the laws of heaven.
Wang Donghai's mind was a mess. Fear, regret, despair, and an extremely absurd desire to survive were all intertwined in his mind that was about to collapse. His lips trembled and he was about to say something to beg for mercy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The private cell phone he had thrown on the ground once again, and for the last time, emitted the exclusive ringtone that symbolized the highest power. The chairman again. Wang Donghai's pupils suddenly shrank to the most dangerous size of a needle tip. His hands trembled, and he almost dropped the phone. He held it to his face, as if holding a bomb about to explode. In his eyes, the three big words chairman on the screen were more terrifying than the token of the king of hell. He didn't dare refuse. He used up the last bit of his strength and swiped his finger across the screen several times before he finally succeeded in answering the call. Chairman. Chairman. He stammered, his voice hoarse as if it had been sandpapered. There was no more roaring from the other end of the phone. Instead, there was a silence that was oppressive to the extreme, like the dead silence before a volcano erupted. Then, a voice so deep it chilled one's bones came out of the receiver slowly, word by word, enunciating each word. Wang, Dong, hi. Who, did you offend, out there? The rage contained in this voice was 10,000 times more terrifying than the roar just now. Wang Donghai felt like his heart was about to burst from this pressure. He was terrified and stammered, Dong. Chairman, I didn't. I'm in Beijing, negotiating the acquisition of the Luna restaurant business. He was still instinctively defending himself, trying to grasp at the last straw. However, his words completely ignited the powder keg on the other end of the phone. And the fucking acquisition. The chairman's voice suddenly rose in pitch and turned into a heart-wrenching roar. The sound was so loud that the entire reception room could hear it clearly. We've been acquired. It's Blackstone Capital. It's Blackstone Capital that has launched a full-scale hostile takeover of our Tiancheng Group. Just now. They've already acquired over 30% of our outstanding shares through the secondary market. And now, the notice for the mandatory board meeting has been sent to my face. Wang Donghai. Do you know what this means? This means that Tiancheng Group is going to have a fucking new owner. Blackstone Capital. Full-scale hostile takeover. Change of owner. Every word was like a 10,000-ton hammer, hitting Wang Donghai's head hard, again and again. He was completely confused. The brain was blank, all thoughts and all consciousness were completely destroyed at this moment. He finally understood. What Yi Xian said just now was not a threat, not an intimidation, and certainly not a joke. That's stating a fact. A fact that he had just brought about with his own hands, but he would never believe it even if he died. He looked at Yi Xian. The young man was still sitting there calmly. He even picked up the lemonade and blew on it gently, as if he was enjoying a farce that had nothing to do with him. Pa! Wang Donghai could no longer hold the phone in his hand, and it slipped out of his hand weakly. This time, it didn't fall on the carpet, but hit the hard marble floor. The screen shattered, splitting into countless spider-web-like traces. Just like his heart at this moment, which is also shattered and can never be put back together. It's over. It's all over. Tiancheng Group is finished. He's finished too. Zhang Wei, who was lying not far away, was beaten unconscious, but he could still hear the chairman's hoarse roar on the phone clearly. His brain, which was filled with alcohol and jealousy, was finally completely washed away by fear. His legs went weak and he could no longer support his body. With a plop, he collapsed onto the cold floor. His eyes were dull, his mouth opened and closed unconsciously, and a ho-ho sound came from his throat, but he couldn't utter a word. The support he was so proud of fell. The company he depended on for his livelihood was gone. All his hopes, all his future, all his dignity, were easily crushed into powder in just a dozen minutes by the trash he despised the most and wanted to trample underfoot the most. How so? How is this possible? In the corner, the restaurant manager Wang Hao was holding a tray and looking at the hellish scene in front of him. His hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the tray steady. He had no idea what was going on. He only knew that his new boss, the young man who was diligently shredding potatoes in the kitchen, just made a phone call, and then, a huge group with a market value of tens of billions, just collapsed. This world is crazy. In this dead silence, Yi Xian finally put down the glass of lemonade in his hand. The cup hit the table, making a crisp sound, but it hit everyone's heart like a heavy drum. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Wang Donghai, who was kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, and Zhang Wei, who was lying on the ground like an idiot. Then, he spoke again calmly. Now, can we talk about the conditions for me to acquire your company? Wang Donghai's whole body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. There was no more resentment in his eyes, only the most primitive, purest, and humble fear. What he seemed to see was not a person. Instead, he was a demon god who stood high above, looking down at all living beings indifferently, and could decide the life or death of him and his entire world with a single thought. At the same time, this depth bomb dropped casually by Yi Xian finally set off a huge wave in the entire financial circle of Beijing. At the same time, countless financial institutions, investment companies, and financial media were all detonated by Tiancheng Group's extremely bizarre K-line chart. Investigate. Investigate for me. Who did Tiancheng offend? Whose god is behind this attack? This level of attack is simply unheard of. Quick! Contact Tiancheng's shareholders. I want to know first-hand information. The entire financial circle in Beijing went completely crazy. Countless people were frantically trying to find out which dragon had crossed the river and slapped Tiancheng Group, the fierce tiger that had been entrenched in the capital for many years, to death. Chapter 15. Your contract is good. It belongs to me now. Please sign it. Yi Xian's voice, although not loud, carried an unquestionable magic that echoed in the silent reception room. He slowly drank the remaining half-glass of lemonade, then stood up from the sofa. Throughout the whole process, his movements were neither hurried nor slow, with a strange sense of rhythm, as if he was not in the center of a business war, but taking a walk in his own back garden. He walked up to Wang Donghai, who was kneeling on the ground in a daze, and paused slightly. Wang Donghai felt the shadow cast on his head, and his whole body trembled even more violently. He didn't even dare to look up at Yi Xian's face. He could only press his forehead tightly against the cold ground, like an ant waiting for judgment. Yi Xian ignored him. He bent down and picked up the acquisition contract of Tiancheng Group that Wang Donghai had thrown up with contempt from the coffee table. The document he once used to show off his power and regard as a declaration of victory. Yi Xian stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the contract, and gently flicked off the non-existent dust on it. This action is full of extreme irony. Then, he did something that made Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei terrified. He turned the contract over. Tiancheng Group, the original acquirer, has now become Party B.
And the originally blank position of party is seen to have been written with Yi Xian's name with an invisible pen. He turned the contract over and gently handed it to Wang Donghai. His tone was still as calm as a pool of stagnant water.
This contract is well written.
The positions of the acquirer and the acquired need to be swapped.
You, sign now.
These 9 simple words were like 9 huge mountains, pressing down on Wang Donghai's spine, making him lose even the last bit of strength to breathe.
Sign?
Signing this contract meant that he, Wang Donghai, personally handed over the company he had worked hard for half his life to this young man whom he regarded as trash just a few minutes ago.
But does he dare not sign? He doesn't dare.
He knew that if he said no, he would face a fate 1,000 times more miserable than his current one.
Blackstone Capital will not stop.
The chairman will make him jump from the tallest building in Beijing.
He would lose everything, including his life.
Wang Donghai's body was shaking violently like a sieve, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the contract, leaving a small stain. Just when he was torn between conscience and desire and was about to collapse completely, Yi Xian's gaze finally moved away from the contract and fell on Zhang Wei, who was lying on the ground not far away, his face ashen. He seemed to have just remembered that there was such a person here.
Oh, and you too.
Yi Xian's voice was light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Zhang Wei's whole body stiffened, and he suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot and crazy disbelief. He saw Yi Xian looking at him, and the look in his eyes was like a human looking at an ant on the roadside.
Without any emotion.
There was no anger, no ridicule, not even contempt.
Just pure, utter indifference.
This indifference made him feel more painful and desperate than any humiliation. Then he heard the verdict that he would never forget.
As the new owner of Tianchen Group, Yi Xian said slowly, "The first thing I want to announce is, you, Zhang Wei, are permanently fired from this moment on due to your poor business skills and serious character issues."
After saying this, Yi Xian's gaze gently fell back on the kneeling Wang Donghai, as if to add an insignificant sentence.
"Oh, by the way, there's you, Mr. Wang. New master. Permanent dismissal."
These 2 words, like 2 sharp knives filled with poison, pierced Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei's last psychological defense line fiercely and accurately. Wang Donghai's body softened and he collapsed completely to the ground, moaning unconsciously. Zhang Wei, like a mad dog whose tail was stepped on, suddenly jumped up from the ground.
"No. Impossible. What gives you the right? You're a piece of shit. You're trash." He looked like a madman, pointing at Yi Xian and roaring hysterically. He can't accept it. He absolutely cannot accept this reality. The backer he was proud of, the company he depended on for survival, and his greatest capital to humiliate Yi Xian, all fell into the pocket of this former subordinate whom he regarded as trash in just a few minutes. And he himself was fired by this loser in front of everyone. This is more painful than killing him. Yi Xian looked at his crazy appearance and frowned slightly. He didn't even bother to say another word to him. He simply waved gently at Wang Hao, the restaurant manager who was completely petrified in the corner. "Manager Wang. Here. Here. Boss. What can I do for you?" Wang Hao shuddered as if he had been electrocuted.
He hurried over and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, not even daring to raise his head. At this moment, in his eyes, Yi Xian was no longer just a boss.
That is God. That is the Lord.
Yi Xian pointed at the 2 completely disabled people on the ground and said indifferently,
"Please remove these 2 gentlemen who no longer have any connection with Tianchen Group.
By the way, clean up the garbage on the ground."
Rubbish. This word, like the last straw, crushed all of Zhang Wei's rationality. But before he could make any more sound, Wang Hao picked up the walkie-talkie at the fastest speed in his life. "Security. Security. Send 2 people to the VIP reception room on the top floor. Quick."
The manager's awe of Yi Xian had reached its peak.
The boss's order was an imperial decree. In less than 30 seconds, 2 burly security guards wearing black uniforms and over 1.9 meters tall rushed in. They were also stunned when they saw the scene in the room, but with a glance from Wang Hao, they immediately understood what to do. "What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm from Tiancheng Group." Zhang Wei was still struggling and roaring frantically. But the 2 security guards, both retired Special Forces soldiers, had arms like iron clamps, and they easily lifted him up, one on each side, and dragged him towards the door like a dead dog.
On the other side, Wang Donghai, who had completely lost his soul, did not resist at all and allowed the security guard to drag him up from the ground. Just as they were dragged to the restaurant door, Lu Li and those former colleagues who had been asked to leave before did not go far. They were gathered at the door, whispering to each other, and waiting with glee to see Yi Xian's embarrassed look after being kicked out. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. The door to the reception room was opened. The one who was dragged out was not Yi Xian. It was Director Zhang Wei, whom they had just been trying so hard to curry favor with, and the high-ranking President Wang of Tiancheng Group. The two men were like two real stray dogs, one struggling frantically, the other looking ashen. They were dragged along by the security guards without any mercy, in front of the stunned gazes of countless diners. Finally, with a bang, they were thrown out of the door of the Luna restaurant.
Chapter 16, Mr. Wang, where are you? Oh, you were fired by the company I just bought.
The door of the Luna restaurant was violently pushed open from the inside by two security guards. Lu Li and several former colleagues who were guarding the door watched as two figures were mercilessly thrown out of the door. They rolled down the polished marble steps at the restaurant entrance in a mess like two bags of tattered garbage.
It was Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei.
The gloating on his face had not yet faded away before it completely solidified into horror as if he had seen a ghost.
What did they see?
The one who was thrown out was not that useless Yi Xian. Rather, it was Director Zhang Wei, whom they had just been trying desperately to curry favor with and regarded as their all-powerful backer, and Mr. Wang of Tiancheng Group, whom they had no right to even look up to.
Before their brains could process this subversive scene. Crash.
Like sharks smelling blood, dozens of reporters who had been lurking in the shadows of the street corners suddenly swarmed in from all directions. At this moment, countless flashbulbs were as bright as daylight, flashing wildly, illuminating the two pale faces of Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei.
Mr. Wang, is it true that Tiancheng Group was maliciously acquired by Blackstone Capital? Mr. Wang,
rumor has it that you've been fired on the spot by the new owner of Tiancheng Group.
Is that true? Excuse me, which big shot did you offend at the Luna restaurant? Manager Zhang, what do you think about this matter? Dozens of microphones, like sharp daggers, almost stabbed into Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei's mouths.
Every question was sharp, harsh, and hit the nail on the head. Wang Donghai was completely dumbfounded. He slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes, and lost all response to everything around him, like a puppet with his soul sucked out.
As for Zhang Wei, after a brief moment of daze, he went completely crazy. Get out! Get out of here!
Like a trapped beast, he used his hands and feet to get up from the ground and tried to push away the reporters around him, but the crowd was like an impenetrable wall, trapping him in the center. Lu Li and her colleagues were so frightened that they crawled into the corner of the crowd, fearing that they would be affected by this horrific scene.
Within an hour,
the situation in the capital has changed.
Tiancheng Group changes hands.
Billions in market value evaporate in one day, mysterious buyer surfaces.
Shocking.
Blackstone Capital's brazen move could leave Tiancheng Group's founder with nothing.
Luna restaurant scandal, a multi-billion-dollar acquisition sparked by a former employee? Shocking headlines were pushed through the headlines of major financial media and swept through the entire Beijing business district like a virus. This was a magnitude 8 earthquake. Everyone was stunned by this sudden news. Although Tiancheng Group is not a top-tier wealthy family, it has been a local tyrant in Beijing for many years, with deep roots and a complex network of relationships. However, such a huge creature was uprooted and its owner changed in just 1 hour. It is not surprising that it was Blackstone Capital that made the move. Surprisingly, Blackstone Capital was just an agent. Behind this textbook-level financial blitzkrieg stands a real buyer. An extremely mysterious buyer who only revealed his last name. Leaf. The name Mr. Yi seemed to have appeared out of nowhere overnight and instantly became the most popular, mysterious, and awe-inspiring code name in the entire upper-class circle of Beijing. Who is he? Where is he from? Why did he attack Tiancheng?
Countless questions have been repeatedly speculated and discussed in private cocktail parties of major wealthy families, in secret talks in top clubs, and in emergency meetings of financial giants.
Everyone wants to know who this mystery is.
Star Capital, top floor office. Su Qingying stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of long-cooled coffee in her hand, motionless. On the huge electronic screen in front of her, the vertically downward green death candlestick chart of Tiancheng Group and the headlines of major media were playing in a loop. Chief Secretary Linda was standing behind her, reporting the intelligence she had just gathered in a tone that suppressed extreme shock. Boss Sue, based on all the information we've gathered, the cause of the incident has been confirmed.
Linda's breathing became a little rapid.
It was obvious that even she herself found this conclusion unbelievable. Wang Donghai from Tiancheng Group brought people to the Yueshan restaurant this afternoon with the intention of acquiring the Yueshan restaurant group.
Then, he met Yi Xian there.
Then, Yi Xian made a phone call. Linda paused, as if trying to form her words. Less than 3 minutes after that phone call, Blackstone Capital's attack on Tiancheng Group began.
The office fell into deathly silence. Su Qingying's eyebrows were tightly furrowed on her exquisite and flawless face. Luna Restaurant. Tiancheng Group. Blackstone Capital. The mysterious Mr. Yi. And Yi Xian.
These seemingly unrelated keywords were now madly connected by an invisible thread in her brain, which was accustomed to precise calculations. In the end, all the clues pointed to the man who wore a work suit worth dozens of dollars, a watch worth hundreds of millions, drove a Pagani to deliver food, and was complained by customers because he spilled wine. A figure that made her heart skip a beat appeared clearly in her mind.
Could it be him?
This speculation was too absurd, so absurd that it made even this icy female CEO who had seen the ups and downs of the business world feel a palpitation in her heart.
If it really is him.
This man's energy has completely exceeded the scope of business and wealth.
That is a kind of power, where words come true.
Check. Su Qingying finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly, which she herself was not aware of. She turned around suddenly, and in her cold eyes, there was now a fire burning that she had never seen before. Use S-level authority.
Linda shuddered.
S-level authority is the highest level of intelligence authority in Star Capital.
Once it is used, the cost and risks involved are astronomical. Find out for me. Su Qingying's tone did not allow for argument. What is the relationship between this Mr. Yi and Yi Xian?
She didn't dare, nor was she willing to believe her own guess. She needed a definite answer to confirm or refute this crazy idea that could overturn her entire worldview.
At the same time,
in the kitchen of the Moon Goddess restaurant, completely isolated from the earth-shaking storm in the outside world, Yi Xian had just finished cutting the last basket of potatoes. He placed the heavy Chinese kitchen knife in his hand steadily on the chopping board, then picked up a clean towel and carefully wiped his fingers, one by one, very seriously. The chefs around him looked at him in awe, as if he were a god, not even daring to breathe. Yi Xian seemed oblivious to these gazes.
He was just enjoying the peace and tranquility after working.
At this moment, the cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind on time.
Bite.
Complete the hidden achievement, the chef's counterattack while working in the kitchen, successfully counterattack the enemy who intended to acquire your business. Achievement reward, 100% of Tiancheng Group's equity has been automatically placed in trusteeship, and the reward is being doubled and settled.
Reward, 1 Gulf private jet, parked in the exclusive hangar at Beijing International Airport. Chapter 17 The Chef's Counterattack. You promised to buy me, why is your family gone? Bite.
The voice in Yi Xian's mind continued. Achievement description: when your professional experience was unjustifiably humiliated, you defended the dignity of labor in the most direct and dignified way. Your actions perfectly illustrate that true power lies not in noise but in a single thought.
Reward, God-level cooking. You have instantly mastered the essence of every cuisine in human culinary history.
From the intricate refinement of French cuisine to the profoundness of the 8 major Chinese cooking schools, to the ultimate zen of Japanese cuisine, all culinary techniques are imprinted in your instincts.
Every cooking order you make will be a work of art.
Bonus, permanent, free access to the world's top ingredients supply chain. From Japanese A5 Wagyu beef to Elba white truffles, from Caspian Sea caviar to Brittany blue lobster, all the world's top ingredients are on standby 24/7, delivered directly through our exclusive cold chain, ensuring you get the freshest, most premium delicacies, wherever you are.
In an instant, an indescribable flood of information flooded into Yi Xian's mind.
It was not a rigid indoctrination of knowledge, but more like the awakening of forgotten memories.
It's as if he was born to cook.
The knife skills of Wensi tofu, the soup of boiled cabbage, the crispy crust and cooking time of Wellington steak, the structural reorganization of molecular cuisine, countless techniques, recipes, and experiences are naturally integrated into his limbs and body like breathing. For the first time, Yi Xian's face showed pure joy from the bottom of his heart.
Tiancheng Group's equity? It was just a number to him. A private jet worth hundreds of millions? It's just a faster means of transportation.
He had no idea about these things and was too lazy to understand them.
But this god-level cooking is different. This is a tangible skill that can be held in your hands. It is the ability to create beautiful things with your own hands. This is much more interesting than the long string of zeros in your bank account. He completely ignored the storm in the outside world caused by him, and also ignored the people in the reception room who had been completely ruined. He turned around and walked back to the kitchen full of the smell of life with great interest. There was still deathly silence in the kitchen. All the chefs, including the kitchen manager who had wanted to kick Yixian out, were frozen in place as if they were under a spell. They had just seen through the crack in the kitchen door what was happening in the reception room. Although they couldn't hear it clearly, they saw clearly the scene of Wang Donghai and Zhang Wei being dragged out like dead dogs. This world is too mysterious. What kind of monster is their new boss, the young man who has been silently shredding potatoes in the corner for an hour? Just when everyone was afraid to breathe, Yixian walked in. He had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had just gone to the bathroom. Boss! The kitchen manager was startled and rushed forward, bending his waist at 90 degrees, his voice full of awe and fear. What do you want? Can I borrow your stove? Yixian waved his hand and walked straight to the stove used exclusively by the chef. He picked up a most ordinary Chinese kitchen knife, weighed it, and then picked up a cleanly washed, most ordinary potato. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. They don't understand what this legendary figure who just destroyed a listed company with a single thought wants to do now. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Yixian's wrist moved. No extra fancy moves, just a gentle shake. The heavy kitchen knife seemed to lose its weight in his hand and turned into a silver curtain of light. Swish, 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 swish. There was a dense and light sound in the air, like the sound of spring silkworms eating leaves. The sound was extremely rhythmic and so fast that it was dazzling, but it was clearly heard by everyone. It was just a matter of blinking a few times. Yixian stopped. The potato in his hand had disappeared. Instead, there was a pile on the chopping board. No, it could no longer be called a pile, it was a bunch of potato shreds that were as light as mist and as thin as a hair. Each one is of uniform thickness and so thin that it is almost transparent, reflecting a crystal luster under the light. You could hear a pin drop in the entire kitchen. All the chefs' mouths were wide open enough to fit an egg. The head chef, who had worked at the Moon Goddess restaurant for 20 years and was well known for his knife skills in the Beijing catering industry, seemed to have seen a miracle at this moment. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. The severe pain told him that this was not a dream. Trembling, he moved step by step to the chopping board and stretched out his hands, which were as steady as a rock and had been holding a kitchen knife for half his life. At this moment, these hands were shaking badly. He picked up a piece of shredded potato carefully, as if he was touching a priceless treasure. Then he took out a needle for mending buttons from the pocket of his chef's coat. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he aimed the hair-thin potato shreds at the almost invisible needle hole on the needle butt. Just give it a gentle push. Got through. The shredded potatoes actually passed through the needle hole without any damage. Thump! The chef's legs went limp and he knelt down on the ground, muttering to himself. God, miraculous skills, this is a god descending to earth. The other chefs also felt that their worldviews were being repeatedly rubbed against the ground. Is this still knife skills? This is magic. Yixian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He was completely immersed in the pure joy of cooking. He even started to think about whether to make spicy and sour potato shreds or volcano mashed potatoes. Just then. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone he had casually thrown on a chair in the corner suddenly vibrated heart-wrenchingly. On the screen, countless missed call notifications and push notifications from various news apps poured in like an avalanche. The poor phone, after enduring the bombardment of information that it shouldn't have to bear, the screen flickered a few times and finally couldn't bear the burden. The screen is black. It was so stuck that it shut down automatically because of too many messages and calls. Finally, it's quiet. Yixian took a look at the black phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He enjoys quietness. He silently muttered to the system in his heart. Being a waiter or a cook can cause so much trouble, with acquisitions and phone calls. System, your next task must be a simple one for me. It would be best if no one knew me, so I could experience life quietly and get 5-star reviews. That's what I'm after. Chapter 18, the financial butcher personally took action for him? Just to make him laugh? Star Capital, top floor office. The atmosphere was as solemn as the sea before a storm.
The air was filled with a breath-cold shock. Su Qingying leaned on the $1 million Herman Miller ergonomic chair, closed her eyes, and her slender fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth office desk, making a light knock, knock, knock sound. The results of the S-level investigation not only failed to clear the fog in her heart, but instead plunged her into a deeper, wider, and more terrifying fog. Chief Secretary Linda stood in front of the desk, holding a report that had just been encrypted. Even though she had undergone the most rigorous professional training, her voice was trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Mr. Su, Blackstone Capital has classified all information about this Mr. Yi as unprecedentedly top-secret alpha level. We've used all our connections and insider channels on Wall Street, but we haven't been able to get even a single peep. Anyone who attempts to investigate this name has received the sternest warning. One of our core informants simply mentioned it, and within 3 minutes, the multi-billion-dollar fund he managed was forced to liquidate, and he was permanently kicked off Wall Street.
Every time Linda said a word, Su Qingying's fingers tapping on the table paused for a second. The air in the office seemed to freeze.
The only thing we can find out, Linda took a deep breath, as if the following information would suffocate even her, is that the acquisition of Tianjin Group was personally directed by Blackstone Capital's Asia president, Andrew.
Andrew.
When this name came out of Linda's mouth, Su Qingying's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Her tapping on the table came to an abrupt halt.
Andrew.
The man known as the Wolf of Wall Street and the cold-blooded butcher. A financial tycoon known for his absolute rationality and arrogance, who disregards all rules. Su Qingying had once seen him from a distance at a top-tier Davos forum. That man, with just a glance, could silence the heads of countless multi-billion-dollar corporations.
Why would he take action himself? Moreover, this is a purely crushing acquisition that can be described as using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito, with no technical content at all? This is totally out of Andrew's style.
Not only that, Linda lowered her voice, as if recounting a fairy tale. Our behavioral analysis experts, after reviewing the entire short selling and acquisition process, came to a very bizarre conclusion.
Speak. Su Qingying uttered a word in a cold voice. This acquisition is imbued with intense, personal emotions.
It doesn't resemble a business operation, but more like a punishment carried out without regard for cost or consequence. Every operation has a single purpose: to completely destroy the target in the shortest possible time, using the most brutal means.
Linda paused and said the final conclusion that even she found absurd. It's like, just to make someone laugh. To make someone smile.
These 5 words were like a flash of lightning, instantly splitting through all the fog in Su Qingying's mind.
An extremely clear yet crazy picture was automatically constructed in her sophisticated brain. In the Luna restaurant,
Yi Xian, the man in cheap work clothes, was humiliated by people from Tianjin Group because of some trivial matters.
He felt a little bored and a little unhappy.
So he took out the ordinary-looking cell phone and made a call casually. The person on the other end of the phone might be the almighty financial butcher, Andrew. After receiving the order, Andrew did not even dare to be negligent and immediately put aside the merger and acquisition case that might be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. He answered the phone in the most respectful tone. Then, he mobilized the top team of Blackstone Capital, mobilized tens of billions of funds, and with thunderous force, within a few minutes, completely wiped out the small Tianjin Group that had made Mr. Unhappy from the world. He did all this not for profit or fame. Just to calm the gentleman on the other end of the phone down. Just to make him smile. This inference is so crazy and so absurd.
However, it is the only answer that can perfectly explain all doubts.
Su Qingying slowly stood up from the chair.
She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below.
In her world, those so-called rich and powerful people now seem as small as dust. At this moment, the guess of the hidden family in her mind was ruthlessly overturned by herself.
No. Wrong.
This is no longer something that a secluded family can do. To be able to make a financial giant like Andrew bow down to orders, to treat tens of billions of assets as playthings, and to use them merely as a tool to make people laugh.
What kind of family is behind this? What kind of existence is this?
An idea, like a demon breaking free from its shackles, emerged uncontrollably from the depths of her soul. Legend has it, those ancient tycoons that have existed since the Renaissance, who controlled the world's economic lifeline through war, trade, and marriage, and even influenced the rise and fall of nations. Their wealth and power have penetrated into every corner of human civilization, but they deliberately hide behind the scenes, manipulating the operation of the world like gods. What Yi Xian called experiencing life was not some weird game played by the rich second generation at all.
Rather, it is this supreme being standing at the top of the pyramid of human civilization, who occasionally descends to the world and plays a special game in a way that mortals cannot understand? This imagination has completely broken through the sky. Su Qingying felt that her breathing became a little rapid. She turned around abruptly, and in her cold eyes, there was now burning a mixture of fear, curiosity, and a hint of the flame called desire to conquer that she herself had not even noticed. She picked up her coat from the sofa and walked quickly towards the office door. "Mr. Su?" Linda hurriedly followed. Su Qingying did not stop, and a cold and resolute order came out of her mouth. "Prepare the car. Go to Luna Restaurant again." Her voice echoed in the empty office, carrying a hint of unquestionable stubbornness. "I want to see what this big shot from Game of Life is doing right now." Chapter 19. One second I'm a state banquet master, the next second I'm an emergency nurse. System, are you kidding me? The huge waves from the outside world were completely isolated by the heavy door in the kitchen of the Moon Goddess restaurant. This is another world. A world filled only with flames, steam, and the aroma of food. Yi Xian had no idea about what was happening in the outside world and had no interest in it. His phone automatically shut down due to information overload, which gave him a long-lost sense of peace. In his opinion, money, company, other people's shock, and the inquiry of the beautiful CEO are not as real and important as the pot of broth in front of him, which is turning from turbid to clear and emitting a strange aroma. He was preparing to cook a dish. Boiled cabbage. A dish that sounds simple but is featured in state banquets and is extremely complicated. The top-level food supply chain rewarded by the system had delivered everything he needed using the fastest cold chain line half an hour ago. Originated from Chaoshan area, this top-quality yellow cattle dragon is only a few taels in weight. Freshly slaughtered free-range chicken from Qingyuan, Guangdong, still carrying the scent of the mountains. There are also several auxiliary ingredients that seem ordinary but are actually of very particular origin and year. Brother Wang, the kitchen supervisor, has now completely transformed into Yi Xian's fanatical fan and temporary assistant. He watched Yi Xian processing the ingredients and felt that his past 20 years of career as a chef had been like a dog's. Yi Xian asked him to pound the dragon and chicken breast into a paste, and he used all his strength to pound them until they were as fine as mud. "Boss, it's done." Brother Wang held the two basins as if they were sacred objects. Yi Xian nodded, poured the minced chicken into the clear soup that had been boiled for the first time, and stirred it gently with a handspoon. His movements were slow, with an indescribable rhythm, as if he was not cooking but performing a solemn ceremony. All the chefs in the kitchen stopped what they were doing. They didn't dare to get close, but just formed a semicircle from a distance, like a group of devout believers on a pilgrimage. Look at the soup." A young kitchen helper lowered his voice, his words trembling. "I saw that the chicken soup, which was originally slightly turbid, became a little clearer after the chicken mince settled to the bottom. This is sweeping the soup." The first time sweeping the soup, the head chef muttered to himself, feeling his heart pounding. His technique, his rhythm, textbook. No. Even more perfect than a textbook. Yi Xian ignored the movements around him. He scooped out the minced chicken that had been swept through the soup the first time, and then, expressionlessly, poured the more delicate minced beef into the soup. Sweep the soup for the second time. This is the most critical and most challenging step in cooking cabbage in boiling water. Use minced beef to absorb the last traces of impurities and greasiness in the chicken soup. The entire kitchen was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath. They saw that as Yi Xian gently stirred the spoon, the pot of soup was undergoing miraculous changes. It became clearer and brighter. Finally, when Yi Xian fished out all the minced meat, what was left in the pot could no longer be called soup. It was a pot of boiling water that seemed to be non-existent and as pure as water. But that rich, mellow, yet extremely elegant aroma domineeringly filled the entire space, penetrated into everyone's nasal cavity, and aroused their most primitive appetite. It's crystal clear, yet more fragrant than any thick soup. This is the real boiled cabbage. God. Immortal. Today I finally understand what real cooking skills are. The boss, he's not here to experience life, he's like a god descended to earth to guide us mortals. Manager Wang Hao squeezed in at some point. He looked at the pot of clear soup, then at his boss's focused and calm profile. The awe he felt for Tianshan Group had now completely sublimated into an almost fanatical worship. He felt that even if someone told him now that Yi Xian could make the moon fall with a wave of his hand, he would believe it. Yi Xian finally raised his head. He was very satisfied. He likes this feeling.
With your own hands, you can use the finest ingredients and the most perfect techniques to create a work of art. This solid sense of accomplishment makes him happier than the long string of cold numbers in his bank account. This is the awakening in the world that he pursued when he resigned. He picked up a cabbage that had been prepared long ago and took only the tender yellow cabbage heart in the center. The cabbage heart, after being simply modified by his god-level knife skills, looked like a lotus bud about to bloom. He gently placed the lotus into the soup spoon and slowly immersed it in the pot of boiling water. Just at the moment when the cabbage heart enters the soup. The moment he made this dish to perfection. The system's voice rang in my mind on time. Away from the internet noise, let us return to our roots. The host successfully isolates himself from all external distractions, focusing on the professional experience itself, and his state of mind has slightly improved. Detected that the host's current occupation experience restaurant waiter kitchen helper has reached perfect achievement, settlement in progress. Bite. Perfect achievement reward, absolute taste. Your tongue has become the world's most sophisticated taste analyzer, capable of distinguishing ingredients in any dish exceeding 0.01 milligrams, and instantly constructing its complete recipe in your mind. Bite. The career experience mission has been completed. The system is planning your next perfect life. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Here it comes. He muttered silently in his heart. This time, please don't do this kind of work that requires you to be in the spotlight. As a waiter, he was humiliated by his ex-girlfriend, mocked by his former colleagues, and finally acquired a company for unknown reasons. Too tired. It is better to complete the task quietly without being disturbed, get a good review, and then receive the reward. This is the essence of Xianyu. It would be best if it was a job that didn't require interacting with too many people and just required hard work. For example, a librarian? Or an archivist? Countless ideal careers flashed through Yi Xian's mind. The system seemed to have heard his thoughts and remained silent for a full 10 seconds. It's like performing complex calculations and screening. Then, the cold mechanical sound rang out again. Bite. New experience tasks have been released. Mission name, Guardian of Life. Mission location, Beijing First People's Hospital. Job position, Emergency Department Nurse. Task duration, 24 hours. Mission objective, in the midst of chaos and life and death, gain the sincere gratitude of at least one patient or their family. Yi Xian's hand holding the soup spoon suddenly froze. Emergency department? Nurse? Isn't that the busiest, most chaotic, and most socially demanding place in the world? The calmness and comfort on his face disappeared in an instant. Does this system have a grudge against him? Chapter 20, when he went to report in a Bugatti, Nun Niju's face turned green. Emergency department. Nurse. The combination of these two words automatically created a picture in his mind: shrill alarms, footsteps running back and forth, the anxious cries of patients' families, and endless emergencies. Isn't that the busiest, most chaotic, and most mentally challenging place in the world? Is the system kidding him? He had just escaped from a business farce and just wanted to find a place to live quietly and experience the simple joy of labor. As a result, the system assigned him a dungeon of hell difficulty. However, just 1 second later, the expression that had frozen on Yi Xian's face turned calm again, and even had a hint of expectation. Emergency department nurse? This is good. Aren't all the aspects of human life, birth, old age, sickness, and death, the most real life, concentrated in that small emergency room? It was ordinary enough, challenging enough, and most importantly, in a place like this, no one would know him as the new owner of Tianjin Group, and no one would care what car he drove or what watch he wore. There, he was just an ordinary nurse, a guardian of life. This identity is much purer than restaurant owner and is more in line with his original intention of experiencing real life. After figuring this out, Yi Xian felt much better. He carefully placed the bowl of boiled cabbage that had reached the level of a work of art on the tray, then turned around and handed it to the chef who was watching behind him with fascination and seemed to be petrified. Please help me deliver this dish. Yi Xian ordered lightly. The chef shuddered all over, as if waking from a dream, and took the tray with trembling hands, as if he was not taking over a dish, but an imperial seal. Boss, which distinguished guest shall we give this divine dish to? He asked stutteringly, his voice full of awe. In his opinion, this dish is enough to become the treasure of the Moon Goddess restaurant, and only guests who are not the world's richest people are qualified to taste it. Not for sale. Yi Xian took off his chef's apron and casually draped it over the back of the chair next to him.
Give it to all the guests dining in the restaurant today. Each table will get a small portion so they can try it.
After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the group of chefs behind him who had completely fallen into a daze and whose worldviews had been repeatedly reshaped. He changed into the white t-shirt and casual pants he wore when he came, and under the gaze of the restaurant manager Wang Hao and all the employees, who were looking at him with a mixture of admiration, awe, and fanaticism, he walked out of the kitchen leisurely and headed towards the restaurant's exclusive elevator. His back is still so casual and lazy. It was as if the person who had just destroyed a multi-billion-dollar group in a single thought and then turned around and made a divine product for a state banquet was not him at all. He was just an ordinary worker who had just finished a day's work.
Underground garage. Under the bright lights, the customized Pagani Huayra is still lying dormant quietly like a dark blue beast ready to strike.
Yi Xian walked to the front of the car, but stopped when he opened the door.
Driving this car to work at the hospital? Is it a bit too eye-catching?
Although the emergency department is very busy, if someone who is not busy takes a photo and posts it online, it will probably cause a lot of trouble.
He pursues a low-key and immersive experience rather than endless showing off.
Yi Xian frowned and opened the system reward list in his mind, wanting to see if there were any more ordinary means of transportation. Then, his eyes fell on the reward at the top of the reward list, the one that had just been issued and had the new badge.
Reward, Koenigsegg Jesko Absolu.
System note, the fastest beast on land, designed to exceed 530 km per hour. When you need it, it can tear through space and occasionally show its prowess. Below a row of small characters is a 360-degree vehicle display with no blind spots. It was a supercar covered in exposed carbon fiber, dotted with lava orange decals. Its shape was even more exaggerated and radical than the Pagani next to it, full of futuristic and aggressive feeling, as if it was not meant to be on Earth.
Yi Xian. He gave up trying to understand the system's definition of low-key and ordinary.
I'm afraid this system has some misunderstanding of these two words. His eyes continued to scan downwards, and finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found a relatively less exaggerated option.
Reward, Bugatti Veyron Basic Edition. Well, this is good.
It's not as artistic as Pagani, nor as sci-fi as Koenigsegg. Although it is quite expensive, at least, it looks like a normal car.
That's it. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart, and the car key of the Bugatti Veyron appeared out of thin air in his hand.
He pressed the unlock button, and deep in the garage, a black and red fat dragon flashed its headlights twice and made a low response. He opened the car door, got in, and skillfully set the navigation Beijing First People's Hospital.
At the same second, his Bugatti Veyron shot out of the underground garage exit like an arrow. A black Maserati Quattroporte slowly drove in from another entrance.
Inside the car, Su Qingying's icy face showed a hint of nervousness and anticipation that she herself was not aware of.
However, she was destined to be empty-handed.
When she hurried to the Luna restaurant with her secretary Linda, she only heard about the legend of the mysterious Mr. Yi, who, after triggering a financial tsunami, showed his great power again and left behind a miraculous boiled cabbage in the kitchen. Moreover, the restaurant manager also told her that Mr. Yi had left a message before leaving, saying that all guests today would have a share of this dish. When the bowl of soup, which was so clear that you could see the bottom of the soup, but so fragrant that it made your soul tremble, was brought to Su Qingying, she gently scooped up a spoonful with a silver spoon and put it into her mouth. At that moment, her mind went blank. Her brain, which was used to logic and order and used to analyzing everything with business models, completely lost all its functions in front of this mouthful of soup.
This is no longer something that can be explained by a hidden family or an ancient tycoon. This is simply a miracle.
At this moment, her imagination of Yi Xian has completely broken the limits of human imagination.
At the same time, Yi Xian was driving his relatively low-key Bugatti Veyron and merged into the evening traffic jam. Outside the car window is the hustle and bustle and neon lights of the city.
Inside the car window, he hummed a tuneless little tune, and happily headed for his new working life. What he thought was calm was actually the beginning of another, more violent storm. And he himself is the center of the storm.
Chapter 21, Driving a Sports Car to be a Nurse?
You are here to pick up girls, right? Beijing First People's Hospital, as one of the top tertiary hospitals in the country, is still crowded with people and cars even in the evening.
A black and red Bugatti Veyron slowly drove into the paid parking lot opposite the hospital in a manner that was out of tune with the surroundings.
Its rounded and powerful body and the low, beast-like roar of its engine instantly attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the parking lot.
Fuck! Bugatti! Alive! How much does this cost? Around 20 or 30 million, maybe? Which super rich second generation is here to see a doctor? Countless mobile phone cameras were immediately focused on this expensive sports car.
Yi Xian seemed oblivious to this. He parked the car, turned off the engine, picked up a simple black backpack from the passenger seat, pushed open the door, and got out. He was wearing the most ordinary white t-shirt and casual pants. He had a tall figure, a clean temperament, and an impeccable face. He was particularly eye-catching under the dim lights of the parking lot. Amid the exclamations and discussions around him, he locked his car, crossed the street, and walked into the emergency building, which was brightly lit and filled with the smell of disinfectant.
Emergency Department Nurse Station. This is the most chaotic and busiest nerve center in the entire hospital.
The ringing of telephones, the beeping of instruments, the groans of patients, and the quarrels of family members mixed together to form a never-ending symphony called chaos. Yi Xian, carrying a backpack, walked through the crowd of people in a hurry and came to the window of the nurse station.
Hello, my name is Yi Xian, and I'm the intern nurse reporting here today.
His voice was not loud, but clear, with a reassuring calmness. Behind the window, a young nurse who was writing a medical record raised her head. When she saw Yi Xian's face, she was obviously stunned for a moment, and her cheeks flushed slightly.
Oh. Wait a minute, I'll call the head nurse over. The young nurse was obviously a little flustered. She quickly stood up and ran towards the inner room. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a nurse's uniform, with a slightly plump figure, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, and an expression so serious as if the whole world owed her money, came out. She is the head nurse of the emergency department, Li Mei.
A strong-willed woman who has worked in this position for more than 20 years, has witnessed life and death, and has scolded all the interns in the department. Because of her harsh, mean, and unkind style, everyone privately calls her Mistress Niaju of the emergency department. Li Mei pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and the sharp eyes behind the lenses looked up and down at Yi Xian without any hesitation, like an X-ray. He looks like a decent human being, clean and with fair skin and tender flesh. Her temperament is also incredibly good. Standing in this messy environment, she feels like a crane standing out among chickens. Li Mei's brows immediately furrowed. What she hated most was people who obviously had never suffered hardship and treated the hospital like a vase on the set of an idle drama. What's more, the temporary worker information in her hand was forced into her by the dean's office, who called her personally this afternoon. 9 out of 10 of these paratroopers who get in through connections are here to cause trouble.
Yi Xian?
Li Mei's voice was cold and hard, without a trace of warmth.
It's me, hello, head nurse Li.
Yi Xian nodded politely. Li Mei ignored his greeting and just glanced coldly out the window at the parking lot where a sports car had caused a commotion.
You drive a sports car worth tens of millions and come to our emergency department to work as a temporary nurse?
The corners of her mouth curled up in an undisguised sarcasm and contempt.
Young master, may I ask, are you here to experience life, or to cause trouble for us?
Her voice was not loud, but it was so penetrating that several busy young nurses around her couldn't help but stop what they were doing and secretly look over here. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, gossip, and the same suspicion as Li Mei's.
Wow, he's that airborne soldier? So handsome. What's the point of being handsome? Did you hear that? He came here in a sports car.
It must be some young master who got bored and came to pick up the young nurses in our department.
Shoo.
Be quiet, or Nun Miju will hear you, or she'll be in big trouble. Whispers buzzed in the air like mosquitoes. Facing Li Mei's show of force and the discussions of the people around him, there was no trace of embarrassment or annoyance on Yi Xian's face. His expression remained calm, and his attitude was sincere and humble.
Hello, head nurse Li.
I'm here sincerely to learn and work. He looked directly into Li Mei's scrutinizing eyes and said seriously, please rest assured, I will definitely not cause any trouble.
I will do whatever you ask me to do.
If anyone else said this, Li Mei might believe it a little. But coming from the mouth of Yi Xian, a rich kid who looked like he had lived a life of luxury, she only felt it was hypocritical and ridiculous.
Really? You're quite arrogant. Li Mei sneered and leaned forward slightly.
Through the window, a strong sense of oppression came over her. Young man, I don't care whose young master you are or who pushed you in.
I'm telling you, the emergency department is not your backyard.
Her voice suddenly rose and became stern.
Here, someone who was joking with you 1 second might be dead the next. People die here every day. We are fighting against death, not playing house. All talk and no action. I want to see if those delicate hands of yours are good for signing checks or holding a bloody needle. These words were spoken quickly and harshly, like a slap in the face to everyone who heard them. Several young nurses shrank their necks in fear and dared not make a sound. This is the power of Mistress Miju. She wanted to use the cruelest reality to give this ignorant newcomer a profound warning. She wanted to make him give up. It would be best if you could just cry and shout to go home to your mother tonight and not get in the way here. However, beyond her expectation. After hearing these words, Yi Xian's expression remained as calm as ever. He even nodded again to Li Mei. I understand, head nurse. There wasn't a trace of retreat or fear in his voice. Please give your orders. After saying that, he took the brand new nurse uniform from Li Mei, turned around and walked towards the locker room next door. Li Mei looked at his departing back and frowned even deeper. Pretending? Or are you really fearless? She snorted coldly, having already made up her mind. Okay, since you don't want to leave, I have plenty of ways to make sure you can't stay here. The nurse experience in the emergency department officially began with the ruthless intimidation of Mr. Miju. Chapter 22. I asked you to deal with the drunkard, but you did the work of the chief surgeon? The door of the locker room was pushed open and Yi Xian walked out. The brand new white nurse's uniform did not look out of place on him at all. Instead, it made his figure look more upright and his temperament incredibly clean. He seemed like the perfect male protagonist from a medical drama, not a temporary worker about to face the bloody storm of the emergency department. Li Mei's brows furrowed even tighter. She stood at the door of the nurse's station, arms folded across her chest, like a door god, waiting to see how long he could continue pretending. Have you changed it? She glanced at him up and down with a critical look, as if she was inspecting a defective product. Yi Xian nodded, his expression still as calm as that which made Li Mei angry. Very good. Li Mei's lips curled into an icy arc. Since you want to work so much, then don't be idle. She turned sideways and pointed with her chin toward a temporary treatment room separated by a curtain not far away. Go and take care of the patient in bed 13. As soon as this order came out, the faces of several young nurses who were eavesdropping in the nurse's station changed. One of them was so timid that he even covered his mouth subconsciously. Sisterly, the one in bed 13. Isn't he the drunk who was just sent here? I heard that he had a fight with someone, his body is covered in blood and smells of alcohol, and he's still acting crazy. A young nurse couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. What? Li Mei glanced over, her eyes cold as ice. Who among you wants to replace him? Several nurses immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. Everyone knows that dealing with this type of patient is the dirtiest, most tiring and most thankless job in the emergency department. Not only do you have to endure the pungent smell and filth, but you also have to be on guard against the other party suddenly going crazy and hurting you. This is not what a newcomer, especially a new male nurse, should do on his first day. This is no longer just a show of force. This is a blatant provocation. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian with a bit of sympathy and a bit of schadenfreude. They seemed to have foreseen how this pampered young master would turn pale, retch uncontrollably, and finally escape in a panic after seeing that scene. However, Yi Xian just looked in the direction Li Mei pointed. Okay, head nurse. He responded without hesitation and walked straight towards the disposal room filled with an ominous atmosphere. His calm demeanor was as if he was not dealing with a drunken patient, but sorting through a pile of documents. Li Mei looked at his back and snorted in her heart. Pack. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. As soon as Yi Xian opened the curtain, a strong and complex smell mixed with alcohol, blood, sweat and vomit hit him in the face. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably vomit on the spot. But Yi Xian didn't even frown. The perfect physique, bestowed by the system, not only gave him strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary people, but also enabled his 5 senses and physical endurance to reach an inhuman level. In the treatment room, a shirtless, tattooed man was being held down on a hospital bed by 2 security guards. His face was covered in blood, and his body had several wounds of varying depths. He was yelling obscene words and struggling with great force. The 2 young security guards were sweating profusely from exhaustion and could hardly hold him down. Let me go, damn. I'm not sick. If you don't let me go, I'll kill you. Where's the doctor? Where's the nurse? Where are they all? Get over here. Yi Xian walked in and glanced at the scene calmly. The 2 security guards saw him and acted as if they had seen a savior. Brother. Quick. Come and help. This guy is too strong.
Yi Xian walked forward, took a pair of medical gloves from the shelf next to him, and put them on slowly. Then he looked at one of the security guards.
Let go. Ah. If you let go, he will hit you, the security guard said anxiously. I told you to let go. Yi Xian repeated. The security guard was intimidated by his calm yet unquestionable aura, and for some unknown reason, he actually let go of his hand. Just when the sturdy man thought he had broken free and was about to throw a punch with a grim smile, Yi Xian moved. His movements were not fast, and even seemed a little casual. He simply stretched out a hand and gently pressed it on the shoulder of the sturdy man who was swinging at him. It's such a simple action. The strong man who was struggling like a mad bull a second ago, when he was held down by him, his whole body seemed to be pressed down by an invisible mountain. He froze in place instantly and could not move. The smirk on the sturdy man's face froze. He used all his strength, his face flushed red, but he found that the brute force he was proud of was as small as a baby's under the other's seemingly effortless palm. That hand, like a pair of iron pliers, tightly locked his shoulder blades. The two security guards were stunned. The drunk man who couldn't be restrained by the two of them together was just restrained by this gentle-looking male nurse with just one hand? Lie down. Yi Xian uttered these two words lightly. The strong man seemed to have lost all his strength, and he actually lay back down obediently, but he was still muttering in dissatisfaction. Li Mei, who had been standing outside the curtain, ready to watch the joke at any time, froze with a sarcastic expression on her face. She saw everything that just happened. She knew very well how strong the drunk man was. Yi Xian's casual press completely exceeded her understanding of human strength. This kid is quite capable. But what good is strength alone? Treating wounds requires skill, not brute force. She wanted to see what he would do next. In the treatment room, Yi Xian ignored the surprised reactions of others. He picked up the tools from the tray and began to treat the wounds on the strong man's body. Debridement, disinfection, and suturing. His movements are fast, accurate, and steady. Every step was like a programmed robot, with terrifying precision. He picked up the blood-stained cotton ball with tweezers, drew the most graceful arc across the wound, and then accurately threw it into the medical waste bin. The needle tip penetrates the skin, the suture is pulled, knotted, and cut. The whole process was smooth and there was not a single unnecessary movement. His expression didn't even change. It was as if he was not dealing with bloody wounds, but mending an expensive work of art. The most troublesome cut on the sturdy man's forehead, which was nearly 7 or 8 centimeters long, was quickly dealt with by him. The stitches were so neat that they looked like they were drawn with a ruler. The stitches were fine and even, perfect. A young nurse who was called to help was stunned. She couldn't help but lean over to another nurse's ear and whispered, "Oh my God. Look at his sutures. They're even more beautiful than Director Shang's in our department. Is he really a temporary worker? His technique is too professional." Li Mei stood outside the curtain and was also completely stunned. She had prepared a lot of scolding and criticism. For example, the movements are too slow, the disinfection is not thorough, and the sutures are too ugly. But at this moment, she couldn't utter a word. Because she found that she couldn't find any fault at all. Every operation Yi Xian performed was more accurate than the textbook, smoother and more perfect than the most experienced surgeon she had ever seen. How is this possible? How could a rich second generation who drives a sports car have this level of medical technology? Just when her mind was in a mess, Yi Xian treated the last wound, took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. He walked out of the treatment room and approached Li Mei calmly as if nothing had happened. "Head nurse, it's done." He looked at Li Mei and asked the question that made her heart skip a beat again. "What's the next mission?" Li Mei looked at his still clean nurse uniform and his calm face. For the first time, she had strong doubts about her more than 40 years of life experience. What kind of monster is this kid? Her mind raced, trying to come up with a task that would be more difficult for him. She pointed to the brightly lit infusion hall not far away, which was full of people. Chapter 23. The surgical master was shocked on the spot. These hands are used by God to hold scalpels. Go, give bed 37 an injection. This order, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples in the hearts of the surrounding nurses. The familiar complex expression of sympathy, pity, and a hint of anticipation appeared on their faces again. 37 beds. The legendary vascular terminator. The fat old man who frightened countless trainee nurses and even gave some experienced old nurses a headache.
Weighing over 300 pounds, with arms as thick as elephant legs and a layer of fat thick enough to serve as bulletproof vest, his veins were like treasures buried deep beneath the Himalayas, known only by name but never seen. What's even worse is that this old man has a bad temper and is extremely afraid of pain.
If he misses the target with an injection, he can use his loud voice to curse all your ancestors for generations.
This afternoon, 3 young nurses were already crying and defeated by his roaring attack. Li Mei is letting Yi Xian go now, her intention is so vicious. She wanted to use this hardest bone to completely crush Yi Xian's calmness and composure that she disliked.
Don't you have strength? Don't you know how to sew?
If you have the guts, put this needle in me too.
Okay, head nurse.
Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Xian's answer was as calm as ever. Without any hesitation or fear, he took the 4 tray handed to him by the nurse and walked straight to bed 37, which was known as the newcomer's nightmare. The surrounding discussions lowered their decibels again.
It's over, it's over. This handsome guy is going to be in trouble. Sister Li is too cruel. She directly went to hell difficulty.
I bet he'll be scolded by the fat old man within a minute.
1 minute?
You're giving him too much credit.
30 seconds.
Several nurses even followed quietly and hid behind a pillar not far away, ready to witness this inevitable tragedy with their own eyes. Yi Xian walked to bed 37. On the hospital bed, a huge fat old man was leaning against the pillow, scrolling through his phone with an impatient look on his face. When he saw Yi Xian, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but just snorted through his nose.
Another newbie?
I told you, let your head nurse or Director Zhang do it.
Your director had to spend ages looking for my veins, can you do that?
His tone was full of contempt and distrust, and he obviously regarded Yi Xian as another newbie who came to practice.
Yi Xian didn't say anything.
He put down the tray, picked up the tourniquet, and gently tied it around the fat man's sturdy arm. According to the normal process, the next step should be padding to allow the blood vessels to fill and emerge. The nurses before slapped the old man's arm until it turned red, but they couldn't find a vein to insert the needle. However, Yi Xian did not do this. He simply extended his index finger and pressed lightly and casually on the thick piece of fat.
Once, twice. Just 2 times.
The fat uncle was about to start scolding him for being so slow. But Yi Xian had already withdrawn his hand. He picked up the alcohol swab from the tray and gently wiped it on an area of skin that looked empty to disinfect it.
The fat old man was stunned. Hey? You found it already? Don't stab blindly. If you stab the wrong one, I'll scold you.
The nurses who were hiding behind and peeking were also dumbfounded.
What is he doing? Not filming or looking for it, but just disinfecting it? Isn't he just given up and planning to just give me a random shot and then get scolded and leave? That's definitely the case.
It's just a broken jar. Just when everyone thought Yi Xian was going to blindly shoot, he picked up the 4 tube with the scalp needle. The extraordinary sense of touch brought by perfect physique had already clearly fed back to his mind the structure of all the tissues under the skin the moment his fingertips touched the skin. The thickness of the fat, the direction of the muscles, and the location of the weakly pulsating blood vessels hidden deep beneath the fat layer.
Everything is as accurate as a 3D anatomical diagram.
He held the skin taut with his left hand and the needle in his right hand, his wrist as steady as a robotic arm welded to a base. Without the slightest hesitation.
The movement was clean and neat. 1 shot went in. Puff. A barely perceptible sound. The needle pierced the blood vessel accurately, and a trace of bright red blood instantly flowed back into the transparent infusion tube.
The whole process, from picking up the needle to inserting it, and then to fixing the tape.
Less than 3 seconds.
Almost as fast as possible.
Extremely accurate.
The fat old man was holding his breath, ready to let out a terrifying scream the moment the needle pierced his body. But he waited for a long time, and the expected severe pain did not come at all. There was only a slight itchy feeling, like a mosquito bite. He lowered his head in confusion. Take a look. The needle was firmly planted on the back of his hand, and the medicine in the 4 tube was flowing smoothly, drop by drop. The fat uncle was confused. He widened his eyes in disbelief, which were squeezed to a slit by the fat, looked at the back of his hand, and then at Yi Xian's calm face.
Is this okay? It doesn't hurt at all? Amazing.
The fat old man sat up straight, his voice filled with shock and disbelief.
Young man. Your skills are amazing. I've lived in this hospital for over 10 years, and you're the first person who can get the needle in without any pain at all. It's incredible. What's your name? I'm going to write you a letter of praise later. His voice was full of energy and echoed throughout the infusion hall. The nurses hiding behind the pillars seemed to be cast under a spell and were collectively petrified. Their mouths are wide enough to fit an egg. Hit the nail on the head. Really, textbook level, to the point. And it happened to a patient in bed 37, who was in such a hellish condition. How is this possible? Isn't he an airborne soldier? Isn't he a rich second-generation guy who's here to pick up girls? What on earth is this divine piercing technique? This scene not only shocked the young nurses. At the other end of the infusion hall, an old man with gray hair, wearing a white coat and looking energetic, also stopped. His name is Chen Guodong, an absolute authority in the field of surgery at Beijing First People's Hospital and an old professor who was about to retire. He was obsessed with surgery all his life and had an almost obsessive pursuit of the word steady hand. Just now, he happened to pass by and saw the entire process of Yi Xian inserting the needle. At that moment, he felt like he was struck by an electric current. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Others only see speed and accuracy. What he saw was the hand holding the needle, and the 0,000th of a second pause in angle fine-tuning at the moment of piercing the skin. That's not a skill. That's talent. It's something that even thousands of practice wouldn't necessarily bring. Absolute muscle control and spatial perception. A talent that is deeply rooted in the bones and is innate. Chen Guodong felt like his heart skipped a beat. He walked over quickly, pretending to be casual, and walked to Li Mei, who was in a state of shock and daze. Xiao Li. Chen Guodong's voice was filled with a subtle excitement. Ah. Professor Chen. Professor Chen? Li Mei woke up as if from a dream and quickly stood up straight. Chen Guodong's eyes were always fixed on Yi Xian, who had already started giving medicine to the next patient. Where did you find this temporary worker? He asked. His hands are very steady. Li Mei's expression was extremely complicated at this moment. There was shock, confusion, and a hint of embarrassment after being slapped in the face. She took a deep breath and answered reluctantly, it was stuffed in by the dean's office. They said it was to experience life. Chapter 24. He was dispensing medicine 1 second, and in the next he was going to change his fate. Experience life? Hearing these 4 words, a flash of anger and heartache instantly flashed in Chen Guodong's eyes, which had seen through countless problems. Nonsense. This is nonsense. These hands are as steady as a rock and as dexterous as an elf. You are born to stand under the operating light, hold the scalpel, and fight for life with the god of death. Let a pair of hands like this come to the emergency department to work as a nurse and give injections? Waste. This is the biggest fucking waste in the world. The night deepens. The hustle and bustle in the emergency department showed no signs of abating. Just when Yi Xian had finished the infusion of the last patient on hand and was about to take a break, a shrill, sharp alarm that seemed to be able to pierce the eardrum suddenly resounded throughout the emergency building without any warning. Woo 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 woo. This is the highest level emergency alert. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire emergency department suddenly changed from noisy chaos to a suffocating tension. All the doctors and nurses who were resting rushed towards the emergency room as if they were robots whose start button had been pressed. Li Mei's face turned pale in an instant. She dropped the medical records in her hand and rushed out first. Professor Chen Guodong didn't even have time to put on his coat and ran out of the office. Quick! Clear the emergency passage. All equipment ready. Head of cardiology. Head of anesthesiology. Come to the emergency room immediately. Li Mei's roar, sharp and rapid, echoed in the corridor. Yi Xian was also alarmed by this sudden change. He put down what he was holding, followed the crowd, and walked quickly towards the emergency room entrance. An ambulance, like a roaring beast, braked suddenly and spun its tail, stopping precisely at the door. The car door was yanked open. Several medical staff on the vehicle carefully pushed a stretcher down. On the stretcher lay an old man with completely white hair, purple lips, and a painful expression on his face. His chest was heaving violently, and every breath seemed to use up all his strength. His throat made a hoarse sound, and he seemed like he would suffocate at any moment. When Li Mei and Chen Guodong saw the old man's face clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank. The expression on his face changed from nervousness to horror in an instant. Zhang, academician Zhang. Chen Guodong's voice was trembling.
I may not know some of the young doctors and nurses around me yet,
but all the senior officials and experts in the hospital recognized this face. Zhang Zhenghua, a leading academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, recipient of the National Highest Science and Technology Award.
He is also the founder and chief scientist of China's Lungsan Project. It's no exaggeration to say that this elderly man, lying on a stretcher, dying, is truly a national treasure.
Within his brain lies the blueprint for China's chip development for the next 20 years. If anything happens to him, it will be a huge loss that the entire country cannot bear. Quick! Push it in! Chen Guodong was the first to react. He rushed forward and took over the stretcher himself. What's the condition of the patient? He asked the doctor on board anxiously while pushing the cart quickly towards the emergency room. Sudden chest pain and difficulty breathing for half an hour. We have done a preliminary electrocardiogram on the road. It is a large area acute myocardial infarction. And it is also accompanied by signs of acute heart failure and ventricular septal perforation. The doctor on the car was sweating profusely and spoke as fast as a machine gun. When Chen Guodong heard the words ventricular septum perforation, his heart sank suddenly. This is one of the most dangerous complications of myocardial infarction with the highest mortality rate. The door of the emergency room was pushed open. ECG monitors, defibrillators, ventilators, suction pumps, all the rescue equipment representing the highest level of modern medicine were pushed to the bedside at the first opportunity. Tubes of various colors were quickly connected to academician Zhang. My heart rate is dropping. It's only 40. I can't measure my blood pressure. Quick! Add dopamine. Prepare for intubation. The patient's oxygen saturation has dropped to 75. There was chaos in the emergency room. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity and anxiety. The sounds of various commands, instrument alarms, and the collisions of equipment intertwined into a desperate symphony of racing against death. Yi Xian, as a temporary nurse, was also assigned a task. His duties are to pass equipment, record data, and perform some basic auxiliary operations. His position allowed him to clearly see on the monitor that the electrocardiogram waveform, which represented life, was gradually becoming weaker and flatter. In his mind, the knowledge that came with the divine-level medical skills elementary, rewarded by the system, was running rapidly. The emergency manual, cardiology atlas and guidelines for cardiovascular interventional therapy that he had previously casually flipped through in the lounge as a pastime, now, every word and every picture appeared, reorganized and analyzed in his mind with incredible clarity. Professor Chen Guodong personally took charge of the command. Adrenaline push. Lidocaine controls heart rate. Atropine. He tried all the conventional first aid plans one by one in an orderly manner. However, academician Zhang's vital signs were still like a person on an out-of-control roller coaster, sliding madly towards the abyss. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Chen Guodong's forehead. He looked at the waveform on the electrocardiogram, which was almost stretched into a straight line, and a deep, bone-chilling feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart. He knew that conventional means were no longer effective. The only hope is to undergo surgery immediately to repair the fatal perforation. Prepare for surgery. Contact cardiac surgery immediately. Activate the highest level surgical plan. Chen Guodong roared with all his strength. But he knows it better than anyone else. This is just doing our best and leaving the rest to fate. With academician Zhang's current vital signs, he can't even survive anesthesia, let alone make it to the operating room and have a thoracotomy. The success rate of the operation is less than 10%. In fact, it's less than 5%. The atmosphere in the rescue room was extremely depressing. Everyone tried their best, but a hint of despair began to appear in everyone's eyes. The god of death seemed to be standing at the head of the bed, smiling victoriously. Just when everyone was about to give up hope. Just when Chen Guodong was about to give the last and most hopeless electric shock defibrillation order. A voice suddenly rang out in the noisy and desperate emergency room. The voice was not loud, but unusually calm. It was so calm that it was totally out of tune with this chaotic world of life and death. Professor Chen. Wait a moment. Chapter 25, I asked you to distribute the medicine, but don't scare the dean to death. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Nurses, doctors, experts, dozens of pairs of eyes focused on the young man standing in the corner,
wearing a temporary nurse's uniform.
Yi Xian. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down.
On the monitor, the curve representing vital signs was still sliding relentlessly towards the horizon.
The alarm of the instrument was sharp and piercing, like the pendulum of death.
But the person who spoke was as calm as an isolated island. Li Mei was the first to react, and a surge of anger rushed to her head. She rushed to Yi Xian quickly and lowered her voice, but every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, full of rebuke and disbelief.
Yi Xian. Do you know where this is? This is the emergency room. This is not the place for you to mess around. Back off. She was practically going mad. Did this ignorant rich second generation treat the scene of rescuing the national treasure level academician as a stage for him to attract attention? This is playing with human lives. Professor Chen Guodong also frowned.
He was about to give the electric shock command when he was interrupted by the sudden voice, and a strong sense of irritation rose in his heart. He didn't even have time to see who was talking, he just yelled impatiently.
Who's making trouble? Get out.
However, Yi Xian ignored Li Mei's scolding, and was not scared away by Chen Guodong's anger. He didn't even move his body, he just raised his hand and pointed at the life monitor that was displaying dense data. He pointed at one of the numerical fluctuations that was extremely inconspicuous and even ignored by everyone, and spoke to Chen Guodong. Professor, the patient's blood potassium concentration is abnormally elevated, which is inconsistent with the typical symptoms of a heart attack. His voice was not loud, but it was like a precise scalpel, dissecting the mindsets of all the experts present.
The cause of his illness may not be simply cardiovascular blockage.
Yi Xian paused and uttered a diagnosis that plunged the entire emergency room into silence.
It's the aortic dissection that's tearing and compressing the coronary artery. Aortic dissection.
These 5 words, like 5 black lightning bolts, struck the minds of every medical staff present.
It is 1,000 times more dangerous than acute myocardial infarction. The mortality rate is close to 100%, the most terrifying god of death in the cardiovascular field.
Nonsense, a young deputy director of the cardiology department retorted subconsciously. The electrocardiogram clearly shows typical signs of a heart attack.
How could it be a dissection?
Yeah, if it was a mezzanine, he would have died long ago.
Questions arose one after another.
But Chen Guodong, the commander-in-chief, was struck by lightning the moment he heard those words. He froze in place.
Abnormally high blood potassium levels.
Atypical chest pain. Poor drug response. These anomalies that he had previously attributed to individual differences were now linked together by Yi Xian's words, instantly forming a complete and terrifying logical closed loop.
The thought gave him goosebumps all over his body. If it really is an aortic dissection,
then those thrombolytic drugs they just used not only failed to save lives, but instead accelerated death. Those drugs would prevent blood from clotting, causing the torn aorta to bleed crazily into the pericardium like a flood bursting through a dam.
They are using the most professional medical methods to push academician Zhang into the abyss with their own hands.
Cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Guodong's back. He no longer had time to think about Yi Xian's identity, nor did he have time to think about how shocking this judgment was. His instinct as a doctor made him react the fastest and most decisively. He turned around suddenly and let out a hoarse roar at the nurse behind him.
Quick! Stop thrombolysis! Stop all thrombolytic drugs! Give me esmolol! Inject it intravenously!
Control your heart rate and blood pressure!
Quick! The entire emergency room fell into a brief chaos because of his order that completely subverted the previous one. Everyone was stunned.
But looking at Chen Guodong's face, which was so pale that there was not a trace of blood, and even looked terrified, no one dared to question it. The nurses began to scramble to carry out the new medical orders.
Li Mei was completely dumbfounded.
She watched all this in a daze, watching how Professor Chen actually adopted the judgment of a temporary worker and overturned the diagnosis of the entire expert group.
Her worldview was being shattered by an incomprehensible force.
Amidst this new chaos, Yi Xian's voice sounded calmly again.
It was as if he was the center of the storm, the most stable and sober person. It's too late for conventional surgery.
He looked at Chen Guodong, who had fallen into despair and self-blame, and gave him the only way to survive.
Immediate percutaneous endovascular aortic repair is recommended.
We intervene through the femoral artery and use a guide wire to guide the stent graft directly to the tear in the aorta to seal the rupture.
This is the only chance.
This surgical plan, like a divine book from the future, echoed in the emergency room. The young doctors present had never even heard of the name of this operation. Several senior experts looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and disbelief.
Percutaneous endovascular aortic repair? This is the most cutting-edge and advanced technology in the field of cardiovascular intervention. In the whole of China, there are no more than 5 people who can complete this operation independently. Moreover, all of this is done under the condition that all preparations are complete and the patient's vital signs are stable. In the emergency room, performing this level of microsurgery on a patient whose vital signs are about to disappear. This is not saving people, this is creating a miracle. Chen Guodong's brain was buzzing. Of course he knew the plan. He even watched the top foreign experts do it once. But he himself only dared to say that he was 30% sure. But at this moment, guided by Yi Xian's clear, calm and emotionless thinking, his brain, which was blocked by fear and panic, seemed to be opened up in an instant. All the steps, all the difficulties, and all the response plans were presented in his mind with great clarity. He knew that Yi Xian was right. This is the only and last chance. He raised his head, and for the first time, his eyes, which had been immersed in surgery for more than 40 years, stared at Yi Xian with a look as if he were looking at a monster. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and even a hint of awe when facing the wisdom of higher dimensions. All the emotions eventually converge into one question. A question he had to ask. His lips trembled slightly and his voice was dry and hoarse. You, who are you? Chapter 26, all the experts in the hospital are helpless, and the temporary worker, get out of the way, I'll do it. Chen Guodong's question was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the emergency room. Yes. Who are you? How could a temporary worker, a nurse, possess such revolutionary diagnostic abilities and surgical ideas? However, Yi Xian's answer was as calm as if he was answering, how's the weather today? I am Yi Xian, the guardian. He didn't even look at Chen Guodong's eyes filled with shock, but just turned his gaze back to the precarious life curve on the monitor. Professor, time is running out. Saving lives is the most important thing. These 8 words, without any emotion, contain an unquestionable power. It was like a basin of ice water, instantly waking up Chen Guodong, who was overwhelmed by the huge shock. Yes. Now is not the time to investigate the identity of this young man. Now is the time to save people. Academician Zhang's life is slipping away in seconds. He took a deep breath, his chest filled with determination and the courage to burn his boats. He had made countless difficult decisions in his life, but none as difficult as this one. He chose to trust an unidentified temporary worker, betting his lifelong reputation on that 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Do as he says. Chen Guodong turned around abruptly and issued almost roaring orders to the entire emergency room team. Prepare for interventional surgery immediately. Push the C-arm X-ray machine over here. Prepare the guide wire, catheter, and stent graft. Quick! Anesthesiology. Prepare local anesthesia. The patient can no longer withstand general anesthesia. The entire emergency room was completely blown up. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. Li Mei opened her eyes even wider, her mouth wide open enough for a fist to fit in. She wanted to speak up to stop him, wanted to say, Professor Chen, are you crazy, wanted to say, this is ridiculous. But when her gaze met Chen Guodong's eyes, which were burning with fire and determined to succeed or die, she couldn't utter a word. And Yi Xian, the center of this storm, has already started to move. He ignored the horrified looks of the people around him and walked straight to the instrument table. At a speed so fast that after images appeared, he accurately selected the most suitable guide wires and stents for this operation from hundreds of instruments of different specifications. His movements were so professional that even the cardiac surgeon next to him felt ashamed. Guide wire, 0.035 inch, J-tip, 260 centimeters. Stent graft, 28 millimeters diameter, 100 millimeters length. He handed the selected equipment to Chen Guodong and reported the data accurate to the millimeter. Chen Guodong looked at the instrument in his hand, and his heart was once again in turmoil. Absolutely right. It was even more perfect than the size he had estimated. He no longer had the slightest doubt. Begin the operation. An unprecedented and miraculous interventional surgery began in the emergency room. Led by the strange combination of Chen Guodong and Yi Xian, the old and the young, the entire rescue team operated with unprecedented efficiency. The surgery was performed by Chen Guodong. He is responsible for the most core puncture and guide wire delivery. Yi Xian stood beside him, serving as his first assistant. A temporary nurse served as the first assistant to the chief expert in the emergency surgery of a national treasure-level academician.
This scene was as absurd as a dream.
But what happened next completely overturned everyone's cognition.
Puncture point, right femoral artery, 2 centimeters below the inguinal ligament.
Yi Xian's voice sounded calmly. Chen Guodong paused slightly, then followed the instructions and inserted the needle accurately. Successful puncture.
Insert the guide wire. Pay attention to the change in resistance, X-ray machine. Under the C-arm, the slender guide wire, like a living snake, advances along the blood vessels towards the heart under the control of veteran expert Chen Guodong.
However, Chen Guodong himself knew that his palms were full of sweat.
This level of micromanagement is also a huge test for him. Just as the guide wire reached the most dangerous corner of the aortic arch, his hand began to tremble slightly.
The angle is off by 0.5 degrees.
Yi Xian's voice sounded as precise as a caliper at absolute zero. Lift your wrist 1 millimeter, rotate the catheter 3 degrees, and advance slowly.
Chen Guodong subconsciously followed this instruction completely.
On the screen, the guide wire that was about to touch the blood vessel wall and possibly cause a secondary tear slid through the fatal bend at an incredibly tiny angle, without a millimeter's error.
Chen Guodong was shocked.
He suddenly looked up and glanced at Yi Xian beside him. This young man wasn't even staring at the screen. He seemed as if he could see through the patient's body with his naked eyes. The subsequent surgical process completely turned into Yi Xian's personal performance.
Contrast agent bolus, 3 milliliters, flow rate controlled at 1 milliliter per second. Stent delivery system, ready to go. Blood pressure is fluctuating. Increase the esmolol dose by 0.2 milligrams. Reach the designated position and release the bracket. He wasn't making suggestions. He was giving orders. Each of his instructions perfectly predicted all possible problems that might arise next.
His timing in passing things is always 0.5 seconds faster than Chen Guodong's. The rhythm at which he reports data always allows the anesthesiologist to adjust the dosage before blood pressure fluctuates.
Chen Guodong didn't feel like he was performing a life-threatening operation. He felt like a puppet.
The one holding the string is the young man beside him who is so calm that he doesn't seem human. He only needs to stop thinking and follow instructions to reach the pinnacle of his career.
This is an unprecedented, exhilarating feeling.
Release. With Chen Guodong's last low roar, everyone could clearly see under the X-ray machine that the white-covered stent, like a precise patch, was perfectly stretched open with a pop at the site of the aorta tear.
That fatal crack, like a bursting dam, was blocked in an instant.
A miracle happens at this moment. On the monitor, the ECG waveform that was almost stretched into a straight line suddenly jumped upwards after stagnating for 0.1 seconds.
Right after. Beep, 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 beep.
That represents the sound of life, from faint to clear, and then to strong and powerful. The life curve that was about to go out miraculously began to recover in a V-shaped posture. Blood pressure, from being unmeasurable, returned to 60-40.
The heart rate went from almost stopping to 80 beats per minute.
Blood oxygen saturation rose from the dangerous 75% to 95%.
Success! Oh my God! It worked!
I don't know who shouted first, but the entire emergency room suddenly erupted into a violent cheer that had been suppressed to the extreme. Several young nurses could no longer control themselves and hugged each other excitedly, crying tears of joy.
They won! They really snatched academician Zhang back from the hands of death.
Chen Guodong put down the surgical instruments, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He leaned against the operating table, gasping for breath, his face filled with unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. He looked at the waveform on the monitor that had become strong again and felt as if he had become 20 years younger. Then, he turned his head and looked to his side with an extremely complicated look. The young man whose breathing rate didn't change from beginning to end. He still looked as calm as ever, as if what he had just performed was not a medical miracle but just a trivial matter. A huge wave surged in Chen Guodong's heart. He knew that the real creator of this miracle was not him.
But it was this temporary nurse named Yi Xian.
Li Mei and all the medical staff in the emergency room were looking at Yi Xian's back with a look as if he were a god.
They were no longer able to say anything.
Shock, awe, unbelievable, subverting cognition. An absurd yet extremely real thought popped up in everyone's mind at the same time.
He is not a nurse. He is God. Chapter 2017, I asked you to be a vase, and you poked a hole in the sky? As the vital signs on the monitor stabilized, the suffocating and tense atmosphere in the emergency room finally dissipated. Instead, there is a kind of ecstasy of surviving the disaster and a silent awe of the miracle. Quick! Transfer to the ICU. For follow-up observation and supportive treatment. Professor Chen Guodong quickly recovered from his excitement and issued new instructions. Several experienced nurses and doctors immediately took action, carefully arranged the various tubes, pushed the bed, and sent academician Zhang, who was no longer in danger of life, to the intensive care unit. Yi Xian silently took off his blood-stained gloves, threw them into the medical waste bin, turned around and began to clean up the instrument table. He did it meticulously, as if the thrilling life and death race just now had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary, conscientious temporary nurse. But at this moment, no one dared to look at him with normal eyes anymore. Li Mei stood there, looking at Yi Xian's still calm profile, feeling as if her throat was blocked by something, dry and astringent. She wanted to say something. Apology? Thanks? Or question. She found that she didn't even have the courage to walk up to him and say a word. This young man was shrouded in a fog that she could not see through at all. The door of the emergency room slowly opened. Outside the door and in the corridor, there were already people standing there. Led by the hospital director Lu Genua, he was followed by several vice directors and directors of various departments. There were even several city leaders who rushed over after hearing the news, dressed in suits and with serious expressions. The same word was written on everyone's face: anxiety. Academician Zhang Jinghua's identity is so important. If something happens to him in the First People's Hospital of Beijing, no one can bear the responsibility. Seeing Professor Chen Guodong coming out, Dean Lu Genua was the first to greet him, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Chen. How's it going? Academician Zhang. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Chen Guodong took off his mask, revealing a face that looked extremely tired, but could not hide his excitement. He took a deep breath and, using all his strength, announced the answer that made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The rescue was successful. Academician Zhang's vital signs have stabilized and he is temporarily out of danger. Boom! In the corridor, there was an instant burst of sighs of relief and suppressed cheers. Great! Great! Dean Lu Genua's hands were shaking with excitement. He grabbed Chen Guodong's hand and said, Mr. Chen. You are truly the pillar of our hospital. This time, you have made a huge contribution. Yes, Professor Chen, you have superb medical skills and are unparalleled in the country. A city leader also came forward and patted Chen Guodong's shoulder vigorously, his face full of praise. Faced with the overwhelming praise, Chen Guodong slowly shook his head. His expression became extremely serious and solemn. No. He looked at Dean Lu Genua, and all the leaders and experts present, and spoke word by word. The real hero today is not me. You could even say that if it weren't for him, all of us would be facing academician Zhang's remains right now. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. The praises stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Chen Guodong in disbelief. Not you? Who else could it be? In that situation, in the entire Beijing First People's Hospital, who else besides you, Mr. Chen, can turn the tide? Dean Lu Genua was also stunned. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Chen Guodong did not answer directly, but instead looked inside the door of the emergency room. In a deep voice, he recounted the thrilling turn of events during the rescue process in detail. From the abnormal blood potassium concentration that was ignored by everyone to the groundbreaking diagnosis of aortic dissection. From the revolutionary cessation of thrombolysis to the seemingly unbelievable percutaneous endovascular aortic repair plan. During the operation, there was miraculous, prophetic assistance and guidance. He didn't speak fast, but every word he said was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind. The entire corridor was dead silent. All the experts, including Dean Lu Genua, were stunned and broke out in cold sweats. They were all experts, and they knew better than anyone how shocking that diagnosis was and how bizarre that surgical plan was. If it was really aortic dissection, their previous rescue plan was simply a death sentence. When everyone thought of the consequences, they felt a chill down their backs. The person who made the diagnosis and directed the entire operation. Dean Lu Genua's voice was extremely dry. Who is it? An extremely complicated expression appeared on Chen Guodong's face. There is admiration, shock, and a touch of absurdity that makes you laugh and cry. His name is Yi Xian. We're in the emergency department. There's a new arrival today.
Chen Guodong paused, as if looking for a suitable word.
Temporary nurse.
When Dean Lu Genoa heard the name Yi Xian, his brain buzzed and went blank.
Yi Xian? That person who had a connection with him and was called personally this afternoon, asking him to come in no matter what? Did he think that this was some dandy young man sent by a big family to experience life, gild his reputation, and pick up girls? He is the god-man who saved academician Zhang's life?
Lu Genoa felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. He remembered that he had complained to his secretary in the afternoon, saying that people with connections were the most troublesome, and asked him to assign them an unhurried position and just not cause any trouble.
Result: I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to change my fate.
He is not trouble. He is the god who saved himself, saved the entire hospital, and even saved the national treasure.
A huge, absurd, and fearful emotion instantly broke down Lu Genoa's psychological defenses.
His face suddenly turned pale, his legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground.
You are allowed to come and experience life, there is no need to scare the dean to death. And at this moment,
as the absolute center of the storm, a voice that only Yi Xian could hear sounded in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for completing the first special career achievement, Guardian of Life. Achievement description: in the face of despair, you did not stand idly by.
With extraordinary wisdom and absolute composure, you snatched back a precious life from the clutches of death.
Your very existence is a solid barrier that no one else can overcome. You protect not only a life, but also the future of a nation.
Achievement rewards are being distributed.
Reward 1, 100% equity of Xingchen Technology Group.
Reward 2, personal skill absolute calmness passive. Reward 3, 10 billion yuan in cash.
A series of system prompts sounded in Yi Xian's mind.
Xingchen Technology is also a giant enterprise among the Fortune 500.
The cash reward only added another string of zeros to the numbers in his bank account. These did not cause much waves for Yi Xian, who was already somewhat numb. Instead, he found the passive skill called Absolute Calm somewhat interesting. However, at this moment, he didn't care too much about these.
He just quietly packed up everything and walked out of the emergency room.
He did not look at the shocked faces of the leaders and experts outside the door, nor did he pay attention to the mixed looks of awe and admiration from his colleagues.
He walked straight to the visiting window of the ICU.
Through the thick glass, he looked at the old man lying on the hospital bed, whose breathing had stabilized and whose face had a peaceful expression.
Looking at the life curve on the monitor, it was beating strongly again.
An unprecedented, indescribable feeling surged into his heart. This feeling is stronger and more profound than getting tens of billions in cash, getting an entire building, or even driving a sports car worth tens of millions for the first time. It is a kind of heavy sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that comes from life itself.
So this is what saving someone feels like.
The corners of Yi Xian's mouth unconsciously curled up into a faint arc.
It's pretty good. Chapter 28 Head Nursely, I was wrong, brother. Please stop working and sit down and rest for a while.
Before Yi Xian's indifferent muttering had completely dissipated from his heart, a series of cold mechanical sounds followed.
Bite.
Detected that the host has completed the Guardian of Life achievement.
Special additional rewards are being distributed.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 30% stake in Pfizer, the world's largest pharmaceutical research and development group. The relevant equity documents have been automatically escrowed to your asset manager, and dividends will be regularly remitted to your account. Effective immediately, you have become the largest individual shareholder of Pfizer Light Group.
Pfizer Light. Another name you only hear in top financial news.
A pharmaceutical empire with a market value of trillions of dollars that controls the lifelines of countless people around the world. However, this information only caused a tiny ripple in Yi Xian's mind, and was not even as real as the heavy sense of satisfaction he felt after successfully saving someone. The number of wealth has long lost its meaning to him. He was more concerned about something else. Yi Xian called up the system panel and glanced at the countdown in the corner.
Professional experience, emergency department nurse. Remaining time, 3 hours 48 minutes 12 seconds. It's still early and the work is not done yet.
He turned silently, left the visiting window of the ICU, and walked towards the nurse station in the emergency department lobby. In the corridor, the thunderous praise and excitement that had previously filled the air had faded, replaced by an eerie, frozen silence. Everyone was still standing there, but no one spoke. When Yi Xian walked by, the crowd seemed to be separated by an invisible force, automatically making way for a passage. The doctors and nurses who had dared to point fingers at him before now all lowered their heads, not even having the courage to look him in the eye. Awe, fear, curiosity, shock. Countless complex emotions intertwined in the air into an invisible net, and Yi Xian was the prey at the center of this net. But he himself seemed to be fine, walking steadily and calmly, step by step. He walked back to the nurses' station. Here is another center of the storm. Several young nurses were originally gathered together, discussing something in low voices. When they saw Yi Xian, they immediately fell silent like a duck with its neck strangled, not knowing where to put their hands and feet. The entire nurses' station was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat. Yi Xian ignored the strange atmosphere. He walked straight to the workbench, ready to pick up a nursing record and continue to complete his work before handing over the shift. A hand blocked his way. It's Li Mei. The head nurse who had just yelled at him and wanted to kick him out of the hospital was now standing in front of him with an expression of embarrassment, regret, and extreme uneasiness on her face. Her lips moved several times before she finally squeezed out a few dry syllables. Yi, teacher Yi. The word teacher almost made the eyes of the nurses around who were listening with their ears perked up pop out of their heads. Li Mei's waist was slightly bent, and her posture was extremely low. Before, I was blind and looked down on others. Please don't bother with me. I apologize. As she spoke, she actually wanted to bow to Yi Xian. Yi Xian reached out and gently held her arm to stop her movements. He looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him who was about to cry, his face still showing a calm expression. Head nurse Li, you're being too kind. His tone was calm, as if he was stating a perfectly normal fact. You were just performing your duties and maintaining order in the emergency room. You did nothing wrong. These words, without any blame in them, made Li Mei feel more ashamed than any comfort. Yes, she was doing her duty. But because of her duty, she almost delayed the life of the national treasure and even almost destroyed a medical miracle. The calmer Yi Xian was, the more guilt and fear she felt inside. Yi Xian was not interested in exploring her psychological activities, he just wanted to complete his task. Is there anything else I can do? He reached for the nursing record again. It's gone. It's gone. It's absolutely gone. Li Mei was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She waved her hands frantically, snatched the nursing record, and held it tightly in her arms, as if it were a hot potato. You're tired after a whole night. Please sit down and rest. She pointed to the cleanest chair nearby and put on an almost flattering smile. Joke. Do you still dare to let this gentleman work? Asking him to write nursing records? If this gets out, the director will have her skin peeled off. This person is not a temporary worker who comes to experience life, he is clearly a god who has come down to earth to transcend tribulation. Yi Xian looked at the chair and then at Li Mei. He didn't say anything, but just walked aside silently and began to check the medical devices that had just been used and had not yet been recycled, sorting them into categories and putting them into the sterilization tray. He is still working. Use the most common and basic actions to express your attitude. I'm just a nurse. I come here to work. In the eyes of other medical staff in the emergency department, this silent calmness added more mystery and expert style to him than any domineering attitude. He wasn't being angry or pretending. He really didn't take the earth-shattering event that just happened to him seriously. What a terrifying state and mentality this is. Everyone looked at the back of the man who was quietly packing up his equipment, and felt that there was an insurmountable chasm between them and him. Yi Xian didn't know that a real storm surrounding him was brewing madly in the dean's office not far away. He also didn't know how Dean Lu Genoa collapsed in his chair, unable to utter a word for a long time, after hanging up the phone call filled with shock and ecstasy from a higher level. He didn't even know that his name was now placed on the desks of the top officials in this country along with an encrypted emergency report. He only knew that there were only 3 hours left in the experience. He wants to stand guard for the last time. He picked up a new medical record folder and opened it. Bed 32, Li Shufan, female, 68 years old, acute gastroenteritis, needs to change her 4 fluid at 11:30 p.m. tonight. Yi Xian picked up the corresponding medicine and infusion tube, pushed the cart, and walked towards the ward area. His back disappeared at the end of the corridor. In the nurse's station, Li Mei stared blankly in the direction he left. After a long time, she tremblingly took out her cell phone from her pocket and sent a message to her husband. Hubby, I might have seen God today.
Chapter 29, The Dean is numb, Kyoto explodes, and the miracle doctor is just a temporary worker? Beijing, deep behind the red walls. Inside a quaint yet heavily guarded office, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. A vigorous old man, with a star on his shoulder, had just hung up the encrypted red telephone line. His hand was still on the phone, his knuckles slightly white from the strain, and his face was filled with shock and ecstasy that had not yet subsided. "Old leader, how is it?" The secretary standing upright beside him had a hint of subtle nervousness in his voice. The old man did not answer immediately. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked at the dark night outside, his chest heaving violently for a few times before he let out a long breath. Rescued. Zhang Jinghua was pulled back from the brink of death. Upon hearing this, the secretary's tense body instantly relaxed, and a look of genuine joy appeared on his face. Great! Professor Chen Guodong is truly a pillar of the nation. This time, it's truly. It's not Chen Guodong. The old man interrupted him, turned around, and his expression became extremely complicated, even with a hint of absurdity. It's a person, a young man, a temporary nurse. What? The secretary's expression froze instantly. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Temporary nurse? These three words, when combined with the matter of rescuing national treasure-level academicians, are in themselves a fantasy. The old man repeated the miraculous rescue process he heard on the phone in the simplest language. From the groundbreaking diagnosis of aortic dissection to the incredible minimally invasive interventional surgery in the emergency room. With every word he spoke, the secretary's face became less pale. When he heard the end that the young man just calmly packed up his equipment as if he had done something insignificant, the secretary, who had seen a lot of storms and remained calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing, had cold sweat on his forehead. This is not medicine. This is theology. Immediately. The old man slammed the table and issued an unquestionable order. Establish a top-level joint investigation team. Led by the Ministry of Security, with the Ministry of Health and the military working in coordination. Immediately stationed at the First People's Hospital in Beijing. Investigate. Spare no expense, and thoroughly investigate the entire background of this young man named Jixian. Remember, this is a protective investigation. Without my order, no one is allowed to touch him in any way or disturb him. This national treasure among national treasures, a godlike figure, must not make the slightest mistake. Yes. The secretary suddenly stood at attention, turned around and left quickly. An unprecedented god-hunting operation initiated by the highest level of the country quietly kicked off under the night sky of the capital. At the same time, a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, sped madly on the ring road of the capital. Inside the car, Su Qingying gripped the steering wheel tightly, her beautiful face that usually captivated everyone now filled with anxiety and worry. Just half an hour ago, she received a phone call that terrified her. Academician Zhang Jinghua suffered a sudden heart attack and is in critical condition. Academician Zhang holds special significance for her company, Xinghai Bio. One of her company's most important projects, a game-changer in the genetic pharmaceutical industry, awaits the final technical breakthroughs from Academician Zhang's team. It can be said that the safety of Academician Zhang is directly related to the layout of her business empire in the next 10 years. She did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, so she turned down all meetings and rushed to the First People's Hospital of Beijing as quickly as possible. Squeak! The screeching sound of brakes broke the silence of the hospital. Su Qingying rushed out of the car, her high heels making rapid tapping sounds as she stepped on the ground, and rushed into the hospital building. In the dean's office, Liu Zhenhua had just received those mysterious men in black and sent off several city leaders. He was in a huge, unreal trance. He felt that what he experienced today was more exciting than everything he had experienced in his entire life. The office door was flung open. President Liu. How is Academician Zhang? Su Qingying rushed in with a gust of fragrant wind, her voice full of anxiety. When Liu Zhenhua saw that the person coming was Su Qingying, the Queen Su who was well known in the business world and even he had to be polite to her, he quickly stood up. Mr. Su, don't worry, don't worry. Liu Zhenhua wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. The rescue was successful. Academician Zhang is no longer in danger of death. After hearing the news, Su Qingying's tense nerves finally relaxed. She held onto the table and breathed a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Professor Chen Guodong is indeed worthy of his reputation.
When Lu Genhua heard the three words Chen Guodong, the expression on his face instantly became even weirder. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. After all, the man before him was the mastermind behind star technology, someone even the higher-ups had to treat with courtesy. Boss Su, this time, someone else is leading the rescue efforts. In a dry voice, Lu Genhua described again the miraculous rescue process that he had repeated countless times.
Su Qingying listened quietly. Her expression changed from relaxation at first to surprise, then to solemnity, and finally to utter disbelief. A temporary nurse? Overturned the diagnosis of the entire expert group? Guided Chen Guodong to complete a top-notch surgery that few people in China can perform?
This doesn't sound like reality, but more like a plot from a novel.
An extremely strong curiosity instantly gripped Su Qingying. What kind of medical genius could achieve such a feat? President Lu, Su Qingying's tone became unquestionable.
As academician Zhang's most important project partner, I have the right to know all the details of this rescue.
I request that all the surveillance footage in the emergency room be reviewed immediately. This. Mr. Su, this is against the rules. Lu Genhua looked embarrassed. Rules? Su Qingying raised an eyebrow. My words are the rules. The innate, powerful aura of a superior instantly overwhelmed Lu Genhua.
He dared not object any further and quickly called in a technician, who immediately retrieved the top-secret surveillance video. The picture began to play on the huge display screen.
There was chaos in the emergency room. Su Qingying's eyes quickly swept across the figures in white coats, looking for the legendary young nurse.
Soon, she saw it. A figure stood in the corner, wearing an ill-fitting makeshift nurse's uniform. When the camera zoomed in, when that calm and almost indifferent profile appeared clearly on the screen.
Boom! Su Qingying's brain was like being hit directly by a nuclear bomb, and instantly turned into a blank.
Her whole body froze in place.
That figure. That face.
The man who, even in the midst of a doomsday scenario, remained calm as if he were watching a movie that had nothing to do with him.
Is it him? Yi Xian?
Su Qingying felt that her breath was completely sucked away at this moment. Her hands, which were holding onto the table, were shaking violently and uncontrollably, and her nails were digging deeply into the tabletop due to the force.
Delivery man, restaurant waiter, world's top chef. Now, he has become a miracle nurse who can pull a national treasure-level scientist back from the brink of death? What on earth is going on? Who the hell was this man? How many other outrageous identities did he have that she was completely unaware of?
She looked at the screen and saw Yi Xian giving precise instructions in an unquestionable tone. She looked at Chen Guodong, the leading figure in the medical field, who followed Yi Xian's every instruction like a student. She looked at the curve representing life on the monitor, and under Yi Xian's control, she miraculously came back to life.
At this moment, Su Qingying's worldview was completely shattered by an irresistible and brutal force.
She felt that her rationality, cognition, and wisdom, which she was proud of, were as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of this man. She always thought that she was standing at the top of the world, looking down on everyone. It wasn't until today that she discovered that there had always been someone standing in a dimension much higher than her, a dimension she couldn't even understand.
He is not looking down on everyone. He was playing.
He was just experiencing with interest everything that she and countless others had fought for their entire lives. A huge, unprecedented sense of frustration and absurdity instantly overwhelmed Su Qingying. She held her forehead, her legs went limp, and she fell weakly into the chair.
How could it be you?
Chapter 30 Su Qingying, I give up resistance.
From today on, I want to experience his life myself. Bite.
Professional experience, emergency department nurse 24 hours, completed.
Experience evaluation, perfect.
Congratulations to the host for completing the career perfect achievement, Death Sigh. Achievement description, you are not only a guardian of life, but also a creator of miracles. In front of you, even the god of death can only sigh helplessly and return in despair. Your existence redefines the meaning of the word impossible.
Perfect achievement rewards are being distributed.
Reward 1, Divine Medical Skills upgraded to Intermediate.
Reward 2, 100% ownership of the Mayo Clinic, the world's leading private hospital. Reward 350 billion yuan in cash.
In my mind, a series of system prompt sounds rang out coldly and punctually. Yi Xian stretched and loosened his stiff neck. 24 hours of high-intensity work made him feel quite tired even for his body that had been strengthened by the system. He took off the temporary nurse uniform he had been wearing for a day and changed back into his ordinary t-shirt and jeans. His entire temperament instantly changed from that calm and wise miracle doctor to that young man who looked a little lazy and casual. He pushed open the door of the locker room and prepared to go to the nurse's station to say hello and leave. As soon as he appeared, the entire emergency department hall seemed to be paused. In the nurse's station, several young nurses who had been gathered together and chattering about something immediately stood up and stood straight when they saw Yi Xian, with expressions of admiration, awe, and a little shyness on their faces. Yi. Teacher Yi, are you leaving? A young nurse mustered up the courage and asked in a low voice. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Well, the experience time is up, thank you all for your care yesterday.
We should thank you. Li Mei walked out of the office quickly.
There was no longer any harshness on her face. Instead, there was a kind of heartfelt, almost fanatical respect.
Teacher Yi, you were my teacher yesterday. No, you have always been my teacher. I am blind and short-sighted. Li Mei's eyes were red. Can you stay? Our emergency department needs you. The whole hospital needs you.
Her words expressed the thoughts of all the medical staff present.
Yes, stay.
With such a true god in charge, not to mention the First People's Hospital of Beijing, the entire Chinese medical community will be elevated to a new height. Before Yi Xian could answer, an older and more excited voice came from the other end of the corridor.
Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, wait a moment. Everyone turned to look and saw Professor Chen Guodong jogging towards them.
His graying hair was a little disheveled from his haste, and his national treasure-like face was filled with anxiety and earnestness, like a child afraid of having his favorite toy snatched away. He rushed to Yi Xian and grabbed Yi Xian's hand tightly. The hands that had performed countless top surgeries and were as steady as a rock were actually trembling slightly at this moment.
Xiao Yi. No, Master Yi. Chen Guodong's name made the people around him gasp. You can't leave. You absolutely can't leave.
He looked at Yi Xian with a scorching gaze. I, Chen Guodong, have been practicing medicine for over 40 years and have a reputation for myself.
But in front of you, I'm just a novice apprentice. As long as you're willing to stay and join my team, no. I'll join your team.
I'll give you all the connections, resources, and honors I've accumulated in my old age.
I'll also pass on my legacy to you. I'll be your assistant.
Please, stay, for the sake of China's medical cause, please stay. These words are so powerful, every word carries a lot of weight.
Everyone present was petrified. That is Chen Guodong, the leading figure in China's cardiovascular field. He actually was willing to lower his status and take a young man in his 20s as his master, and even be his assistant. If this gets out, the entire medical community will experience a magnitude 12 earthquake.
Facing the old expert's almost pleading gaze, Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He could feel the sincerity in the other person's words and his love for the medical profession. But he is not from this world after all.
He is just a passerby, an experiencer.
Yi Xian gently pulled his hand out of Chen Guodong's grasp.
He bowed slightly to the respectable old man. Professor Chen, you are too kind. I really just came here to experience life. It's time for me to go.
His voice was soft and calm, yet it carried an unshakable and irrefutable determination. After saying this, he didn't stop, nodded to everyone, turned around, and strode towards the hospital gate.
Teacher Yi. Master Yi.
Behind him, Li Mei and Chen Guodong cried out with endless loss and unwillingness.
Yi Xian didn't look back. Just as his figure was about to disappear at the door, the elevator door opened with a ding.
Dean Lu Genhua rushed out in a hurry with several city leaders and those calm men in black.
Where are the people? Where is Mr. Yi Xian? Lu Genhua asked with sweat all over his forehead.
Li Mei pointed in the direction of the door, her voice tinged with tears. Just left.
Chase him quickly. Lu Genhua was so anxious that he jumped up and down. However, it was too late.
When they chased to the hospital entrance, they saw only a black Bugatti sports car with a sci-fi design. It let out a low roar and merged into the traffic like an awakened beast, disappearing without a trace. Everyone stood there in a daze, looking at each other. The faces of the dean and leaders were filled with regret and frustration for missing out on a great opportunity. Chen Guodong and Li Mei felt not only loss but also a sense of powerlessness and absurdity. It turns out, she drives a top-of-the-line sports car worth tens of millions just to come here and experience the life of a temporary nurse with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan.
The disparity in this world is too great. The cabin of the Bugatti is isolated from all the noise from the outside world. Yi Xian held the steering wheel with one hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked at his hands, which seemed to still retain the cold touch of the surgical instruments and the wonderful throbbing of saving lives. This feeling is very fulfilling and satisfying. But at the same time, it's tiring. It's not physical tiredness, but a mental fatigue of playing another role. He didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to go home quickly, take a hot bath, and then have a good sleep. He had no idea that his ordinary career experience would once again cause a huge mistake. He didn't know that he had become the unknown miracle doctor passed down by word of mouth throughout the medical community in the capital. He didn't even know that a protection net set up against him by the highest level of the country had been quietly opened. By the window of the VIP ward on the top floor of the hospital, Su Qingying stood quietly and witnessed everything that happened downstairs with her own eyes. From Professor Chen's pleading to Yi Xian's calm refusal. Then she drove away in a cloud of dust, the limited edition Bugatti that made her gasp. She felt mixed emotions in her heart and her eyes were extremely complicated. This man is like a gust of wind. You never know where it will come from or where it will go. You thought you had grabbed a piece of his clothes, but in the next second, he changed into a form that you could not understand at all and appeared in another distant place. For the first time, she discovered that her business acumen, swift tactics, and vast resources, which she was so proud of, were completely useless in front of this man. You can never catch up with his pace of experiencing life. Because you can never guess where his next stop will be. Is he a Wall Street financial tycoon? A wildlife conservation expert on the African grasslands? Or perhaps a primary school teacher in a remote mountain village? Everything is possible. A deep feeling of powerlessness envelops Su Qingying. But she is Su Qingying after all. She is the queen who never gives up and always takes everything into her own hands. There was a long silence. She slowly took out her cell phone from her pocket and called her chief secretary. The call was connected quickly. Boss Su. Su Qingying looked at the direction where the Bugatti disappeared, and in an unprecedentedly calm and firm tone, she issued an order that made the secretary on the other end of the phone think he was hallucinating. Abandon all routine background checks on Yi Xian. From now on, I will personally. She paused, and a complex arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, mixed with helplessness, competitiveness, and expectation. Experience his life. Chapter 31. The passenger was confused. I called Didi. How come an alien spaceship came? The cabin of the Bugatti is isolated from all the noise from the outside world. Yi Xian held the steering wheel with one hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked at his hands, which seemed to still retain the cold touch of the surgical instruments and the wonderful throbbing of saving lives. This feeling is very fulfilling and satisfying. But at the same time, it's tiring. It's not physical tiredness, but a mental fatigue of playing another role. He didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to go home quickly, take a hot bath, and then have a good sleep. Just as he drove the car back to the underground garage of Courtyard Number 1, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. 24-hour nurse experience completed, overall evaluation, perfect. New experience mission released, become a DD driver and complete an impossible order. DD driver? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This is good. Driving, feeling the wind, wandering aimlessly in the city, looking at the scenery, and listening to music. No need to face separation of life and death, no need to bear heavy burdens. This is a relaxation program tailor-made for his current mood. As for the note about impossible order, he didn't take it too seriously. Could it be more impossible than performing a surgery in the emergency room that few people in the country dare to do? He returned home, took a shower, changed into clean casual clothes, and felt refreshed. Then, he slowly opened his mobile phone and downloaded a DD Driver app. Register and upload information. When it came to the step of binding the vehicle, Yi Xian was in trouble. There are too many cars in the garage, which one should I use? Bugatti is too flashy and Rolls-Royce is too businesslike, which does not suit the temperament of DD drivers. He scrolled through the endless virtual garage in the system asset list. A car with a shape even more exaggerated than Bugatti, shining with liquid metal all over, like a ghost sports car from outer space, came into his sight. Koenigsegg Jesko Absolu. There is only one sentence in the vehicle introduction, born for the pursuit of extreme speed. That's it. Yi Xian casually uploaded the photos and information of the car. For ordinary driver registration, the review process takes at least a few days.
On his phone screen, a single message popped up: information submitted, currently undergoing background review.
Next second. Congratulations, you've passed the review. Welcome to join the Didi driver family.
Yi Xian was no longer surprised by this. He clicked go online to accept orders, then threw his phone aside and prepared to make himself a cup of tea. He just stood up.
Ding dong.
With a crisp prompt sound, the phone screen lit up instantly. A huge, bold, red order almost took up the entire screen, accompanied by a rapid alarm sound, as if afraid that he couldn't see it.
Urgent. Reward, 100,000. The notes on the order are simple and crude, full of the smell of money.
Yi Xian picked up the phone with some curiosity. The starting point is a high-end office building near number 1 courtyard.
The final destination is Beijing International Airport. He clicked on the navigation and took a look at the route.
On the screen, the recommended route from the starting point to the end point appeared in a despairing deep red, and some sections had even turned black. Densely packed exclamation mark icons indicate signs of severe congestion and traffic accidents.
The estimated time given by the navigation system is 3 hours and 25 minutes.
On the order form, the passenger requested a time limit of 45 minutes.
This is no longer impossible. This put Newton in a difficult position. Impossible order? Interesting.
Instead of being afraid, Yi Xian felt a long-lost desire for challenge. He picked up the peculiarly shaped car key and pressed the summon button. The lights in the garage automatically lit up, and the sleeping Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute slowly emerged from its exclusive lift, with its headlights on, like a waking metal behemoth from the future. Yi Xian walked to the front of the car and clicked to accept the order.
Downstairs of the World Financial Center, Lin Wanqing felt like she was going crazy.
She was wearing a well-tailored Armani business suit and 7cm Jimmy Choo high heels. Her exquisite makeup, which she was usually proud of, was now covered with sweat due to anxiety. She kept looking at the Patek Philippe on her wrist, and her heart twitched with every tick of the minute hand. On the mobile phone screen, the Didi interface showed that her order with an additional reward of 100,000 yuan was finally accepted.
Koenigsegg? Is this some kind of off-brand electric car? She doesn't have time to study these things now. As long as it has 4 wheels and can take her to the airport, it's fine.
A tender document that would determine the company's fate for the next 3 years had to be delivered by her personally to the client flying to Dubai within 45 minutes. Once missed, the company will face billions in liquidated damages or even bankruptcy. She had called all the company cars, but they were all stuck on the road.
This Didi order worth 100,000 yuan is her last hope. Are you here? Where's the car?
She paced back and forth on the roadside like an ant on a hot pan, attracting the attention of passers-by.
Just then,
a deep roar of an engine, so deep that it made the heart resonate, came from far away and got closer.
The movements of everyone around seemed to be slowed down.
They slowly turned their heads, mouths wide open, looking at a supercar that they had only seen in movies and games, a car that did not look like a product of Earth at all. It ignored the parking spaces on the side of the road and stopped directly in front of Lin Wanqing in an elegant and domineering manner.
The car body is so smooth that it seems to be cast from liquid metal. That sci-fi, upward opening rotor door.
The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence because of the appearance of this car. Lin Wanqing was also stunned.
Her mind was blank.
She looked at the car, then looked at the information displayed on her mobile phone, which showed the vehicle called Koenigsegg that had received the order.
An extremely absurd idea came into her mind. No way?
The car door slowly rose. A young man wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, who looked like a college student, stepped out of the driver's seat. He looked around and then fixed his gaze on Lin Wanqing.
Didi, number ending in 8888, is this Ms. Lin?
Yi Xian's voice was calm. But this calm voice sounded like a thunderclap to Lin Wanqing's ears. She froze in place, pointing at the car, then at Yi Xian, her lips moving for a long time before she squeezed out a few syllables that formed a complete sentence. You are a Didi driver? At this moment, her worldview suffered an unprecedented impact.
Driving a top-of-the-line supercar worth at least 500 million yuan, which even rich people can't buy, to drive for Didi? Which wealthy family's heir is this, coming out to experience the suffering of the people?
Yi Xian did not explain, but just glanced at the Richard Miller watch on his wrist that was worth hundreds of millions.
Get in the car.
He gestured casually towards the passenger seat.
If it's 5 minutes later, even for me, it really would be too late. Chapter 32 is over, Barbie Q is gone, and my DD driver is going to race with someone. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's worldview suffered an unprecedented severe impact. Driving a top-of-the-line supercar worth at least half 100 million yuan, which even rich people can't buy, to drive for DD? Which heir to a wealthy family had come out to experience the suffering of ordinary people? Or was this an elaborate prank against her? Her brain was working rapidly, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but none of them could reasonably explain the absurd and bizarre scene before her. The passers-by around were completely crazy. Oh shit. Koenigsegg. It's the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolu. A young man wearing glasses, who looked like a car fan, was so excited that his voice was trembling and he could hardly hold the phone in his hand. What, Nico? Is this car expensive? An old lady who didn't know much about the business asked curiously. Expensive? Auntie, this thing is called the Ghost Sports Car. It's limited to just over 100 units worldwide, with a single-digit domestic quota. The starting price is at least 100 million. And even if you have money, you can't buy it. It depends on your social status. 100 million? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Everyone's gaze shifted from the work of art to Yi Xian. He was wearing a white t-shirt worth a few $dozen, ordinary jeans, and a pair of sneakers of unknown brand. This outfit, when placed next to a sports car worth 100 million yuan, creates a sense of magical realism. However, Yi Xian did not explain, nor did he pay attention to the clamor around him. He just glanced at the equally low-key and luxurious Richard Miller on his wrist, which was worth hundreds of millions. Get in the car. His movements were very casual. He pointed at the upward opening rotor door and spoke to Lin Wanqing, who had been completely petrified. If it's 5 minutes later, even for me, it really would be too late. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Lin Wanqing up. Yes. Time. She glanced at her watch, her heart pounding again. No time to hesitate. No matter who this man was, no matter whether this car was real or fake, this was her last hope. Try your best to save the situation. Good. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, stopped thinking, lifted her skirt, opened the car door and plopped into the passenger seat in a flustered manner that was completely different from her usual elegance and composure. The car door slowly closed, blocking out all the exclamations and discussions from the outside world. The interior wasn't particularly spacious, but every detail exuded a sense of ultimate technology and luxury. Lin Wanqing felt more like she was in the cockpit of a futuristic aircraft than a car. Master, as long as we can get to the airport within 40 minutes, I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan. Lin Wanqing said anxiously while hurriedly fastening her seatbelt. Yi Xian didn't look back, but just looked at the navigation route that was red to black on the central control screen and nodded calmly. Hold on tight. The moment the words fell, the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolu let out a low roar that was completely different from before, like a beast awakening. Buzz. A powerful push from her back instantly pinned Lin Wanqing to the seat. She felt a flash of light before her eyes, and the financial center building outside the window was instantly thrown behind her. The vehicle merged silently into the congested main road like a flash of black lightning. However, it didn't creep through traffic like the other vehicles. Yi Xian's hands rested casually on the steering wheel, his eyes looking ahead calmly. The Koenigsegg was like a fish with life, constantly weaving in, merging and overtaking in the dense traffic flow with an incredible trajectory. Every movement is precise to the centimeter level, and every acceleration and deceleration is just right. The car was obviously going very fast, but Lin Wanqing, who was sitting in the car, did not feel any bumps or uneasiness. She only felt a strange sense of stability as if she was surrounded by a powerful force. She watched helplessly as the estimated 3 hours and 25 minutes on the navigation system shortened madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes. 1 hour and 40 minutes. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth wide, feeling that her cognition was being refreshed again and again. How could this be called driving? This was clearly playing a racing game on the most difficult level, and with cheats. At this moment, an even more terrifying congestion appeared at the entrance to the viaduct ahead. The vehicles were almost in a long queue, almost standing still. Lin Wanqing's heart instantly rose to her throat again. It's over. No matter how fast the car is, it can't fly over. However, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. He simply glanced at it and then gently turned a button on the steering wheel. The car body made a slight mechanical sound. Before Lin Wanqing could react, she saw Yi Xian suddenly turn the steering wheel, and the front of the car turned directly towards the empty bus lane next to it. Master! That's the bus lane. Points will be deducted. Lin Wanqing exclaimed subconsciously. However, before she could finish her words, she saw a traffic police motorcycle in the rearview mirror. It seemed that it had discovered them and was about to catch up. But in the next second, in a faint light, the license plate of the Koenigsegg was flipped. The original ordinary civilian license plate has become a special license plate with white letters on a black background, starting with V. The traffic policeman who was about to honk the horn suddenly braked when he saw the license plate, and then saluted Koenigsegg's back with a standard posture. Lin Wanqing. She gave up thinking completely. Fuck the points deductions. Fuck the traffic rules. The driver she called today might not be a DD driver. But he is a god who is on a secret visit. At the same time, another necessary route to the airport is the Beijing Ring Expressway. Several brightly colored Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens were chasing and changing lanes frantically on the lanes at a speed of over 180 km per hour, causing the surrounding ordinary vehicles to panic and avoid them. This is a group of notorious speed racers in the Beijing Circle, the 13 Young Men of Beijing. They are not a fixed organization, but refer to the group of top-notch rich second generations who love to stir up trouble the most. The leading car is a heavily modified McLaren P1 with a ferocious flame decal on the body. In the driver's seat, a young man with dyed gray hair and sunglasses was idly choking on a cigarette. He was the leader of this group, Li Tianyu, also known as Li Xiao. It's boring, so boring. These bastards don't even have the qualifications to keep up with me. Li Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie, his tone full of boasting and disdain. Waves of flattery immediately came from the intercom. Of course. With young Master Li's driving skills, who in our capital dares to say no? That's right, this P1 in young Master Li's hands is like a dragon entering the sea. Just as Li Xiao was enjoying the flattery of his younger brothers, a slightly surprised voice sounded from the intercom. Young Master Li. Young Master Li. Behind, there seems to be a big guy following behind. What big guy? Can it be as big as my P1? Li Xiao sneered and glanced at it in the rearview mirror without caring. With just one glance, the expression on his face froze instantly. A ghost sports car, completely black and with a sci-fi design that seems to not belong to this era, is approaching silently from the traffic behind with an extremely oppressive posture. Those smooth lines, that unique aerodynamic layout, those headlights that are still eye-catching even in the daytime. Li Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Holy crap, Koenigsegg Jesko Absolu. As a top sports car enthusiast, he recognized the identity of the car at a glance. This is the legendary car. It's the ultimate dream that everyone in their circle dreams of, yet can't even touch it. Mr. Li, this car doesn't seem to belong to someone in our circle. I haven't heard anyone mention this thing. The younger brother's voice on the walkie-talkie was also full of shock. Li Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, and then an extremely excited and aggressive look appeared on his face. In Beijing, people who drive cars of this level are not from their circle. Interesting. So interesting. This is a fierce dragon crossing the river. Brothers. Li Xiao picked up the intercom, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Everyone, cheer up. Today, let's have some fun with this new friend. Let him know who has the final say in this part of the capital. At the command, the Ferraris and Lamborghinis that were originally chasing each other instantly slowed down like a well-trained wolf pack. They formed a V-shape, occupying all lanes tacitly and deliberately blocking the front of the Koenigsegg. A provocation stemming from the boredom and arrogance of the top-rich second generation is about to take place. They were prepared to give this mysterious raptor a memorable warning. Chapter 33 Passenger, I'm torn apart. Is this driving? This is flying close to the ground. The wind was howling on the overpass. Li Tianyu's McLaren P1 sat in the middle like a wolf, while a Ferrari 812 and a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ flanked it like two loyal guards, blocking the adjacent lanes. Three top supercars formed an impenetrable wall made of steel and money. They deliberately reduced the speed of the car from 180 to 120, and then from 120 to 80. This is an extremely insulting speed. For these performance beasts, driving at 80 miles per hour is more uncomfortable than asking a turtle to sprint. This is a silent yet extremely arrogant provocation. Yi Xian looked at the three sports cars in front of him that were deliberately driving side by side with their brake lights on, and his brows frowned slightly.
He just wanted to complete the order quickly, get the so-called first achievement reward, and then go home to sleep. He had no interest in this childish behavior that was like children playing house.
Very annoying. It wastes a lot of time.
In the passenger seat, Lin Wanqing's heart had already sank. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could still understand the arrogant attitude of the 3 sports cars in front that looked not to be trifled with.
It's over. Not only is the project going to fail today, the company is also going to be ruined.
Judging from the situation, it may get into huge trouble. Anyone who can afford to drive such a sports car and dare to play with it on the highway can be easily guessed that he is definitely one of the top officials in the capital. She looked at Yi Xian's still calm profile beside her, and a wave of despair surged in her heart.
Could this god experience life at a different time? Now is not the time to play.
Seeing that Koenig behind him was just following without any action, Li Tianyu's face became even more proud. He thought the other party was scared and cowardly. He rolled down the window, letting the strong wind mess up his gray hair, stretched out his left hand, and made a very provocative thumbs-down gesture at the Koenigsegg in the rearview mirror.
Dude! New here?
His arrogant voice could be heard faintly through the wind.
You can go through here if you want. Run a lap with us first, and let us see if you are qualified.
After saying this, he and his younger brothers beside him all laughed unscrupulously.
They really enjoy this feeling. The feeling of having a car that is even more awesome than yours at your fingertips.
This can satisfy their morbid vanity better than simply racing. However, Yi Xian ignored his shouting.
He didn't even bother to glance over.
Just when Li Tianyu was about to continue humiliating the other party with words, Yi Xian moved. In his brain, the passive skill called God-level driving had already been activated. The 3 cars in front, the surrounding environment, wind speed, tire grip, and even every possible reaction of the other driver, all the data instantly converged into a perfect 3-dimensional dynamic model in his mind.
Countless optimized driving routes flashed before his eyes.
Finally, it stopped at the fastest and most craziest route. Lin Wanqing only felt that Yi Xian's aura beside her seemed to have undergone a subtle change. He still looked calm, but beneath that calmness, there seemed to be an absolute calmness and concentration, like a precision instrument. She saw that Yi Xian's knuckles moved slightly as he held the steering wheel.
That's it. Roar. The sleeping beast wakes up instantly.
The engine of the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute lets out a roar that shakes the world. The sound was no longer as low as before, but a high-pitched sound that could tear the eardrums, like the roar of a fighter jet's engine running at full power. Li Tianyu and his younger brothers were startled by the sudden roar.
Fuck. What does this kid want to do? Trying to force his way in? Is he crazy? There's no room for that. Just when they were about to squeeze again and completely block all routes, a miracle happened.
Yi Xian suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right.
The front of the Black Ghost suddenly sank, and the entire body of the car rushed towards the gap between the Ferrari 812 on the right and the highway guardrail, which was so narrow that it was almost negligible, in a posture that could not be explained by physics, almost drifting close to the ground. He's going to hit the guardrail.
The Ferrari owner screamed in horror. Lin Wanqing was so frightened that she closed her eyes and held the seatbelt tightly with both hands, preparing to face the devastating impact.
However, the expected collision did not occur.
At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down countless times.
Under the horrified gaze of Li Tianyu and everyone else.
At the moment before the Koenigsegg was about to hit the guardrail, it corrected its direction at an extremely tiny and precise angle that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The left side of the car body was almost rubbing against the rearview mirror of the Ferrari 812. The right side of the car was less than 1 centimeter away from the cold and hard metal guardrail. In fact, because the speed was too fast, the strong airflow caused the guardrail to vibrate slightly.
Laugh. A black afterimage, like a bullet fired from a gun. No, faster than a bullet.
It was like a crack that tore through space, flashing through that impossible gap.
The whole process was smooth and extremely fast. No delay, no mistakes.
It was like the most precise cut performed by the top surgeon with a scalpel. By the time Li Tianyu and the others recovered from the extreme shock, the Black Ghost had already appeared 100 meters ahead of them.
Then, 200 meters, 300 meters. Finally, it turned into a small black dot on the distant skyline and disappeared completely.
On the overpass, there were only 3 top-of-the-line supercars and 3 rich second generations who sat in their cars like fools with blank minds.
The soul-stirring roar of the engine seemed to still linger in the air. and a strong, burning smell after being slapped in the face. What just happened, just now? The younger brother driving the Ferrari asked in a trembling voice on the intercom. No one answered him. Litanyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, his face turned blue and white, his expression was extremely wonderful. Humiliation. This was the most extreme humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. The other party didn't even race with them, didn't interact with them, and didn't say a word. They simply used the most direct, brutal, and unreasonable method to crush their defense line, which they thought was impregnable. That's not overtaking. That is a dimensionality reduction attack. It is telling them through actions. You are not even qualified to be my opponent. AA. Litanyu slammed his fist on the steering wheel and let out a roar of extreme anger. Chase. Catch up with him. His eyes were bloodshot, his mind consumed by utter anger and humiliation. Today. If he doesn't stop me, I'll have to write the words 13 young masters of the capital backwards from now on. Litanyu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the modified McLaren P1 let out an unwilling roar and chased forward madly. The other two cars also woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. And in front, there was silence inside the Koenigsegg. Lin Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, then looked at the man next to her who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, his expression as calm as if he had just crushed an ant. She didn't feel like she was in a car. Instead, he was sitting in an interstellar battleship that had just completed a space jump. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat was so dry that she couldn't utter a word. She looked at Yi Xian's profile, which looked too young, and a thought, uncontrollably and madly, popped up from the deepest part of her heart. This man. Is he really human? Chapter 34. The passenger was confused. We agreed to get to the airport in 45 minutes, but you only drove there in 20 minutes? There was silence inside the Koenigsegg. Lin Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, then looked at the man next to her who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, his expression as calm as if he had just crushed an ant. She didn't feel like she was in a car. Instead, he was sitting in an interstellar battleship that had just completed a space jump. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat was so dry that she couldn't utter a word. She looked at Yi Xian's profile, which looked too young, and a thought, uncontrollably and madly, popped up from the deepest part of her heart. This man, is he really human? However, the excitement of just getting off the highway lasted less than 30 seconds. When the Koenigsegg merged into the main urban road leading to the airport, Lin Wanqing's heart, which had just been relieved, sank into the abyss again in an instant. Block. Unprecedented congestion. Looking around, the whole road looks like a huge parking lot filled with tin cans. The red brake lights merged into a river of despair, slowly and wrigglingly moving forward. The navigation on the central control screen has completely turned dark red, and some sections of the road even appear black, representing paralysis. The estimated arrival time jumped back from the thrilling 40 minutes to 2 hours and 10 minutes. It's over. This time it's really over. Just now on the elevated road, the car was going fast and there was plenty of room for maneuver. It can be called a miracle. But now, all the cars are squeezed together and cannot move. Even if your car can fly, what is the use without a runway to take off? Lin Wanqing slumped down in her chair and gave up struggling completely. She has even started thinking about where to find her next job after the company goes bankrupt and liquidates. Sit down. Yi Xian's voice rang in her ears for the third time. It was still those two words, calm, indifferent, yet carrying a strange magic. Lin Wanqing straightened her body subconsciously. Then, she witnessed a scene that was even more shocking than the one on the elevated road, and it overturned everything she had known for over 20 years. Yi Xian's performance began. The steering wheel in his hand seemed no longer a tool to control direction, but a living, precise scalpel. The torrent of steel before him was the patient on his operating table. I saw the front of the Koenigsegg sway slightly to the left. The bus next to it started, leaving a gap of less than half a meter between it and the bus in front. It was in this gap that the moment of 0.01 second appeared. Buzz. The Koenigsegg's engine made a slight sound, and the car body slid in instantly like a slippery loach. The bus driver didn't even have time to react before he saw a dark shadow flash by and the exaggerated sports car appeared in front of him. This is not over yet. The moment he overtook the bus, Yi Xian shook his wrist and the steering wheel returned to normal again. There was a gap between a taxi and an online hailing car in front of him that was only wide enough for a motorcycle to pass through, but he squeezed through it in a way that challenged the limits of vision. No scratches. No collision. Not even the alarm was triggered. It's like the most perfect path planning that has been calculated billions of times. Lin Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. Her brain had given up trying to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. She only saw Yixian's hands casually turning the steering wheel. Every time you accelerate, it happens to be the moment when the car in front hesitates. Every time I brake, I stop precisely 1 centimeter away from the bumper of the car behind. Every time he changes lanes, he appears like a ghost in a position that is absolutely impossible to appear. He wasn't driving. He is dancing. On this crowded and dangerous stage of traffic, he was dancing a dance of death that belonged only to him. He is like a prophet who can predict the future. No, he is the future itself. He can always predict the next move of all the surrounding vehicles half a second in advance. That driver is distracted by looking at his phone, that new driver is nervous and brakes suddenly, and that truck is turning over the line. Everything was clearly presented in his mind, and then he used it and transformed it into his motivation to move forward. When the entire road came to a standstill, this black Koenigsegg did not stop at all. It moves forward smoothly, firmly, and unstoppably at a rhythm that all experienced drivers cannot understand and even feel fear for. A few kilometers away, Li Tianyu's McLaren P1 finally got off the overpass and plunged into the red ocean. Fuck. Damn it. Why is it so congested? Li Tianyu slammed his fist on the steering wheel, and the anger from being humiliated just now ignited again. Mr. Li, what should we do? We've lost it. We can't see the Koenigsegg in front of us. The younger brother's anxious voice came from the intercom. Find him. Find him for me. Even if I have to destroy this road, I will find him. Li Tianyu's eyes were red, and he kept honking the horn like a mad beast, trying to get the car in front to give way to him. However, under such road conditions, his horn was like a stone thrown into the sea, and not even a sound could be heard. Just then, on the intercom, the guy driving the Ferrari shouted in a trembling tone as if he had seen a ghost. Li. Young Master Li, you, look to our left, below that blue glass office building. Li Tianyu turned his head irritably. I looked in the direction my younger brother pointed. Then, the expression on his face froze once again. In the dense, almost still traffic, a black, elegant yet deadly afterimage was moving forward in an incredible posture. Sometimes it appears like a ghost, sometimes it slips away like a fish. The surrounding vehicles seem to have become the backdrop for its performance. That's not driving. That's a form of performance art. A ruthless mockery of traffic rules, the laws of physics, and the dignity of all drivers. This is fucking. Next to Li Tianyu, the Lamborghini owner who had just been clamoring to teach the other party a lesson was now stuttering and couldn't even finish a sentence. Their driving skills, which they were proud of, and the racing cars they had spent millions modifying, seemed as fragile in front of this scene as a novice touching the steering wheel for the first time in a driving school. They could only watch helplessly in despair at the black ghost. In the sea of cars, it jumps and shuttles nimbly, getting further and further away from them. From 100 meters, to 300 meters, to 500 meters. Finally, it turned an intersection and completely disappeared at the end of sight. As if it had never appeared. The whole world has returned to its irritating, congested normal state. Li Tianyu's McLaren and 2 other supercars were parked stupidly in the middle of the road. All around, there were countless ordinary vehicle drivers looking at him with curiosity, envy, and a hint of mockery. Look, isn't that 13 young masters of the capital? Why isn't it open? You drive a sports car worth tens of millions, but you're still stuck in traffic like us? I guess it's out of gas. These discussions were like the sharpest needles, piercing Li Tianyu's ears. He weakly pulled the car slowly to the side of the road and stopped. He didn't even have the energy to get angry. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and frustration, deep in his bones, enveloped him. With trembling hands, he called up the emergency video that had just been automatically saved by the dashcam. Click the play button. On the screen, the black Koenigsegg once again performed the astonishing traffic ballet in front of his eyes with a godlike perspective. Every detail is extremely clear. He replayed it over and over again. The color on his face faded away bit by bit, and finally turned into ashes. The younger brother driving the Ferrari beside him also came over to take a look.
After just one look, he jumped up and pointed at the screen, his voice becoming shrill with extreme fear.
Master Li, this is the soul of Michael Schumacher possessing me? Li Tianyu did not answer.
He just stared at the screen, at the black ghost that created the possible out of the impossible. A name that made him tremble was squeezed out from between his teeth, word by word.
No. This is the devil. Chapter 35. Li Xiao was devastated. I treated him as my opponent, but he treated me as heir?
On the shoulder of the highway, 3 top supercars that usually show off their might are now parked quietly like 3 defeated roosters. Inside the car, there was deathly silence. Li Tianyu leaned weakly on the seat of the McLaren P1, his eyes dull, and his mind repeatedly replayed the black lightning that had just torn apart all his pride.
That's not overtaking. That was a public execution.
With trembling hands, he called up the emergency video that had just been automatically saved by the dashcam.
Click the play button.
On the screen, the black Koenigsegg once again performed the astonishing traffic ballet in front of his eyes with a godlike perspective.
Every detail is extremely clear.
From drifting close to the ground to extreme penetration, the entire process takes no more than 3 seconds.
Fast, fierce and accurate.
It is full of violent aesthetics, yet has the elegance and precision of a work of art.
He replayed it over and over again.
The color on his face faded away bit by bit, and finally turned into ashes.
Mr. Li. The younger brother driving the Ferrari also came over to take a look.
After just one look, he jumped up and pointed at the screen, his voice becoming shrill with extreme fear.
Master Li, this is the soul of Michael Schumacher possessing me? Li Tianyu did not answer immediately.
He stared at the screen, at the black ghost that created the possible out of the impossible. After a while, he finally squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, word by word.
No.
His voice was hoarse and full of frustration. Schumacher races on the track, a king who dances within the rules and limits.
But this guy, he creates the rules in the chaotic, real traffic. This kind of extreme control in a congested city, this kind of anticipation and utilization of all surrounding dynamics, even if Schumacher came, he would be stunned.
The young man driving a Lamborghini next to him was also a well-known technical expert in the circle. He watched the video and was completely stunned, muttering to himself.
Every time he makes a move, he squeezes the performance of the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute to the limit.
Every turn, every throttle, is just right. One more and he will lose control, one less and he won't be able to pass.
He paused, his tone filled with deep awe.
But the most terrifying thing is that while he's pushing it to its limits, he always seems to leave a sliver of wiggle room.
This kind of control over the vehicle is simply inhuman. It's like he's become one with it. Monster, this is definitely a monster. Li Tianyu took a deep breath.
The ridiculous anger and humiliation in his heart had long been replaced by a deeper emotion.
That's fear.
It is an instinctive fear of an unknown and incomprehensible force. He knew what kind of iron wall he had kicked today.
No, that's not iron plate. It was a huge iceberg hidden beneath the sea. His childish provocative behavior today would probably not even be considered a joke in front of the other party. Silence.
There was a long silence. In the end, Li Tianyu made a decision that shocked all his younger brothers. He sent this extremely clear video recording Koenigsegg's amazing overtaking directly to the group of Peak Car Club, the top sports car club in Beijing. This group brings together the richest people and drivers in northern China, and each of them is very arrogant. While sending the video, Li Tianyu also attached a sentence. With just one sentence, the entire group fell silent.
Beijing 13 youngsters. Li Tianyu, excuse me, who is this immortal?
We, the 13 youngsters, collectively kneel down today. This piece of news was like a depth bomb, instantly exploding in the group that was originally chatting about luxury cars, beauties, and extravagant lifestyles.
What the hell? Young Master Li, you're not kidding, are you? All of you 13 young masters are kneeling together? Who has the presence of mind to do that? Video? Let me see, oh fuck.
A series of ellipses filled the screen. All the rich second generations who clicked on the video and claimed to be car gods fell into a long and strange silence after watching the video of just over 10 seconds. Each of them owns one or even several top-of-the-line sports cars. Each of them thinks that his driving skills have put him at the top of the pyramid. But in front of this video, all their pride and confidence were crushed.
That's not a technical thing anymore. That's a miracle. A long time. Finally, someone in the group broke the silence. A god-level tycoon who owns the first batch of lava in the country made a statement. Foam, this is no longer a technique, it's an art. An art of death, dancing on the edge of a knife. Then, another ruthless person who was known for his car playing madness and had booked the entire track and ran dozens of laps also emerged. Brother Long, I slowed down the video 30 times to barely make out his maneuvers. The distance between his car and the guardrail was less than a centimeter. The distance between him and the Ferrari's rearview mirror next to him was less than 3 millimeters. If he'd tensed even a little, if his hand had trembled even a little, the car would have been destroyed and everyone would have died. But he didn't. He was like an emotionless machine. Below, a comment completely ignited everyone's emotions. Fat guy who loves cars, forget about Schumacher, he's the king of the track. This guy is the god of the road. When Fujiwara Takumi comes, everyone respectfully gets out of the AE86, hands him a Hontishin, and respectfully asks, Big brother, which way is the way to Akina Mountain? Ha 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 ha. Fatty is right. Even when Takumi comes, you have to offer him a cigarette. This is more than just a dimensionality reduction attack, this is a god descending to Earth to blow up the fish pond. Mr. Lee, you are not wronged. It's not shameful to lose to such a person. In the group, the wind direction changed instantly. From the initial shock, to the subsequent analysis, to the current collective worship. And just when a huge wave was set off within the Peak Car Club. I don't know who it was, but my hand slipped. This video of Koenigsegg's extreme penetration was forwarded from this private group of top wealthy people. It's just the beginning. The video, like a virus, was forwarded to major car clubs and then to short video platforms. A mysterious car god suddenly appeared in Beijing, and Koenigsegg performed a low-flying performance. Such a shocking title, coupled with that adrenaline-pumping video. Just 10 minutes. Likes, over 1 million. More than 100,000 comments. Reposted hundreds of thousands of times. The video, with an overwhelming force, quickly became the #1 hot search on all platforms across the internet. The comments section completely exploded. Holy shit! Is this a movie effect? Tell me this isn't real. The person above, I'm a friend of the Lamborghini owner next to the Ferrari owner who was overtaken in the video. I swear, this is real. We were all scared to death at the time. Oh my god, this driving skill, this courage, this car. Which wealthy family is this to experience life? Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute. A ghost sports car. You can't buy this car even if you have money. There are only a few of them in China. Netizens were discussing and speculating about the identity of this mysterious car god. Soon. A sharp-eyed netizen, after watching the video repeatedly and enlarging the blurry side face screenshot in the driver's seat, made a shocking comment. Wait a minute, this profile, this car, why do they look so familiar to me? Isn't this the wealthy delivery guy who was delivering food in a Koenigsegg during the female anchor's livestream a few days ago and said that 10 million is just pocket money? This comment, like a key, instantly opened everyone's memory. Shit. I remember. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him. Our hero, Little Neza. Oh my god. It turns out it's the same person. He drives a 100 million yuan sports car to deliver food, and now he drives it for Didi and becomes the driving king? What kind of divine character is this? I'm torn. The world of the internet is completely boiling. If before, Yi Xian was just a wealthy man who was unimaginably rich. Now, he has a new, more dazzling and more crazy label. Hashtag the wealthy delivery man becomes the Beijing car god hashtag. This brand new topic, like a tsunami, swept across the entire internet in an instant, at a speed 10 times more terrifying than the previous one, and occupied everyone's screen. At this moment, countless people went crazy because of the same person. And the center of the storm. Yi Xian knew nothing about this. Chapter 36 System Prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Global Business Center. The cabin of Koenigsegg seems to be two completely different worlds compared to the hustle and bustle of the outside world and the excitement on the internet. Here, there is only the steady breathing of the engine and the occasional prompt from the navigation system. Yi Xian was completely unaware of what was happening on the internet. He wasn't interested in knowing. All his attention was focused on the road ahead. It wasn't nervousness, but total devotion. Just like a top artist, completing his final and most perfect stroke. After experiencing the extreme weaving on the elevated road and the ballet of traffic on the urban roads,
the road conditions ahead finally became clear. The exclusive viaduct leading to the airport appears at the end of the field of vision. Buzz. Koenigsegger let out a cheerful hum, like a dragon that had broken free from its restraints, instantly accelerating, turning into a black stream of light and merging into the flow of traffic.
Lin Wanqing's stiff body finally showed some signs of relaxation until this moment.
She slowly leaned back on the chair. She felt like she had just exited an incredibly realistic VR roller coaster game that lasted for more than half an hour. My brain is still buzzing and my heart is still pounding. But more than that, there is a strange sense of calmness after surviving a disaster. She turned her head and looked at the man next to her.
He still looked calm, holding the steering wheel with one hand and the other hand casually resting on the car window, as if the series of shocking operations that were enough to be recorded in the history of human driving were as easy as going out for a walk for him.
Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, with countless questions to ask.
Who are you? Who are you? Why do you want to drive for Didi?
But in the end, she didn't ask a single question. Because she felt that any problem seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of such an existence.
You wouldn't ask God why there is thunder.
After passing the last smooth curve, Koenigsegg did not slow down, but cut into the parking lane on the departure level of the terminal with an extremely elegant posture.
Squeak. A slight, almost inaudible sound of brakes.
The black Ghost sports car stopped steadily at the door of Gate 8 on the departure level, without a single mistake.
The whole process is as smooth as silk.
Yi Xian unbuckled his seatbelt, glanced at the Richard Miller time on his wrist, then turned around and spoke calmly to Lin Wanqing, who was still in a daze.
Arrive.
It took 39 minutes and 50 seconds.
39 minutes and 50 seconds. Lin Wanqing's body trembled violently.
She subconsciously raised her wrist and looked at the Patek Philippe. The time above clearly showed that exactly 39 minutes and 50 seconds had passed since she placed the order. He actually completed this task, which was considered impossible in the navigation system, in the eyes of all experienced drivers, and even in her own opinion, within 45 minutes.
What's more, it was 5 minutes early.
She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a monster, an omnipotent god in human skin.
Just then. Buzz. The cell phone on her lap suddenly vibrated violently.
The caller ID showed that it was her extremely important client who flew in from Dubai.
Lin Wanqing's heart instantly rose to her throat and she quickly answered the phone.
From the other end of the line, a voice in English with a heavy accent and obvious displeasure came immediately.
Lin. Where are you? I'm already here. My flight landed early, didn't you know? What? Lin Wanqing's brain exploded. She suddenly looked up at the huge electronic screen above the terminal.
Above it, a line of eye-catching information stung her eyes.
Flight EK306 from Dubai has arrived early at 15:40. Please note the airport staff. 10 minutes early. Due to weather conditions on the route, the other flight arrived a full 10 minutes early.
Lin Wanqing only felt a chill that rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head in an instant.
She gasped. The time she agreed with the client was 4:30 p.m.
If she hadn't called Yi Xian's car today, if she got in any other car, then her best outcome would be to get stuck at the airport after 5 o'clock. By that time, the customers who were tired of waiting would have already left. That contract worth billions, that bid that concerns the company's survival, will completely vanish into thin air.
It's Yi Xian.
It was him who, with his incredible driving skills, not only beat the congested traffic in Beijing, but also beat time. Not only did he complete the impossible order, he also saved her entire company without her knowing it.
Mr. Smith. I'm here. I'm at gate 8. I'll be right there. Lin Wanqing shouted into the phone with an unprecedented excitement. Hang up the phone.
Without any hesitation, she immediately opened the Didi app. On the payment page, she directly entered the remuneration amount of 100,000, and then, on the evaluation page, she heavily clicked the Super 5-star praise button. After doing all this, she unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. But just before opening the car door, she stopped. She turned around, took out a beautifully crafted business card from her Hermes bag, and handed it to Yi Xian with both hands. Her movements were extremely solemn, even with a hint of respect.
Mr. Yi.
For the first time, she called out Yi Xian's name.
I don't know how to thank you enough.
Thank you so much for today. There was a slight tremor in her voice.
You are not just a driver. You are a true artist. an artist who creates miracles in the steel jungle. This is my business card. In the future, if you need anything, please contact me. As long as I, Lin Wanqing, can do it, I will never refuse. Yi Shen looked at the business card that exuded a faint fragrance, and then looked at Lin Wanqing's face that was full of sincerity and gratitude. He didn't say much, just took the business card and nodded. Good. There was only one thought in his mind. Finally, the task is completed. Lin Wanqing looked at him deeply, then opened the car door, stepped on her high heels, and rushed into the terminal. Yi Shen did not leave immediately. He turned off the car and sat quietly in the driver's seat. He needed some time to come out of the state of extreme concentration he had just been in. And just at this moment, in my mind, that cold yet familiar mechanical voice arrived as expected. Byte. DD driver experience mission, complete in impossible order, completed. Overall evaluation, perfect. Chapter 37, I took you as a passenger, but you turned out to be an F1 scout? Reward, your team is mine. Lin Wanqing rushed into the terminal, the sound of her high heels hitting the ground echoing in the empty hall, sounding hurried and flustered. Not far away, a tall middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was crossing his arms and looking at his watch with impatience. He is Hans, her partner who came all the way from Germany and is crucial to the company's survival. Lin Wanqing jogged all the way over, her breathing still uneven. Mr. Hans, I'm sorry, Hans raised his head, his stern face expressionless as he interrupted her in English with a thick German accent. Lin, what time is it now? Our agreed time is 4:30, and my plane landed 10 minutes early. His implication was obvious. He had been waiting here for almost half an hour. Lin Wanqing's heart sank, and she was about to apologize again, but the black ghost and the man's calm profile flashed uncontrollably in her mind. An inexplicable excitement overwhelmed all apologies. Mr. Hans. I know. I'm terribly sorry. But please listen to me, you can't imagine what I just went through. Hans frowned, displeased by such an emotional opening. I don't need excuses, Lin. I just need an explanation as to why my partner would be late for such an important meeting. It's not an excuse. Lin Wanqing's voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, and she waved her arms excitedly. It's a miracle. I just called a DD, and the whole capital was in a traffic jam. The navigation said it would take more than 2 hours. But that driver took me there in less than 40 minutes. Hans's face showed a trace of undisguised sarcasm. Driver? Lin, are you kidding me? Is he driving a flying car? He drives faster than an airplane. Lin Wanqing retorted eagerly. She knew how absurd her description sounded, but it was the truth. She frantically took out her cell phone and played a few video clips that she had just recorded because she was too nervous. You don't believe it? Look. See for yourself. She held the phone screen close to Hans. Hans just glanced at it perfunctorily and was about to continue his business sermon. But just this one glance made the expression on his face freeze instantly. On the screen, in the shaking picture, a black, fierce-looking sports car was passing through a suffocatingly narrow gap at an angle that could not be explained by physics. Hans's expression quickly changed from disdain to surprise, and then to disbelief. Play it again. His tone changed. It was no longer as cold as before, but with a hint of urgency. Lin Wanqing did as she was told immediately. The video plays in a loop. Hans stared at the screen, as if trying to see through it. He even pulled a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on, moving closer. No, this angle, the shift of center of gravity before turning. My God! Hans suddenly cursed in German. He snatched Lin Wanqing's mobile phone and repeatedly paused, played, and slowed down the screen with his fingers. His breathing became heavy. This is a pendulum drift. No, it's a variation of it. He used the airflow from the right guardrail to make a second correction to the car body. How is this possible? And here. When he was overtaking the bus, he used inertia cornering. This requires godlike foresight and control over the vehicle's grip limits. Hans's voice grew louder and louder, and finally turned into an almost fanatical roar, attracting the attention of the passengers around him. Lin Wanqing was completely stunned. Pendulum drift? Inertia cornering? These terms, which had only been heard in racing movies, were full of magic when spoken from the mouth of her strict and rigid German partner. Hans suddenly raised his head and grabbed Lin Wanqing's shoulders tightly with both hands. A blazing fire was burning in his blue eyes. Lin. Tell me. This driver. This man. Where is he? Lin Wanqing was startled by his reaction and answered subconsciously, he just sent me to. What's his name? What's the license plate number? Do you have his contact information? Han's series of questions came like cannonballs. I have his business card. Lin Wanqing was a little confused. She didn't know why things turned out like this. Hans let her go and paced around excitedly, muttering to himself. Genius. An unparalleled genius. This kind of technology, this understanding of vehicles, shouldn't even be on the road. He should be at the top of the world. He should be on the track at Silverstone, at Monza, at Spa, receiving cheers from millions of people. Lin Wanqing looked at the German man in front of her who was almost insane, and a thought made her brain completely shut down. She asked tremblingly, Mr. Hans, you. Hans stopped abruptly and looked at her seriously. Introduce yourself, Lin. In addition to being your business partner, my other identity is Hans Richter, the chief technical officer of the F1 Mercedes-AMG Petronas team. F1. Mercedes team. Chief technology officer. These words, like thunder, hit Lin Wanqing's heart so hard that she could hardly breathe. She finally understood why Hans had such a violent reaction. She thought she just met a driver with good driving skills. But in the eyes of real top experts, that is not driving skill at all. That's a miracle. Hans didn't give her too much time to be shocked. He grabbed her wrist, his tone containing an irresistible command and a hint of pleading. Lin. Our cooperation, our multi-billion-dollar contract, doesn't matter now. Now, immediately, right now. Take me to him. No. Not the driver. The racing god. I want to sign him. No matter how much it costs. 30 million euros? 50 million? 100 million? It's not a problem. He is the future champion our team has been looking for. We are willing to pay any price for him. Lin Wanqing's mind went blank as she was pulled by Hans and staggered out of the terminal. When they ran breathlessly to the door of Gate 8 on the departure level, the scene before them made Hans feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Empty. The place where the black ghost sports car was parked before was now only occupied by vehicles coming and going. That Koenigsegg had long since disappeared without a trace. No. Hans let out a roar of extreme annoyance. He was like a trapped beast, pacing anxiously and beating his chest and stamping his feet. It's too late. We're too late. He suddenly turned to Lin Wanqing and grabbed the business card she had just handed him, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Yi Xian. Yes, call me Yi Xian. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The moment the call was connected, he immediately switched back to German and gave instructions in a hurried and authoritative tone. It's me, Hans. Use all the power of the group in China to find this person for me. His name is Yi Xian, and he drives a black Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute. I want all his information within half an hour. Yes. Everything. I want to know everything about him from birth to now. After hanging up the phone, Hans still couldn't calm down. He looked in the direction where the traffic disappeared and swore. I must find you. The capital, no, the entire world, is too small. You can't hide. At the same time. In a secluded parking lot more than 10 kilometers away from the airport. The black Koenigsegg was parked quietly under the shade of the trees. Yi Xian leaned back in his chair, feeling a little tired after just coming out of that state of extreme concentration. He was about to start the car and find a place to eat something. In my mind, that cold yet familiar mechanical voice rang out on time. Bite. DD driver experience mission, complete in impossible order, successful. Overall evaluation, perfect. Because the host conquered the passengers with his miraculous driving skills, he also invisibly attracted the attention of the world's top F1 teams, and his influence far exceeded expectations. Now conducting the perfect achievement assessment. Success. Rewards will be issued in 3 seconds. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, a little expectant. I don't know what it will be this time. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, 70% ownership of the F1 Mercedes-AMG Petronas team. Note, the relevant equity documents have been automatically generated and are hosted by the system in a top-tier Swiss bank safe deposit box. You have become the largest shareholder and actual controller of this legendary team. All annual team profits will be automatically transferred to your account. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the message that popped up on the system panel. Mercedes-AMG Petronas? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Oh, I remember now. The partner of the female passenger just now, the German guy named Hans, seems to be from this team. Chief Technology Officer? Doesn't that mean that the guy who was madly trying to find the god of cars has now become his employee? Yi Xian picked up the business card left by Lin Wanqing and took a look at the 3 words Mr. Yi on it. He suddenly felt that this matter seemed to have become a little interesting. Chapter 38 Yi Xian, sorry, there is no future for racing drivers, it is better to drive Didi. Stuttgart, Germany. At the Mercedes-Benz headquarters, in the AMG High Performance Department building, in an office with a sign that reads Chief Technology Officer, the atmosphere is as solemn as the sea before a storm. Several blonde-haired, blue-eyed engineers wearing uniforms with the team's logo were gathered in front of a huge high-definition screen. On the screen, a video from the Far East is being played frame by frame at 0.25 times the speed, which is enough to subvert their professional perceptions. The black Koenigsegg, like a shadow that does not belong to this dimension, performs one action after another that challenges the limits of physics in the congested traffic. Oh my god. A gray-haired German man adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with shock. Look at the angle of this turn. He didn't slow down at all. How did he offset the centrifugal force? Didn't the tires lose grip? The key isn't the tires, it's the anticipation. Another young engineer pointed to a paused image on the screen. Look here. Before he entered the gap, the truck next to him hadn't even turned on its turn signal. But he'd already made an evasive move. It's like he can see what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds. This isn't just driving skill anymore, this is magic. The mysterious magic of the East. The office door was pushed open violently. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit, with his hair neatly combed but his face flushed with excitement, rushed in. He is Hans Richter, the chief technical officer of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas team, who just rushed back to the hotel from the Beijing airport. Have you found anything? I asked you to find the person. Have you found anything? Hans' voice was a little hoarse with excitement. His assistant, a serious German woman, immediately handed over a freshly printed and still warm document. We found it, sir. Based on the name and car model information you provided, our team in China mobilized all our connections and finally locked onto the target. His name is Yi Xian, he's 24 years old. His ID shows he's currently unemployed. Unemployed? Hans was stunned for a moment, then an expression of as expected appeared on his face. How could such a godlike figure be bound by a secular job? Being unemployed is only fitting for him. Where's his car? That Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute, limited to 125 units worldwide. The whereabouts of each one are recorded. Have you found its source? Hans asked anxiously. The assistant's face showed a hint of confusion and embarrassment. Sir, this is the strangest thing. We can't find the registration information for this car. It's like it appeared out of thin air. China's transportation system has no record of this car being imported or registered. It's a ghost. Ghost. Hans muttered to himself, and then his eyes burst into an even more fanatical light. Good. That's great. The more mysterious, the more powerful. This is the future king in his mind who can lead the Mercedes team back to the top. Phone. His phone number. Hans snatched the information and searched it with a sharp gaze. When he saw the mobile phone number belonging to Hua Xia, his hands even trembled slightly with excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his mobile phone to dial the number halfway around the world. At the same time, a secluded parking lot in Beijing. Yi Xian had just finished reading the information about the system reward and curled his lips. 70% ownership of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas team? It sounds very impressive. But what's the use? Being a racing driver? Training every day, flying everywhere, and being chased by the media for interviews, isn't that tiring? Being a team owner? It's even more troublesome. You have to manage such a large business, worry about profits, and deal with all kinds of people. Bother. It's so annoying.
Yi Xian put this amazing reward behind his mind without hesitation. To him, the appeal of this thing may not be as real as the super 5-star review just now. Instead of wasting time, you might as well take another DD order, experience life, and see if the system will give you any other interesting rewards. He started the Koenigsegg and the steady engine sounded again. Just as he was about to open the DD app to see if there were any nearby orders. Buzz. The phone rang. On the screen, there was an unfamiliar international long-distance number from Germany.
Ha? Sales calls are all being made overseas?
Yi Xian frowned, pressed the answer button casually, and turned on the speakerphone. He wanted to hear what tactics this liar was going to use. The moment the call was connected, an excited and almost broken voice in English with a thick German accent burst out from the receiver.
Hello? Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? The mysterious, great driving artist from the East, Mr. Yi Xian?
Yi Xian was stunned for a moment.
This opening line has something to it. It's much more advanced than guess who I am. He didn't say anything and just listened to the other person's performance quietly.
Hans on the other end of the phone could no longer suppress his admiration that was erupting like a volcano after receiving confirmation that the line was connected.
Oh. Mr. Yi. Please forgive my intrusion. I am Hans Richter, the Chief Technical Officer of the F1 Mercedes-AMG Petronas team. I saw it. I saw with my own eyes the miracles you performed on the streets of the capital. That wasn't driving. That was art. It was God at the steering wheel, performing a tour on Earth. Every turn you make is a merciless mockery of the laws of physics. Every acceleration you make redefines the limits of human endurance. You are a god born for the racetrack.
Yi Xian's eyelids were twitching when he heard this.
Who is this person? Mercedes team? It seems to be the one the system just rewarded. Chief Technology Officer? Aren't those my own employees? An employee calls his boss and starts off by flattering him? This corporate culture is quite interesting. Hans didn't know that his future boss was listening to his affectionate confession with a look as if he was a fool. He took a deep breath and put forward an offer that he believed no one in the world who loved driving could refuse. Mr. Yi. On behalf of the Mercedes team, I formally extend my most sincere invitation to you. We're willing to offer you an unprecedented S-level contract. 50 million euros. No. 80 million euros a year. That's just the base salary. We won't take a cent from any prize money from competitions or personal endorsements. It all belongs to you. We will assemble a world-class team of engineers just for you. We will build a championship-winning race car tailor-made for you. The entire team and all its resources will be dedicated to you alone. As long as you're willing to nod. As long as you're willing to join us. I promise you that within a year, the F1 World Championship trophy will be engraved with your name. You will become a new legend. A new racing god. Hans' voice is full of bewitching magic. He believed that these words were enough to make any man's blood boil and unable to control himself. However, what he waited for was a soft, lazy yawn. Yi Xian was really a little sleepy. After listening to this long string of words, he summed up a few key words: work, very tiring, no freedom. He raised his hand, yawned, and then, in Italian, which was equally fluent but with a unique flavor, he slowly replied. Italian scusi, non sono interessato alla corsa. Sto guidando per Didi. Sorry, I'm not interested in racing. I'm running Didi. After saying that, he hung up the phone without even waiting for the other party to respond, and blocked the number. Baffling. Yi Xian muttered and threw his phone into the passenger seat. The whole world is finally quiet. He opened the DD app. Ding dong. You have a new order from the National Center for the Performing Arts to Lillekang. Do you want to accept it? Lillekang? It's okay, not far away. Yi Xian casually pressed the accept order button. The Koenigsegg's engine let out a low roar, and it slid silently out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic flow. And the other end of the phone. Stuttgart, Germany. There was deathly silence in the offices at Mercedes headquarters. Everyone stared at their immediate superior, Hans Richter, in amazement. Hans was still holding the phone, and the expression on his face was completely frozen, as if he had been struck by lightning. All the engineers present understood the fluent and elegant Italian words just spoken. Precisely because they understood it, they felt the absurdity and outrageousness deep in their bones. Run, Didi? A man who can drive a Koenigsegg and perform miracles on the road. An existence that they regard as the future car god. A peerless genius for whom they have prepared an annual salary of 80 million euros to invite. He refused. The reason is, he wants to drive for Didi? Mr. Hans. The assistant tried cautiously to break the strange silence. Hans' body trembled violently. He didn't break down or get angry. Instead, a brighter light, almost like enlightenment, flashed in his eyes. He slapped his thigh suddenly. I understand. I completely understand. He paced back and forth in the office excitedly, his voice trembling with excitement. Do you think he's really driving Didi? No. You're all wrong. This is a kind of spiritual practice. A mysterious spiritual practice from the East that refines the mind. Why is he driving so fast in the most congested urban area? He is training his reaction and anticipation abilities. Why would he drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan to take orders worth only a few dozen? He's trying to calm his nerves, to reach the ultimate state of man and car becoming one, a state of unruffled calm. He's not driving a Didi, he's practicing. He's using the entire city as his training ground. He's using all the mortals as his touchstone. Oh my God. This is a true master. A truly powerful person standing at the top. Hans's epiphany left all the engineers around him dumbfounded. Can it be explained like this? But when I think about it carefully, it seems, it makes a lot of fucking sense. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the other party's extremely outrageous behavior. Then, what should we do now? Asked the assistant. A raging fire burned in Hans' eyes. Wait. Master's practice cannot be disturbed. All we have to do now is wait. Wait until the day he achieves ultimate mastery of his skills and emerges from the mountains after training. At the same time, book me the earliest flight to Beijing. No. I want to buy a private jet. I want to go there. I want to feel the master's aura in person. Even if it's just from afar. Hans waved his hand and issued new instructions. In his heart, Yi Xian has been completely deified. Chapter 39. Su Qingying, want to see through him? Then become his prey. Tiancheng Capital, top floor president's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the most prosperous CBD scene in Beijing, with countless high-rise buildings like crawling beasts, surrendering at feet. In the past, when standing here, Su Qingying could always feel a kind of calmness that made her feel like she was in control of everything and had a strategic vision. But today, she just felt upset. Her fair, slender fingers were gently rubbing her temples, and there was a lingering trace of fatigue and confusion on her beautiful face that captivated everyone. The tablet screen was still on the desk in front of me. Above are the hot search lists of major platforms. Without exception, they were all dominated by the same topic. Hashtag the wealthy delivery man becomes the Beijing car god hashtag. Hashtag Koenigsegg's ultimate penetration, the human driving ceiling hashtag. Hashtag the mysterious car god's identity is revealed, it turns out to be the same person hashtag. Every title was like a needle, piercing deeply into Su Qingying's nerves. She watched the video. More than once. It is to analyze calmly, objectively, and repeatedly from the perspective of an investor and a manager. But the result of the analysis made her feel deeply powerless. That's not technology. That's instinct. It is a terrifying intuition that has surpassed the limits of human reaction, close to that of a beast, or even close to that of a god. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Her chief secretary, a capable professional woman, pushed the door open and walked in with a numb expression on her face, as if to say, I knew it would be like this. Boss Su. Speak. Su Qingying didn't turn around, her voice was cold. The secretary took a deep breath and reported, we've verified through our connections within the traffic management system that the black Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute that caused a sensation on the airport highway today has the registrant information on its temporary vehicle pass. She paused, as if forming her words. The corners of Su Qingying's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating arc. It's Yi Xian, right? The secretary nodded, her tone difficult, yes, it's him again. It's him again. These three words, like a huge rock, weighed heavily on Su Qingying's heart. It all started with that outrageous acquisition. Later, in the hospital, the miraculous acupuncture skills saved my grandfather who was supposed to be dead.
Today, he has transformed himself into the road bike god that has driven the entire internet crazy.
Business wizard.
A living miracle doctor.
Top driver.
These three completely unrelated things, each of which is enough to make ordinary people look up to identity labels for a lifetime, are inexplicably concentrated on the same person. Moreover, every ability he demonstrated was not excellent but crushing. It is the kind of dimensionality reduction attack that stands directly at the top of the pyramid in this field and makes all practitioners feel despair.
Okay, I understand. You can go out.
Su Qingying waved her hand, her voice full of fatigue. The secretary bowed and retreated, closing the door gently.
Silence returned to the office again.
Su Qingying slowly turned around and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. Her mind was more confused than ever. Before, based on all the information she had, she constructed a logical closed loop for Yi Xian's behavior that she thought was the most reasonable. An heir to an ancient tycoon from a secluded world with unimaginable strength. Because they were tired of the constraints of their family, or because they were undergoing some special test of entering the world, they came to the capital and experienced all kinds of ordinary life in a playful manner. This explanation made her feel for a moment that she had grasped the truth.
It can explain Yi Xian's bottomless financial resources. This can explain his indifferent attitude towards money. It can even explain why he delivers food and drives for Didi. It's all just a game.
But now, this logical loop that she thought was perfect has a huge, irreparable crack. Because his ability has exceeded the limit that the identity of Chabelair can bear. With money, one can hire the best business teams in the world and acquire any company.
This is understandable.
If you have money, you might be able to get in touch with some highly skilled doctors and learn some health preservation methods.
This makes sense. But what about driving skills? How did such godlike driving skills, which are enough to be included in textbooks or even surpass textbooks, come about? Could it be that the so-called old Chabel also requires the driving skills of the F1 world champion to be a compulsory course when training its heirs? This is ridiculous.
For the first time, Su Qingying began to doubt her pride in the top brain that was known as the Queen of Wall Street and could see through all business logic. Her wisdom, her logic, her cognition.
In front of a man like Yi Xian, she was so fragile that she seemed like a joke. She is like an ant standing in a three-dimensional world, trying to understand four-dimensional creatures.
No matter how hard she tried, how she analyzed, or how she deduced, the results she got could only be absurd and outrageous.
What on earth does he want to do?
This thought, like an indelible thorn, pierced deeply into her heart. She found that all her investigations and analyses of Yi Xian had reached a dead end. Because she is always passive.
She could only follow the storm created by Yi Xian, passively receiving information, and then passively, again and again, being shocked to numbness. If this goes on, she will never be able to see this man clearly. No. This can't go on any longer.
Su Qingying's eyes gradually became sharp again. It was a light that belonged to a predator, full of aggression. Since you can't see the dragon's full appearance from a distance, then take the initiative to get closer. Even if you get burned by the dragon's breath, you must touch its scales with your own hands. She has to take the initiative. She wanted to find a new way to have a reasonable interaction with Yi Xian and observe him closely. A completely new identity, no longer a business rival or a patient's family member. Her gaze slowly withdrew from the window and fell on her priceless rosewood desk.
On the corner of the table lay an exquisitely crafted gold-stamped invitation. China Angel Fund Charity Dinner.
This is a circle composed of the country's top wealthy people and celebrities, who hold a charity event every year to raise funds for children in poor mountainous areas. As the upstart queen of the business world, Su Qingying was naturally among the invited guests. She had no interest in this kind of social occasion with drinking and flattery, and planned to let the vice president attend on her behalf. But at this moment, when her eyes fell on a corner of the invitation, her pupils suddenly contracted.
Venue, Lulakang Rongbo's Eye Art Center. Lulakang.
The most famous street of antiques, calligraphy and paintings in Beijing. A place full of historical heritage and legends of finding bargains. A thought, like lightning, cut through the fog in Su Qingying's mind, allowing her to instantly find the intersection point she had been searching for.
What profession is Yi Xian experiencing now? DD driver. Where was the destination of his last order? Airport.
And according to the news she just received from Didi, the latest order that Yi Xian took after a brief stop at the airport had a destination Lulakang.
Su Qingying's heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. A guess so bold that even she thought it was crazy came into her mind. After experiencing life as a food delivery driver and a DD driver, could this man's next goal be an antique appraiser? Or perhaps a street vendor in Lulakang? Judging from his style of doing things and his endless and outrageous abilities, this is not impossible. Su Qingying's breathing became a little rapid. She knew this was her only chance. A perfect opportunity that would allow her to break free from the passive position, take the initiative to plan, and even predict Yi Xian's next move. She slowly stretched out her flawless hand and picked up the charity dinner invitation that she had originally ignored. Her eyes became more determined than ever before. Secretary Wang. She dialed the intercom. Boss Su, what do you want? Prepare a dress for me. I will attend the charity dinner tonight in person. Chapter 40. The F1 racing god has gone offline, and the cleaner Master Yi has applied to join the competition. Yi Xian hung up the phone and blocked the number from Germany. The world is finally quiet. He leaned back in the leather seat of the Koenigsegg, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the steering wheel. Driving for Didi, this experience seems to have gone a bit off track. Driving a sports car worth tens of millions of dollars is definitely not ordinary. Wherever it goes, it will inevitably attract onlookers and cause a commotion. Just like what happened just now, I just wanted to complete a deal quickly, but ended up attracting some F1 team. Trouble. It's too troublesome. This goes against his original intention of wanting to experience real life. He wondered whether he should just park the car here and find a park bench to lie down on for the afternoon. That is the self-cultivation of a salted fish. Just as he was thinking that this was a good idea, the cold mechanical voice sounded again in his mind. Bite. DD driver experience mission completed, overall evaluation, excellent. Excellent? Not perfect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but didn't care too much. After all, due to the rush, the service attitude is not the best. Given that the host's experience has aroused excessive social attention, deviating from the original intention of experiencing the ordinary, the system will release a new task that is more down to earth and more covert. Yi Xian's interest was piqued. More down to earth? This is exactly what he wants. He had had enough of being treated like a monkey. New career experience mission released. Host, please go to Lulakang Antique Culture Street. Work as a street cleaner, minimum experience time, 8 hours. Cleaner? A smile that came from the heart appeared on Yi Xian's face. This is good. This career is tailor-made for his ultimate pursuit of living in seclusion in the city. Who would pay attention to a street sweeper? He is the center of the storm, and no one will even look at him twice. Core requirements of the task: during the cleaning work, it is prohibited to use any modern technology-assisted tools. Using only the host's own eyesight, he can identify and recover a genuine antique with real historical value from the waste and garbage he clears out every day. The degree of mission completion will be determined based on the value of the recovered items. Oh? Shopping in the garbage dump? Yi Xian felt that this was much more interesting than racing in a sports car. This is the real thing, the truth is revealed in the ordinary. Without hesitation, he said to himself, I accept the mission. The Koenigsegg's engine let out a low roar, and like a black lightning, it quietly drove out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic. After more than 10 minutes, the car drove into a secluded dead end. After confirming that there was no one around, Yi Xian's mind moved, and the top supercar in front of him, along with the surrounding space, began to distort, and finally turned into points of light and disappeared. The system garage is always the perfect place to hide your car. Yi Xian took out a set of outfits that he had prepared long ago from his backpack. An old gray t-shirt that was washed to a pale color, a pair of overalls stained with paint, and a pair of canvas shoes with the soles almost worn flat. He walked into a public restroom and changed his clothes in no time. When he walked out again, he had become an ordinary, even somewhat down-and-out city worker. He took off the Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of millions and threw it into the system space. The empty space on his wrist actually made him feel relieved. He walked into the subway station and followed the crowded crowd to get on a train heading towards Heapingman. The carriage was filled with a mixture of sweat, perfume, and leek buns, the smell of everyday life. Next to me are office workers talking on the phone, students watching short videos, and an old man taking a nap leaning tiredly on the armrest. No one looked at him. No one paid attention to him. At this moment, he is not a wealthy man, nor a car god. He was just an inconspicuous passenger in this crowded carriage.
This feeling made him feel an unprecedented sense of peace and relaxation from the heart.
He likes this feeling.
Mingling with the crowd, becoming one with the world, yet being independent of it. The train traveled underground, and outside the window was the rapidly receding darkness and light strips. He didn't know that a storm about eyesight and national treasure was quietly brewing on the quaint street ahead. What he didn't know was that there was a woman who had set up a net to find him.
Lola Kang. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a warm golden hue on this ancient street.
The blue bricks and gray tiles, the carved beams and painted buildings, the signs and plaques that can be seen everywhere, all reveal a strong sense of historical sedimentation. Yi Xian found the street sanitation contact point according to the address given by the system. A dark-skinned man in his 50s, smoking a pipe, looked him up and down.
A new temporary worker?
Yes, sir.
Yi Xian nodded.
The old man dragged over a half-old garbage truck from the corner of the wall, with a broom and dustpan hanging on it.
Here, your stuff.
He pointed westwards down the street. From this end to the big archway at the West Street entrance, it's all your responsibility. Just make sure the road is clear of trash before you leave.
It's not a hard job, just do it yourself.
Okay. Yi Xian took the cart without feeling any discomfort. He pushed the cart and walked slowly on the bluestone road, starting his first cleaning experience in his life. Sweep the cigarette butts on the ground and pick up the beverage bottles thrown away by tourists. The movements are not fast, but very serious. He enjoyed the peace brought by this mechanical and repetitive labor.
At the same time, at the intersection of Lulakang East Street, there is the most famous century-old brand Rongbozai Art Center.
A long red carpet was laid out at the entrance, and guests in fancy clothes were getting out of top-of-the-line luxury cars one after another. A charity dinner that will bring together top celebrities and wealthy people from Beijing and even the whole country will soon begin here.
A black Maybach stopped steadily at the door.
The car door opened, and a perfect jade foot wrapped in crystal high heels came out first. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingying, wearing a tailor-made black fishtail evening gown, slowly got out of the car. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. That cold and beautiful face was like the brightest moonlight in the dark night, making everything around it pale in comparison. Facing the astonished and inquiring glances from all around, Su Qingying turned a blind eye. She stopped in front of the red carpet and didn't go in immediately. Her gaze passed through the bustling and noisy scene before her and turned to the quaint street in the distance.
Her assistant, Secretary Wang, followed and whispered a reminder. Boss Su, the dinner is about to begin. Su Qingying did not respond. She just watched quietly. She is searching. Looking for a figure that shouldn't be here, but is very likely to be here. Her intelligence network showed that the last DD order Yi Xian took ended up nearby. Then he disappeared. The man, along with the black Koenigsegg, seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Su Qingying had a strong intuition. He is right here. It is in this Lulakang street full of historical dust. He was experiencing a completely new ordinary life that she could not imagine. What's the best way to spot a tiger hiding in the forest? Not observing through a telescope from a distance. Instead, he took the initiative to walk into the forest, become his prey, feel his breath, and predict his trajectory. Tonight, she is the hunter who takes the initiative to walk into the forest. Or rather, prey. Her gaze slowly swept across the distant street scene inch by inch. Scan the antique shops, scan the tourists coming and going, scan the street vendors. Finally, her sight fixed on a figure in the distance who was bending over to pick up a flattened can and put it into the garbage truck. The figure, wearing old gray clothes, moved slowly and seriously. She is out of tune with the surrounding environment and the world of fame and fortune she is in at the moment. Yet there is a kind of harmony that is hard to describe. Su Qingying's pupils suddenly contracted the moment she saw the profile clearly. Is it him? Her heart, uncontrollably, skipped a beat. Chapter 41, $8 an hour. You can't imagine how happy Master Yi is. Lulakang, West Street, Street Sanitation Liaison Point. This is a small courtyard hidden deep in the alley, and the air is filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and dry tobacco. Yi Xian stood in the middle of the yard, looking at the old man in front of him who was smoking a pipe. His skin was as dark and thin as old tree bark due to the tanning. His face had a just right kind of reserved and honest look that belonged to a working man. Uncle, my name is Yi Xian, and I'm here to apply for a temporary job. Uncle Zhang from the sanitation station raised his eyelids and looked Yi Xian up and down with his cloudy eyes.
The young man before him, dressed in washed-out, bleached clothes and frayed canvas shoes, looked quite poor. Yet, his demeanor didn't betray the air of someone accustomed to rough labor. He stood erect, his eyes clear, and exuded an indescribable cleanliness and composure. Uncle Zhang had spent half his life in Lulakang and had seen all sorts of monsters and demons. He smacked the smoke in his mouth and made a decision.
Experience life?
He asked straight to the point, with a somewhat indifferent tone. Every year, there are a few people who have nothing better to do, either rich second generations or performance artists, who come here to work for a few days, calling it finding inspiration or returning to nature. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, I guess so. This explanation saved him a lot of trouble. Okay, Uncle Zhang said without further question. He was giving people work to do when they paid him, and that was his job. He dragged a half-worn garbage truck from the corner. A bamboo broom and a metal dustpan were hung on it, and the words City Beautician were printed in faded red on the truck's body. Here, your stuff. He pointed his pipe at the imposing archway on the west side of the street. From this end to the big archway at the West Street entrance, you're responsible for the road back and forth. Before you leave work, just make sure the road is clear of trash. It's not a hard job, just do it yourself.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yi Xian agreed readily and pushed the cleaning truck, which was much heavier than he had imagined. Uncle Zhang watched him leave, took another puff of his cigarette, shook his head, and muttered, young people nowadays really don't understand. Yi Xian found an orange sanitation vest, a blue baseball cap, a pair of brand new white gauze gloves and an ordinary blue mask in the small warehouse of the contact point. When he put on all his clothes, pushed the cart, and officially walked onto the quaint bluestone road of Lulakang, he felt like he had put on a perfect protective color.
He completely blended into the background of the street.
His orange vest was like a talisman of invisibility. No one, from the passing tourists to the hurried vendors, would spare him a second glance. He was like a tree or a stone by the roadside, naturally present, yet subconsciously ignored by everyone.
This feeling is great. Yi Xian took a deep breath.
The air was mixed with the musty smell of old book papers, the smell of tung oil on antique wooden objects, and the aroma of fried sausages wafting from roadside snack stalls.
This is the world of fireworks.
He began to work seriously. Bending down, he used a broom to sweep a piece of orange peel that a tourist had casually discarded into a dustpan. He walked a few steps further, picked up an empty drink bottle, and threw it into the recycling bag on the garbage truck. The cracks in the bluestone pavement were filled with years of dust and tiny pieces of garbage. Yi Xian patiently cleaned out the stubborn dirt bit by bit. His movements were slow, even somewhat leisurely, but each one was meticulously executed.
This pure, mindless physical labor gave him a long-lost sense of peace and tranquility.
His mind was completely empty, but all his senses became sharper than ever before. He could hear the stall owner at a nearby stall lowering his voice and boasting to a young tourist wearing glasses that the Han Dynasty pottery figurines in his hand were dug out from his own ancestral tomb. He could hear a wealthy businessman with a Hong Kong and Taiwan accent arguing with the owner of the calligraphy and painting shop next door over the signature of a Tang Bohu authentic work. He could also hear a few old men wearing long gowns, waving folding fans, and calling themselves players, gathered together, talking and commenting on a certain opening product passing by them, and mocking a young person who had just entered the industry for paying tuition fees.
The sounds of hawking, bargaining, boasting, sighing.
All kinds of people and all aspects of life are vividly displayed on this ancient street, which is only a few hundred meters long. Yi Xian felt that this was more exciting than any other movie. He pushed the cart and walked slowly forward, passing a stall that was surrounded by people in 3 layers. An old man with a goatee and dressed in fake Taoist attire was holding up a crystal-clear ancient jade pendant with saliva flying, and narrating in a moving voice how this jade pendant witnessed the love tragedy of a prince of the Qing dynasty. The shills around cooperated perfectly, sometimes exclaiming in surprise, sometimes sighing, which brought the atmosphere to the extreme.
Yi Xian just glanced casually at the jade pendant. Item: modern chemically synthesized antique jade pendant, polymer resin plus glass.
Year: last Wednesday, produced at Yiwu Small Commodity Wholesale Market. Value: cost price, 3 renminbi and 50 cents, suggested retail price no more than 20 renminbi. A clear line of identification information automatically appeared on the system panel. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved slightly behind the mask. He shook his head and continued pushing his cart and sweeping his floor without stopping.
He is not a policeman, nor a savior. He's just a sweeper.
Seeing through it all and then quietly walking away, this feeling of being awake in the world made him feel very comfortable. He enjoyed this detached observer's perspective. At this moment, a more intense noise suddenly came from the crowd not far away.
It seems that a bigger game is unfolding.
Yi Xian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gang of scammers who seemed to have found their fat sheep for the day. A middle-aged man who looked honest and simple was surrounded by several people, his face flushed and his expression excited.
A good show is about to begin.
Yi Xian had no intention of joining in the fun. He just found that there were a few cigarette butts and a discarded advertising leaflet on the ground in that area. That was his line of work. He tightened his grip on the broom, adjusted the brim of his hat, lowered his body, and pushed his broken cart slowly towards the bustling center.
Chapter 42, The Big Drama of the Year. The movie king-level conman gang meets their nemesis.
At the center of the hustle and bustle was a stall selling ancient porcelain. A piece of black velvet was spread on the stall, with a few bottles and jars scattered on it. Each one was polished to a shine and glowed with an alluring luster in the sunset. The core figure of the fraud gang is an old man with a goatee who calls himself Master Pooh. He wears a tang suit, a pair of reading glasses, and a string of shiny walnut bracelets on his hands, which makes him look very stylish. He was carefully holding a blue and white porcelain vase about 30 centimeters high and introducing it to an honest-looking middle-aged tourist with saliva flying.
Boss, look at this inscription on the bottom. Made in the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty.
This is a genuine official kiln mark. The blue and white color is deep and rich, and the characteristics of the sumo-liking are clearly visible.
Look at this flint red, how natural. If my son wasn't seriously ill and needed money to save his life, I would never sell this heirloom even if I died.
Master Pooh spoke with tears in his eyes, as if the bottle was not porcelain, but his own flesh and blood. The middle-aged man he called boss was named Li Weigua, a middle school teacher in a county town in Hebei province. He wore a slightly wrinkled jacket and dusty leather shoes, and he looked like an honest man. He'd been saving for half his life, hoping to put together a down payment for his son, who worked in Beijing. A few days ago, he heard from a fellow villager that Lulakang was a place where you could find bargains, where items could fetch tens or even hundreds of times their value. Intrigued, he took a day off and took the earliest train to come here, hoping to try his luck.
Unexpectedly, not long after I started shopping, I met Master Pooh, who was eager to make a move. Li Weigua's heart pounded as he looked at the beautifully shaped and finely painted blue and white porcelain vase before him.
He didn't know what sumo-liking or flint red were, but he thought it was truly beautiful.
Then, Master, how much do you want to sell it for? Li Weigua swallowed and asked nervously. Master Pooh sighed deeply and put on an expression of reluctance to part with something.
Well, to be honest, a few days ago a big boss from Hong Kong offered me this bottle for 3 million, but I still refused to sell it.
Today I really have no choice. So, I see that you are also an honest person, brother, and we are destined to be together. I'll give you a friendly price of 1 million. Not a penny less. 1 million. Li Weigua was a little dizzy by this figure.
His entire savings was only 1.2 million. Just as he was hesitating, several passers-by who had been watching nearby immediately started to talk. A cultured man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses up and said, "Oh, old man, 1 million is a bargain. If a Xuanda blue and white porcelain of this quality were to be auctioned, the starting price would be at least 5 million. If this big brother gets it, he'd really get a huge bargain." Another burly, wealthy man also said in a muffled voice, "That's right.
What are you hesitating about? Spending 1 million on something worth 5 million is like finding it for free. If you don't want it, I'll take it."
As he said this, he pretended to take out his cell phone to transfer the money. As everyone sang in unison, Li Weigua's breathing became rapid. He looked at the exquisite porcelain vase, his eyes filled with greed, excitement, and the last bit of rational struggle. Some experienced players nearby had long since realized this was a typical setup, but everyone else seemed to be indifferent, or simply wanted to watch the fun.
Swindlers and fools have been the eternal protagonists of the Lulakang opera since ancient times. No one would bother to say anything and ruin someone else's business.
At this time, Yi Xian was pushing his garbage truck and came to the vicinity of this stall. His eyes just glanced at the so-called Ming Dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain vase. Item: modern Jingdezhen high-end imitation handicraft blue and white sticker plus chemical aging. Year: 2 months ago, products from an assembly line at a handicraft factory in Jingdezhen. Value: factory price 120 yuan, market wholesale price about 200 yuan. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly beneath his mask. These people really went to great lengths to cheat an honest man out of his hard-earned money, even preparing the script and actors so completely.
However, he still didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. His job was to sweep the floor and search for treasures in the trash, not to be a hero. Everyone was responsible for their own greed and stupidity. He lowered his head and focused on his work. The cigarette butts that the scammers used to create an atmosphere and threw on the ground after smoking, as well as a flyer that was stepped on and made dirty, were all within his scope of cleaning. He bent down and carefully gathered the garbage together with a broom. Just as he stood up and was about to sweep the garbage into the dustpan, he subconsciously took half a step back to avoid a tourist who was squeezing past him. The long bamboo broom handle in his hand also swung backwards. This movement is light and natural. However, it was this unintentional action that led to a consequence that no one could have expected. Snap! An extremely crisp and loud cracking sound instantly cut through the clamor in front of the stall. The sound was like an ice cube falling into a boiling oil pan, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the source of the sound. The end of the broom in Yi Xian's hand just happened to hit the heirloom that Master Pu held in his hands and regarded as a treasure, the blue and white porcelain vase from the official kiln of the Ming dynasty. The porcelain vase that was worth 5 million and carried a family's dream of getting rich had now broken in the middle. The upper half fell to the ground and shattered into countless blue and white pieces. Only half of the bottle bottom was left, lying alone in Master Pu's hands, which were stiff with shock. The air was dead silent. My bottle. 2 seconds later, Master Pu let out a shrill scream like a cuckoo crying blood. Chapter 43, The Big Drama of the Year. A Cleaner's Self-Cultivation. The whole place was dead silent. Time seemed to have been paused by an invisible hand. The crisp click became the only sound in the world at that moment. The lingering sound made everyone's eardrums buzz. Everyone's movements froze. Greedy, onlookers, sympathetic, calculating, all expressions were frozen on their faces, forming an absurd picture of all beings. Their eyes, like iron filings attracted to a magnet, were fixed on the same focus: the young man in the orange sanitation vest and the half-broken broom in his hand in front of the street stall, and the pile of blue and white fragments at his feet that were once worth 5 million. The air stagnated for 3 full seconds. Ah! A shrill scream that was not like a human voice suddenly exploded like thunder from the blue sky. Master Pu's face, once sage-like, was instantly distorted, his features squeezed together like an overturned pallet. He looked at the remaining half of the bottle in his hand, then at the pile of fragments on the ground, and his body trembled violently. My baby! He suddenly raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Xian, as if he wanted to eat him alive. This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. Master Pu smashed the half-broken base of the porcelain bottle in his hand to the ground with a dull sound, and then pounced on him like an enraged mad tiger and grabbed Yi Xian by the collar. You sweeper! You destroyed my heirloom! His saliva sprayed all over Yi Xian's face, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. I want you to pay me back. 1 million. Not a cent less. His shout also woke up the accomplices around him. The cultured man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was the first to rush up and pointed at Yi Xian's nose. Boy! Look at what you've done. This is the Xuanda official kiln. A national treasure. Do you understand what a national treasure is? And you destroyed it. The burly tycoon was even more direct. He pushed away the tourists in front of him, revealing 2 thick arms with dragon and tiger stripes on them, and fiercely blocked Yi Xian's retreat. If you don't pay me today, you can't even think about leaving Lilakang. The other passers-by also understood what he meant and surrounded him, forming an airtight encirclement, trapping Yi Xian in the center. The entire scene instantly changed from an elegant scene of buying and selling antiques to a brutal scene of violent debt collection. Li Weigua, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, was so frightened that his face turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He looked at the cleaner who was surrounded in the middle, and felt a sense of fear and deep sympathy in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't buy it. But this young man, what should he do? 1 million. That's 1 million. How much can a street sweeper make in a month? 3,000? 5,000? Even if you work without food or drink for your entire life, you still can't make that much. He's finished. This young man is so unlucky. The surrounding onlookers were also in an uproar, buzzing with discussions. Oh my God, this is a disaster. This young man is so careless. How could he break someone's heirloom while sweeping the floor? 1 million? Isn't this just a scam? A broken bottle is not worth 1 million. What do you know? Lulakang is a very complicated place. What if it really is a treasure? That young man will be in big trouble. What a pity. He deserves it. He didn't pay attention when he was walking. Make him pay. Make him lose everything.
Various voices mixed together, sympathetic, gloating, indifferent, turning this small street stall into a court to judge human nature. However, Yi Xian, who was at the center of the storm, was unusually calm. He was grabbed by the collar by Master Pu, and the complex smell of sweat, cheap tobacco, and overnight meals rushed into his nostrils. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Not because of fear, nor because of the intimidation of the 1 million. He simply felt that the smell was a bit too strong. Let go. He spoke, his tone flat and without any emotion. Let go? I'll let go of your mother's head. If you don't pay me today, I'll chop off your hands. Master Pu roared, and the strength in his hands increased a little bit, almost breaking Yi Xian's neck. Yi Xian lowered his eyes and looked at the hand whose veins were bulging from the force. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Master Pu's wrist. Then, gently push. The action was so casual, like brushing a fallen leaf off your shoulder. But Master Pu felt an irresistible force coming, and his hand, which he thought was as strong as a pair of pliers, was pushed away easily. He staggered back 2 steps, his face full of disbelief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian straightened his wrinkled collar, and then made a move that no one expected. He squatted down. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly picked up a palm-sized piece of porcelain from the pile of blue and white fragments. Master Pu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and thought that Yi Xian was trying to cheat or destroy the evidence. He immediately rushed up again, pointed at Yi Xian's back, and started yelling even more arrogantly. What are you looking at? Are you still trying to deny it? The evidence is there. How can a scavenger like you understand it? The patterns and glaze are beyond the comprehension of a lowly person like you? The cultured man chimed in, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses and admonishing him in a condescending tone. Young man, admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you're beaten. Stop pretending and figure out how to raise the money. Don't waste everyone's time. The tycoon was even more direct, clenching his fists and making crackling sounds from his joints. Kid, I'll count to 3. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm going to punch you. Li Weigua's heart was in his throat. He clenched his fists nervously and even wanted to say something fair, but when he saw those ferocious men, he swallowed the words back. At this tense moment, when things are about to break out, Yi Xian stood up. He held the piece of porcelain in his hand, raised it to his eyes, and looked at it carefully in the light of the setting sun. Then he turned the porcelain piece over and gently scraped the broken surface with his fingernails. A fine cloud of white powder fell down. He raised his head and calmly looked at the Master Pu in front of him, who had already entered the best actor state, and spoke lightly in a tone of stating facts without any emotion. Xuanda blue and white porcelain has a firm body in fine clay, so the cross-section is smooth and feels heavy. Yours is loose, with a rough cross-section and feels light and airy in the hand. It's a typical modern plaster mold grouting mold. His voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp knife, instantly cutting through all the noise at the scene. The whole place fell silent again. The expression on Master Pu's face froze. Chapter 44. I'll compensate you 100 yuan, and the other bull is free for you. Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it was like an ice-hardened scalpel, accurately dissecting the lies carefully woven by Master Pu and displaying the rotten internal organs bloody in front of everyone. The entire place fell into deathly silence again. Everyone's gaze shifted from the pile of debris to Yi Xian's face. Master Pu's face, flushed with anger, was losing color at a visible rate, gradually turning pale. His facial muscles twitched stiffly, and his mouth opened, but no words came out. The arrogance on the face of the cultured man with gold-rimmed glasses behind him instantly froze, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The big and strong tycoon subconsciously retracted his clenched fists, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. What are scammers most afraid of? Not a policeman, not a colleague, but an expert who doesn't play by the rules and can strip you of your underwear as soon as he opens his mouth. And he was a harmless-looking sweeper wearing a sanitation vest. What the hell is this plot? Yi Xian ignored their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He held the porcelain piece in his hand and continued speaking in a straightforward, emotionless tone. Second, the glaze. Authentic Xuanda blue and white porcelain has a glaze as smooth as jade, with orange peel texture. How about yours? He turned the porcelain piece around on his fingertips, letting the sunset light shine on it. The glaze has an excessive sheen, known in the jargon as thief shine, a typical characteristic of acid-washed aging. The so-called flint red above was created using hydrofluoric acid, resulting in a dull, faded color with no transitions. It looks fake at first glance. With every word, Master Pua's face turned paler. Among the onlookers who were originally just watching the fun and even gloating, the expressions on the faces of several real veteran players had changed from watching the show to being shocked. So professional. Every word of these sentences hits the mark. The body, glaze, color, inscription, in just a few words, this young man pointed out all the key points of an imitation. This vision and knowledge are even more sharp and insightful than those old hands who have been working in the Liuli factory for decades. How the hell is this a floor sweeper? This is clearly a mastermind level boss on a secret visit. Yi Xian completely ignored the increasingly horrified looks of the people around him, as if he was just completing a boring work report. Third, the blue and white color. The Xuanda official kills used imported sumoliking, which has a rich, vibrant color that penetrates deep into the body, with natural halos and dark brown crystal spots. Yours seems to float above the glaze, a blue that's too ethereal and vulgar. It's the lowest quality modern raw material. After saying that, he threw the piece of porcelain worth 1 million back into the pile of fragments on the ground as if he was throwing away a piece of garbage, making a crisp ding-dong sound. He dusted off his hands and made a final summary to the Master Pu, who looked as pale as death. To sum up, this thing of yours can't even be considered a high-end imitation. At best, it's a modern tourist artifact. At the Jingdezhen wholesale market, this quality item has a factory price of 120. Considering the shipping cost and your acting skills, I'll round it up for you. Yi Xian raised his head, looked at the completely dumbfounded scammers in front of him, and said calmly, "If you really want it, I will compensate you with 100 yuan, no more." Puff. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laugh was like a switch, instantly lighting up the entire audience. Ha 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 ha. $100. This guy is too mean. Oh my god, it turned out to be a scam. I'd almost believed it. Awesome. This cleaning guy is an expert. His face slaps are so loud. Serves you right. You bastards are deceiving me. I've hit a wall today. Master Pu's face had changed from pale to purple, and then from purple to ashen blue. Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation. In front of so many people in Lolakang, the scam was peeled off layer by layer like peeling an onion, and in the end, I was humiliated with 100 yuan. This is worse than killing him. You are slandering me. Master Pu was so angry that he no longer cared about his immortal appearance. He pointed at Yi Xian's nose and cursed, "You, a sweeper, don't know shit. My stuff is real. It's a family heirloom." The burly and fat tycoon also reacted. His scam had been exposed. If he didn't get his revenge, how would he survive on this street in the future? He was getting more and more fearful, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and he approached Yi Xian step by step. "Boy, I think you are not going to accept my toast and then drink the forfeit wine. I won't let you see some blood today, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has." As he spoke, he raised his fist, which was as big as a casserole, again. The crowd exclaimed. Li Weigua, who had been in a daze, was also frightened and subconsciously shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it. I'm calling the police." However, Yi Xian didn't even look at the approaching strongman. He seemed completely unaware of the danger coming. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he turned around, took a step forward, and walked straight to the corner next to the stall that was filled with various construction waste and waste. There is a forgotten sanitary blind spot. Broken bricks and tiles, broken clay figurines, rusty wire, and all kinds of unnamed junk were piled up into a small garbage dump, emitting a mixed smell of dust and mold. Yi Xian's action stunned everyone, including the strong man who was about to take action. What does this kid want to do? Can't win, planning to hide in the garbage dump? Just when everyone was confused, Yi Xian bent down and rummaged through the pile of musty-smelling garbage. Then he picked up something from a pile of broken tiles and mud. A black, broken bowl with a noticeable chip on the rim and covered in dried mud. He took the broken bowl, stood up, and walked back to his middle school teacher Li Weigua, who was still in great shock and fear. Li Weigua looked at Yi Xian, then at the bowl in his hand, which was even more broken than his own dog food bowl, with a look of confusion on his face. Yi Xian stuffed the dirty broken bowl directly into Li Weigua's hand. "Uncle, you are lucky.
I have saved you from disaster today.
His tone was still calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. This bowl is much better than that pile of garbage on the ground.
Take it. Consider it my compensation for your emotional distress.
After saying this, Yi Xian didn't even look at the group of scammers again. He turned and walked back to his garbage truck, picked up the broom that had fallen on the ground, and in the midst of everyone's astonished, puzzled, mocking, and bewildered gazes, he slowly continued to sweep the fallen leaves in the other corner of the wall. It was as if the million-dollar conflict, the astonishing appraisal, and the shocking action had nothing to do with him.
He's just a cleaner.
Sweeping the floor is his job. Master Pu and his gang looked at Yi Xian's eerily calm back, then looked at the eyes around him that were full of contempt and mockery, and felt a burning pain on their faces. If you stay any longer, you will only bring shame upon yourself.
Damn it, let's go.
Master Pu glared at Yi Xian's back fiercely, as if he wanted to engrave him in his heart, then waved his hand, and with his equally dusty accomplices, he pushed through the crowd and slipped away in embarrassment.
The big drama of the year ended in such an anticlimactic way.
All that was left was the mess on the ground and the middle-aged man standing there with a broken bowl in his hand, completely at a loss.
Chapter 45, Shocking.
The garbage he casually gave away turned out to be a lost national treasure. The scammers ran away in disgrace, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, still excitedly discussing the dramatic scene that had just happened as they walked away. That guy sweeping the floor is so awesome, he's like a sweeping monk.
That's right.
I convinced those scammers to run away with just a few words.
It's so satisfying. But what was the meaning of him giving that teacher a broken bowl at the end? Was it performance art? Who knows?
Maybe he felt like he'd ruined someone's dream of getting rich, so he just gave them something to comfort them. Soon, Li Weiguo was the only one left standing in front of the noisy stall. He looked down at the so-called mental damage compensation in his hand.
This is a bowl. It was a black bowl with fine cracks all over its body.
There was a gap the size of a fingernail on the rim of the bowl. The inside and outside of the bowl were covered with a thick layer of dried yellow mud. No matter how you look at it, this is just real garbage that has just been dug out from the garbage dump.
Even a junk collector might not give it a second glance. Li Weiguo's mood was extremely complicated.
On the one hand, he was glad that his hard-earned money of more than 1 million was saved, and on the other hand, he was full of gratitude to the young cleaner who had just stepped forward. But on the other hand, looking at the broken bowl in his hand, he felt a little amused.
What is this?
Could it be that the young man was mocking himself for being greedy and wanting to get something for nothing, so he picked up something from the garbage dump to humiliate himself? The more Li Weiguo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. His honest face turned red and he felt very uncomfortable. He was holding the broken bowl and was about to find a trash can to throw it away when a voice came from the side.
Brother, don't throw it away yet.
Li Weiguo was stunned and turned around to see an old man wearing a gray Chinese-style double-breasted shirt and holding 2 walnuts in his hands, looking at him with a smile.
This old man had been watching the fun in the crowd just now.
He was a regular customer of Lulikang and was known as Uncle Wan. Although his eyesight was not first-rate, he had a wide range of knowledge. Mr. Wan walked up to Li Weiguo, looked at the broken bowl in his hand, and smacked his lips.
Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. That young man just now was no ordinary person.
Ah? Li Weiguo was a little slow to react. Think about it, Master Wan lowered his voice, his expression mysterious. His comments just now were well-reasoned and well-founded, each word a pearl of wisdom.
They left that Master Pu speechless.
The number of people in Lulikang who can achieve this level can be counted on one hand.
Who isn't a big boss? A person like that would pick up a broken bowl from the trash and give it to you for no reason? And even say it's to compensate you for your emotional loss?
Mr. Wan's words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the fog in Li Weiguo's mind.
Yes.
The young man looks young, but his calm demeanor and incisive comments are not something that ordinary people can have.
Why did he have to give himself such a broken bowl? Could it be this bowl?
Li Weiguo's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, and an absurd idea popped up in his mind. He looked down at the bowl in his hand again. It seemed that there was some unknown secret hidden under the black soil. Looking at his expression, Mr. Wan knew that he had figured it out, and smiled as he pointed to the most imposing 3-story attic at the east end of the street. Brother, listen to my advice. Take this bowl and go to Yuhalo and ask Mr. Huang to take a look.
Yuhai Tower? Mr. Huang?
Li Weiguo knew nothing about these.
That's right. Mr. Huang Yuhai, a towering figure in the Beijing antiques world. He's handled countless treasures in his lifetime, and his eye for treasure is universally acknowledged. If he says this thing is trash, it's not too late for you to throw it away. If he says this thing is valuable. Mr. Wan didn't say anything else, but just smiled meaningfully. Li Weiguo's heart began to beat violently. He glanced at the trash can on the corner, then at the quaint Yuhai Tower in the distance, and gritted his teeth. There is nothing to lose anyway. Thank you, sir. I'll go right away. Li Weiguo bowed to Mr. Wan, then holding the broken bowl, ran quickly towards Yuhai Tower. Yuhai Tower, 3rd floor, private room. Mr. Huang Yuhai, wearing a pair of reading glasses, was sitting on a rosewood armchair, leisurely sipping a glass of top-quality Huaishan de Hongpo. As an authority in the Beijing antique world, he sees countless people every day who come to him with various heirlooms for appraisal. 99% of them are fakes that are not worth mentioning. He was already a little fed up with it. Just then, a waiter knocked on the door and came in, followed by a middle-aged man who was panting and looking nervous. It was Li Weiguo. Mr. Huang, this gentleman said he has something and would like you to take a look at it. Huang Yuhai didn't even raise his eyelids. He picked up the teacup, blew gently on the hot air, and said in a flat tone, "What is it? If you found it at a street stall, don't show it to embarrass yourself." Li Weiguo's face turned red when he heard his words, but he still mustered up his courage and carefully handed over the broken bowl with both hands. "Mr. Huang, please take a look at this." Huang Yuhai glanced at him impatiently. When he saw the black bowl that was covered in mud and had a crack in it, his brows immediately frowned. Nonsense. He was a little angry. You bring all kinds of junk to me. Do you think I'm a junk collector? Take it away, take it away. Li Weiguo was scolded until his face turned red and he was at a loss, almost giving up. But just as he was about to take the bowl back, Huang Yuhai's gaze inadvertently fell on the small part of the bowl's bottom that was exposed outside the soil. At just one glance, Huang Yuhai's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped in the air. The impatience on his face disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by an extreme surprise. Wait. He suddenly put down the teacup, no longer caring about his master's demeanor, and grabbed the broken bowl from Li Weiguo's hand. He held the bowl in his palm and first gently rubbed the rough iron-like base of the bowl with his fingers. At this moment, Huang Yuhai's expression changed instantly. It was an electric shock. He immediately took off his reading glasses from around his neck, put them on carefully, and took out a high-power magnifying glass from the pen holder on the table. He looked carefully at the rim of the bowl, the bottom of the bowl, the glaze, and the small chipped surface, inch by inch. In the private room, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The only sound was Mr. Huang's increasingly heavy and rapid breathing. Li Weiguo stood aside nervously, not even daring to breathe. He saw that Mr. Huang's hand holding the magnifying glass had begun to tremble uncontrollably. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Huang Yuhai seemed to be possessed, looking at the broken bowl over and over again, muttering to himself, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes nodding, his expression changing unpredictably, which made Li Weiguo feel very nervous. Finally, Huang Yuhai suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying light flashed in his turbid old eyes as he stared at Li Weiguo. This bowl. Where did you get it? His voice had become hoarse and shrill due to excessive excitement. Li Weiguo was frightened by his appearance and stammered as he recounted the entire scene that had just happened on the street, from the scammer setting up the trap, to the cleaner boy coming to the rescue, and finally to the broken bowl being given to him. Huang Yuhai was horrified when he heard this. When he heard the cleaning boy's comments on the blue and white porcelain, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. When he heard the last part, that the young man dug out the bowl from the garbage dump and gave it to Li Weiguo, he couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! Huang Yuhai slapped his thigh and stood up suddenly from the armchair. Because his movement was so violent, he almost knocked the chair over. Master! This is the real sweeping monk. He is a peerless master hidden in the city. His face flushed with excitement, and he held the black, broken bowl in his hand as if he were holding a rare treasure. His voice trembled violently with excitement. Facing the completely stunned Li Weiguo, he used all his strength to announce word by word. This isn't some broken bowl. This is a Yaobian Tianmu bowl made in the Jian kiln during the Song dynasty. It's a national treasure that's been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Although it's damaged, the colorful halos created by the light on the glaze inside the bowl are the most typical characteristics of a Yohan Tenmaku bowl. There's no mistaking it. Absolutely no mistaking it. Huang Yuhai's voice was already filled with tears. Its value, even if it's damaged, it's at least over 100 million. Chapter 46. Is it difficult to reward 100 million? No, it's Christie's shares. Over 100 million. Its value, even if it is damaged, is at least over 100 million. Huang Yuhai's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Weiguo's head hard. Boom. Li Weiguo felt as if the whole world was spinning. All the sounds in his ears disappeared, leaving only Huang Yuhai's cry-filled roar, which was looping endlessly in his mind. Over 100 million? 100 million? The 1.2 million yuan he was going to use as a down payment for his son seemed as small as a speck of dust in front of this figure. He looked at the black, mud-covered, and even broken bowl in Huang Yuhai's hand. His body swayed, his eyes turned black, and he fell straight back. Hey! This gentleman! The guy next to him was quick to support him and prevented him from fainting from happiness. Huang Yuhai didn't notice Li Weiguo's abnormality at all. He was completely immersed in a huge ecstasy of regaining what he had lost. He held the Yohan Tenmiko cup in his hands trembling and tears streaming down his face. It's back! It's back! This national treasure, lost for nearly 1,000 years, has finally seen the light of day again in the hands of our generation. He spoke to the fellow, and as if to himself, his voice full of excitement and awe. Quick! Go close the door. No! Close the entire Yuhai Tower for today. No visitors allowed. Also, go get my fast-acting heart pills right now. No, get a few more bottles. I'm afraid my old heart won't be able to take it today. The guy was so frightened by the scene that he ran out crawling. But he forgot to close the door. Huang Yuhai's uncontrollable shouts, filled with shock and ecstasy, had already spread out through the open door. What? Mr. Huang sealed the building? I just heard, national treasure? Over 100 million? No way. Who took something to provoke Mr. Huang like this? The shopkeepers and customers downstairs were instantly in an uproar. The news, as if it had grown wings, flew out of the gate of Yuhai Tower at a speed faster than the speed of light, instantly sweeping across the entire Lilikang Antique Street. Breaking news! Breaking news! Something big happened at Yuhai Tower. A customer who had just come out, his face flushed, was shouting at the people on the street at the top of his voice. Old Huang received a treasure. He said it himself. A national treasure. Worth over 100 million. What's worth over 100 million? A street vendor nearby didn't believe it. A bowl. A broken bowl. They said it was picked up from a garbage dump. This sentence was like a depth bomb, exploding in the crowd. The entire Lilikang has gone completely crazy. Have you heard? Someone found a bowl in the garbage dump and asked Mr. Huang to show it to him for 100 million. The version I heard is that a sweeper casually gave someone a bowl, and it turned out to be the lost Song Dynasty Yaobian Tianmu bowl. More than that. I heard it was the janitor who exposed Master Pu's scam this afternoon. He saw through the fake blue and white porcelain at a glance, then dug out a genuine national treasure from the garbage heap. His eyesight is like the reincarnation of a piercing eye. Oh my god. Is this true? That sweeper is so amazing? Really? Master Wan saw it with his own eyes. He was the one who persuaded that middle school teacher to go to Yuhai Tower. For a time, rumors were flying everywhere, and the versions became more and more bizarre, but the core content was surprisingly consistent. A mysterious cleaner. A broken bowl worth over 100 million yuan. An urban legend about the Lilikang sweeping monk spread to every corner at viral speed in just over 10 minutes, becoming the most explosive, bizarre, and most talked about news of the year in the Beijing antique world. Countless people, including shopkeepers who boasted of their keen eyesight, veterans who had been in the business for years, and even tourists who had just been frightened by scammers, all rushed to the streets as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They have only one goal: to find the mysterious cleaner. Quick! Find! Where's the guy in the orange vest? I was just sweeping the floor here. Where is he? Search separately. We must find this expert. He's the living god of wealth. The entire Lilikang was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. People were frantically searching for the figure in sanitation uniform at every stall, in every corner, and even behind every trash can.
However, Yi Xian had already finished his work, pushed his cart, hummed a little tune, and disappeared at the end of the street corner. He took away the garbage and all the clues, leaving behind only a back that made everyone's imaginations crazy and a legend that was destined to be recorded in the history of Lilikang. Yuhai Tower, in the private room. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, it's eerily quiet in here. Huang Yuhai had calmed down a little. He solemnly took out a piece of yellow silk cloth from the safe and carefully wrapped the Yaobian Tianmu lamp. He raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who was still in a daze. "This is Mr. Li, right?" Huang Yuhai's tone was more polite than ever before. "Ah. Yes, my name is Li Weigua." Li Weigua finally regained some of his senses. "Mr. Li," Huang Yuhai said, choosing his words carefully. "Although this bowl is damaged, its historical and artistic value is immeasurable. It fills a significant gap in our country's ceramic history. From my perspective, and from the perspective of Yuhailu, we very much hope to collect it." He paused and held up 5 fingers. "Personally, I'm willing to pay 50 million to acquire it." 50 million. This number made Li Weigua's heart twitch wildly again. 50 million, not to mention his son's down payment, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in this life, the next life, or the next life. All he had to do was nod his head and his life would change completely. However, when Li Weigua looked at the national treasure wrapped in yellow silk in front of him, what emerged in his mind was the calm face of the young man. He remembered how the young man exposed the scam, how he protected himself from disaster, and how he calmly stuffed this garbage into his hands. People can easily give away a national treasure worth 100 million, so how can I turn this great opportunity and trust into vulgar money-making for just 50 million? An unprecedented courage and enlightenment surged into Li Weigua's heart. He straightened his back and bowed deeply to Huang Yuhai. "Mr. Huang, thank you." His voice was not loud, but extremely firm. "This bowl is not mine. It belongs to the young man who helped me, and even more importantly, it belongs to this country. I have decided that I will donate it to the National Museum free of charge." Huang Yuhai was stunned. He looked at Li Weigua's plain but resolute face and remained speechless for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply, his face showing genuine admiration. "Great! Mr. Li, I admire you. On behalf of the country and all my colleagues in the archaeological community, thank you." At the same time, in an ordinary rental house in the east of the city, Yi Xian had just finished taking a shower and was wearing shorts and bare-chested, making himself a bowl of steaming instant noodles in the kitchen. The storm in Lilikang that was worthy of being recorded in history was just a trivial episode in his work to him. In his opinion, there was no essential difference between the bowl worth over 100 million yuan and the fake porcelain vase worth 120 yuan. It's all garbage. One is garbage with cultural value, and the other is garbage without cultural value. You can't eat it anyway. He skillfully beat an egg and sprinkled green onions into the bowl, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. Just as he was about to start, a cold mechanical voice sounded quietly in his mind. Ding! The host inadvertently discovered a lost national treasure from among the dusty garbage, plucking the strings of history and perfectly achieving the hidden achievement, knowing the pearl with a wisdom eye. Achievement rewards are being distributed to you. Yi Xian picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks and paused for a moment. Another reward? Rewards distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grandmaster Treasure Appraisal passive skill. You will automatically gain complete knowledge of all artworks, antiques, and collectibles worldwide, allowing you to determine age, authenticity, and value at a glance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15% of the permanent dry shares of Christie's, the world's largest art auction house. All dividends will be automatically remitted to your escrow account on a quarterly basis. Yi Xian looked at the information that popped up in his mind and silently sipped his noodles. Grandmaster level treasure appraisal skills? Seems okay. I shouldn't get ripped off next time I go to Panjiayuan. Christie's shares? What are they? How many boxes of instant noodles can they be exchanged for? He shook his head, put all these messy things behind him, and focused on the bowl of fragrant egg and scallion noodles in front of him. This one is more practical. Chapter 47. He was struggling to decide whether to eat instant noodles for dinner, and the world's capital was trembling for him. Yi Xian looked at the lines of information that popped up in his mind, and the chopsticks holding the instant noodles paused in the air for half a second. Grandmaster level treasure appraisal skills? This skill sounded somewhat useful. Next time he went to places like Lulakang, he probably wouldn't be scammed by people using handicrafts worth 120 yuan. Although he wouldn't fall for it anyway, it was always good to save himself some trouble.
As for that 15% permanent stake in Christie's?
Yi Xian had a vague impression of the name, as if he had heard it in a movie.
Someone who worked in auctions.
It sounded impressive, but to him, it didn't mean much. Equity, dividends, these words are too far away from his life. He just wanted to finish this bowl of noodles quickly. After a busy afternoon, he was exhausted. This bowl of deluxe instant noodles with eggs and ham was the most direct and tangible reward for his hard work.
He lowered his head and took a big sip of steaming noodles.
The rich soup and chewy noodles intertwined in his mouth, bringing a simple and pure sense of satisfaction. At this moment, the screen of the cheap smartphone he had casually thrown on the table lit up and then made a slight vibration.
It's a notification of a new email.
Yi Xian chewed his noodles and impatiently picked up his phone.
He thought it was one of those annoying spam emails and was about to delete it with one click. But the title of the email made him pause for a moment. It was a long string of English that he could hardly understand, but he recognized 2 words in it. He frowned and opened the email. The email was in both Chinese and English, and was in an extremely formal format.
It contained a share confirmation letter, informing him that Mr. Xian Yi had officially become a major shareholder of Christie's International Limited, holding 15% of the company's non-voting shares. The relevant share certificates and legal documents would be delivered by a special person within 3 working days, and he was invited to attend the global board meeting next quarter. At the end of the email, there was a contact number, signed by the office of the president of Christie's Asia.
Yi Xian read the entire email expressionlessly. Oh, it turns out to be true. The system is quite efficient. He casually marked the email, which was enough to give any financial tycoon a cardiac arrest, as read, then locked the phone screen and threw it back on the table. Throughout the entire process, his expression didn't change at all, as if he was handling an ordinary courier pickup notice. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and continued to focus on the bowl of instant noodles in front of him that was about to fall apart. To him, the value of this email is far less important than finishing this bowl of instant noodles within its best ever shelf life. At the same time, the atmosphere in the online video conference room spanning several time zones around the world was extremely solemn. This is Christie's auction house's highest-level global strategic meeting.
All attendees were top-tier figures whose mere stamp of the foot could shake the global art market.
They were either heirs to vast family fortunes or financial giants with decades of experience in art investment.
Christie's equity structure has always been known for its stability. For centuries, it has been firmly in the hands of a few ancient families and consortiums. It is harder than climbing to the sky for outsiders to get involved.
However, today, a piece of news that could overturn everyone's cognition was thrown out.
At the center of the video, Christie's global CEO, a white-haired Frenchman, announced in his heavily accented English, "Ladies and gentlemen, just an hour ago, our board's legal department received the final confirmation." He paused, as if he was organizing his words, or as if he was digesting the shock of the news. A mysterious Mr. Yi, through a series of capital operations that we still cannot fully reconstruct, which are like works of art, has legally acquired a permanent 15% stake in our company in a very short period of time through the secondary market and several anonymous transfer agreements. Now, he is the largest individual shareholder of Christie's, apart from the founding family foundation. This news, like a nuclear bomb, exploded in the quiet online conference room.
What? That's impossible. Our shares are all locked in an agreement. 15%? Oh my God. How did he do that? Who's selling the shares? Investigate. We must immediately find out who this Mr. Yi is. Where does his funding come from? What is his purpose? The conference room erupted in an uproar, and everyone lost their composure. These normally expressionless capitalists were now unable to conceal the shock and disbelief on their faces. To be able to complete an acquisition of this magnitude right under their noses, without anyone noticing, was no ordinary business venture, it was a financial blitzkrieg. The other party's strength and methods were so unfathomable they were terrifying. Among the many video windows, one seemed particularly quiet. In the top floor office of Su Group, Su Qingying was sitting at the other end of the online meeting. As one of Jiashide's strategic shareholders, the Su family also held a small stake.
She was also required to attend this sudden emergency meeting. When she heard the old Frenchman say Mr. Yi in a tone of awe and confusion, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably.
Mr. Yi?
Although this surname is common in China, at this moment, it is like a needle that accurately pierces the most sensitive nerve deep in her heart. An absurd, even illogical thought, crazily flooded her mind.
Could it be him? The man who drives a Didi but can come up with a god-level formula, the man who dresses casually but can make the bank president bow down to him? No. Impossible.
Su Qingying immediately rejected this idea in her mind.
The funds and resources required to acquire 15% of Christie's shares are astronomical.
Even with the size of the Su Group, it is impossible to do it quietly in such a short period of time.
This is completely different from sending a prescription. He is just an ordinary person experiencing life. But, what if?
Once this thought came into her mind, it grew like a vine, madly spreading in her heart and could no longer be contained. That strong, almost intuitive premonition made it impossible for her to remain calm.
She picked up another phone and quickly sent an instruction to her chief secretary. Investigate immediately.
Use all your connections to find out what special events occurred this afternoon at Lulikang Antique Street in Beijing.
I want every detail, especially any information related to a young man named Yi.
On the other side, Yi Xian finally finished his instant noodles with satisfaction, even drinking up all the soup. He looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work. He slowly packed up his things and pushed the empty garbage truck back to the logistics point of the Lulikang Street Management Office.
Brother Wang, we're done.
He greeted the logistics manager who was reading a newspaper.
Hey, Xiaoya's here.
You've worked so hard. Manager Wang looked up and, smiling, took out 2 red bills from the drawer and handed them to him.
Here's your salary for today, 200 yuan. Count them. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang.
Yi Xian took the money and put it directly into his pocket without counting it. 200 yuan is not a lot, but it was earned by his afternoon's work. Holding it in his hand, he felt very at ease. He took off the orange sanitation vest, folded it, handed it back to Supervisor Wang, and changed back into his casual clothes.
Brother Wang, I'm leaving first.
Go ahead, and go slowly. Yi Xian walked out of the management office, and the evening breeze blowing on his body was very comfortable. He stretched and felt relaxed all over.
Today was a very fulfilling day.
Not only did I experience the hard work of sanitation workers, I also exposed a scam and did a good thing.
I also accidentally completed a system achievement and got some, well, I don't know what the rewards are for. All in all, a perfect day.
He hummed a tuneless little tune and joined the crowd of people leaving get off work, and his figure soon disappeared into the twilight. He didn't know that less than 10 minutes after he left, several black cars with special license plates came roaring to a stop at the intersection of the Lioli factory.
Chapter 48, One Bull Knocks the Cultural Relics Bureau Down. Experts burst into tears, the Grandmaster has appeared.
In the top-secret conference room of the National Cultural Relics Appraisal Center, the atmosphere was so solemn and dignified that it was almost frozen. Several leading experts in the domestic archaeological and cultural relic identification fields, whose stomping of their feet could cause an earthquake, were now gathered around a long table covered with thick red velvet.
Their eyes were fixed on the object in the middle of the table. A bowl.
A black, broken bowl with a noticeable chip on the rim. Li Weigua stood in the corner of the conference room, his palms sweating with nervousness. Ever since he held the bowl and was personally accompanied by Mr. Huang from Yuhai Tower and sent here in a special car, he has been in a dreamlike state. In his life, he had barely even stepped into the District Education Bureau a few times. He had never imagined that one day he would be able to stand in such a top-level national institution, surrounded by a group of national treasure-level experts whom he had only seen on TV. And all of this originated from the broken bowl in his hand, which he dug out from the garbage dump. Old Zhang, look at the body of this porcelain.
It's a typical iron body. It makes a sound when you knock it. It's definitely from Jian Kiln.
An old man with completely white hair and wearing deep reading glasses said in a trembling voice.
That's more than that.
Another expert adjusted his glasses, holding a high-intensity flashlight and carefully scanning the inner wall of the bowl.
Look! Look at this halo! Oh my god! It's really a rainbow light! It's Johann!
It's the Johann Tenmokuzan, the one that's been lost for nearly 1,000 years. As his flashlight moved, the inner wall of the black bowl, which originally looked ordinary, actually reflected a dreamlike and colorful light spot like a cosmic nebula, which was gorgeous, dazzling and mysterious. Hiss! There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the conference room. Everyone present is a master who has spent his whole life studying ancient ceramics. they have an almost pilgrimage-like awe for the name Yoban Tenmaku-jan. It is a legendary masterpiece, the pinnacle of ceramic firing technology. There are only 3 pieces left in the world, and all of them are lost overseas. It is an eternal pain in the hearts of the entire Chinese archaeological community. They dreamed of seeing it with their own eyes, even if it was just a piece of it. And now, a complete although incomplete Yohan Tenmaku-zan appeared right in front of them. Oh my god! I must be dreaming. An old expert in his 70s looked at the bull, his eyes instantly turned red, and turbid tears flowed uncontrollably. A national treasure. A national treasure. It's back. It's finally back. Quick! Contact the Institute of Materials Analysis of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We need to perform non-destructive composition testing on it. This is a major discovery that fills a gap in my country's ceramic history. This is a day that will go down in history. The entire conference room instantly went from solemn and dignified to a sea of excitement. The experts lost their composure, like children who had seen their favorite toys, their words incoherent and tears streaming down their faces. Li Weiguo was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him, which was comparable to Fan Jin passing the imperial examination. He was finally 100% sure that what the cleaning boy had casually handed him was truly a priceless national treasure. After a long time, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, who presided over the meeting, a middle-aged man with an elegant face but a strong aura, finally calmed down his excitement. He walked up to Li Weiguo, held his hand tightly and shook it vigorously. Comrade Li Weiguo, on behalf of the country and the people, I thank you. You have made great contributions to the country and the nation. Li Weiguo blushed and stammered at the sudden praise. No, director, this bowl is not mine. I can't take the credit for this. Oh? The director was stunned for a moment. Then what is this national treasure? Li Weiguo took a deep breath and recounted in detail what happened in Lilikang this afternoon. From how the scam gang set up the scam, to how the mysterious young cleaner casually exposed the scam, to how he commented on the fake blue and white porcelain, and finally, how he calmly dug out the bowl from the garbage dump and stuffed it into his own hand. When he talked about Yi Xian's comments on Xian de blue and white porcelain, the excitement on the faces of the experts present had turned into complete shock. The carcass is firm and the cross-section is smooth. The glaze is as smooth as jade, with orange peel texture. Suma Li Ching, deep into the fetal bones, with crystal spots. Every word of these sentences was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of these experts hard. So professional. This is no longer a simple matter of knowing the business, it is the essence that can only be summed up after decades of immersion in this field and handling countless authentic products. These words, spoken by a young man in a sanitation vest, are even more incredible than the discovery of the Yohan Tenmaku-zan itself. When Li Weiguo finally said that the young man had casually dug out this national treasure from a pile of real construction waste, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by this story and was speechless. A master who knows the official kills of the Ming dynasty like the back of his hand, and at the same time, has the eagle eyes that can identify the masterpieces of the Song dynasty in the garbage dump at a glance. What is the concept? This is no longer just a master, this is a god. A living legend. The sweeping monk has arrived in reality. We must find him. The director of the Cultural Relics Bureau slammed the table and said in a decisive tone. An unprecedented light burst out from his eyes. This kind of talent is our country's most precious treasure. It's a dereliction of duty for us to have him wander among the people. He immediately issued an order, immediately established a special task force. I will personally serve as the team leader. Retrieve all the surveillance footage from the Lilikang area this afternoon. Utilize all technical means and spare no expense to find this folk expert with a discerning eye for gems. After you find him, don't alarm him. I'm going to pay him a visit in person. We must hire him as a special consultant to our National Cultural Relics Appraisal Committee. No. A lifetime honorary consultant. At the command, the entire state machinery began to operate at high speed in order to find a mysterious sweeping monk. However, the investigation team soon encountered unprecedented difficulties. They retrieved all the surveillance footage around Lilikang, reviewed it frame by frame, and indeed found the figure wearing the orange sanitation vest. However, when the young man was working, he wore a wide sun hat on his head and a gray mask on his face, covering his entire face tightly. In addition, many surveillance camera angles were very tricky and the images were blurry. Even though they used the highest level of image restoration technology, they were still unable to see his true appearance. He was like a real ghost. After completing that earth-shaking event, he waved his sleeves and disappeared completely in the vast crowd without leaving a cloud. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. At this moment, Yi Xian, the sweeping monk who drove both the State Administration of Cultural Heritage and Christie's auction house crazy, was sitting in an inconspicuous little noodle restaurant on the street. He just ordered a large bowl of braised beef noodles, which cost 30 yuan a bowl. It was full of meat and noodles. This was his way of rewarding himself for a hard day's work. The steaming noodles were served, with large chunks of beef stewed until soft and tasty, and garnished with green coriander. The aroma was fragrant. Yi Xian picked up the chopsticks, picked up a strand of noodles, and slurped a big mouthful with satisfaction. He had no idea that because of a piece of garbage he casually threw away, the entire antique and cultural relics circles in the capital had gone completely crazy for him. Chapter 49, Uncovering the Mysterious Relationship Between My Husband, a Cleaner, and Christie S. The top floor of Su Group, the president's office. The air was as still as a piece of frozen glass. Su Qingying stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. The entire capital seemed to be crawling at her feet. But at this moment, her world was filled with the Christie's global online conference just now. And that earth-shattering name, Mr. Yi. The office door was pushed open silently, and Chief Secretary Lin Wen walked in, his footsteps as light as a cat. Boss Su. Lin Wen's voice rang out in the silent office, steady and without a trace of ripples. I've checked the information you requested. Su Qingying didn't look back. Explain. One word, cold and clear. This afternoon, a big event happened in Lulikang Antique Street. Lin Wen began his report, speaking at a steady pace, as if he was reading aloud a boring financial statement. A fraud gang set up a scam using high-quality imitation blue and white porcelain, but was exposed on the spot by a sanitation worker. Su Qingying's hand holding the coffee cup paused in the air for a moment. Sanitation worker? Later, in order to comfort the middle-aged man who had been deceived, the cleaner picked up a broken bowl from the construction waste pile on the roadside and gave it to him. Lin Wen's tone did not change, but the content of his narration became more and more bizarre. That middle-aged man took the bowl to Yuhai Tower for appraisal. The result was a Song Dynasty Jian Kiln Yaobian Tianmu bowl, a national treasure that has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Click. The bone china coffee cup in Su Qingying's hand was gently placed back on the table, making a crisp sound. She turned slowly. Where's the cleaner? Unidentified. According to internal information from the Cultural Relics Bureau, they retrieved all the surveillance footage, but the target was wearing a hat and mask the entire time, so facial features could not be identified. After completing their work, they disappeared. Lin Wen pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Currently, the entire Beijing Antique Community and Cultural Relics Department are frantically searching for this Lulikang sweeping monk. The office fell into a long silence again. Su Qingying's fingertips unconsciously slid across the cold and smooth desk. Delivery men, restaurant waiters, DD drivers, hospital nurses. Now, there is another sanitation worker. Every identity is so ordinary that it is insignificant. Every time it appears, it stirs up a level 12 storm in the corresponding area. A premonition so absurd that even she found it ridiculous was madly eroding her sanity, which she was proud of. What about Christie's? She finally asked the most crucial question. Lin Wen subconsciously stood up straighter. He took out a document and handed it over with both hands. We used our highest authority and confirmed the identity of the mysterious new shareholder through the internal channels of UBS. He paused, as if weighing the weight that name carried. Mr. Yi, full name. Yi Xian. Boom. Like a silent thunder, it exploded in Su Qingying's mind. Although she had already made thousands of guesses, she still felt a brief dizziness when the secretary said the name in a factual and irrefutable tone. She closed her eyes. At this moment, the world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Those seemingly unrelated fragments of events, like scattered stars, were forcibly connected together by a powerful and mysterious force at this moment. In her dark vision, the puzzle pieces automatically fell into place and fitted together perfectly. He drove a Pagani to deliver a takeaway worth $12, and then he got the top food influencers on the internet to willingly endorse his shop. He started out as an ordinary waiter in his own restaurant, and then he acquired the entire Tiangxi Yangfu catering group. Disguised as a DD driver, he crushed the professional racing god on the track, and then he came up with battery technology that was enough to subvert the entire new energy vehicle industry. He entered the hospital as a nurse and cured a terminal illness that even the national academicians were helpless to treat. Then, he became the mysterious controlling shareholder behind Pfizer Pharmaceuticals Group.
Now, he worked as a cleaner for a day.
So, the garbage he casually threw out from the garbage dump became a national treasure that shocked the whole of China. Then, he naturally became the second largest shareholder of Christie's, the world's largest art auction house. This is a perfect closed loop. An absurd, crazy, yet logically consistent closed loop.
He wasn't experiencing life on a whim. This is a kind of hunting in a higher dimension that she cannot understand. Every ordinary career experience is a precise layout.
He was like a god walking in the world, disguising himself as a mortal. While playing around in the world, he casually picked up the brightest pearl at the top of the industry pyramid and put it into his pocket.
Wealth, power, fame.
These things that people spend their entire lives chasing after are nothing more to him than game rewards automatically given by the system after completing the career experience that he doesn't even bother to take a second look at. Su Qingying felt that it was becoming difficult for her to breathe. She always thought that she was at the top of the world and could see through all the underlying logic of capital operations. But Yi Xian's existence shattered all her cognition and pride.
That's not business, it's not finance, and it's not luck. That's a rule.
A kind of divine rule that transcends all the rules of the real world and belongs to him alone.
She felt like she was touching the edge of the truth.
But this truth was so unbelievable and so subversive that it made her feel cold all over and even caused a trace of fear that came from the instinct of life.
Boss Su?
Lin Wen looked at his boss's pale face and couldn't help but speak.
Regarding this Mr. Yi, do we need to take any countermeasures?
His stake in Christie's poses a potential threat to our strategic layout. Su Qingying slowly opened her eyes. In those phoenix eyes that were usually calm, there were now surging waves that outsiders could not understand.
She did not answer the secretary's question.
She just slowly raised her hand and uttered a few words in a voice that was almost like a dream and only she could hear.
So, that's how it is?
Lin Wen was stunned.
Boss Su, what did you say? Su Qingying ignored him.
She walked straight to the desk and picked up the private phone that she had set as the highest authority. She no longer hesitated, her fingertips slid across the screen quickly, and found the number she had thought she would never call again.
Then she pressed the call button. Chapter 50, System, are you messing with me? I have to be a security guard before I can go back to my own home?
Yi Xian burped contentedly and drank up the last drop of braised beef soup in the bowl. A large bowl of beef noodles cost 30 yuan. It had plenty of meat, thick soup, and chewy noodles. It made him feel warm all over, and it seemed as if all the fatigue of the day was washed away by this bowl of steaming noodles. He wiped his mouth, stood up and walked out of this inconspicuous little noodle shop.
Night has fallen.
The lights in the capital are bright, the streets are busy with people and cars, and the city is full of noise and vitality. Yi Xian stretched, and there was a crackling sound between his bones. Although I only worked as a sanitation worker for one afternoon today, sweeping the floor, collecting garbage, and pushing the not-so-light garbage truck back and forth did consume a lot of physical energy. Now, he just wanted to find a place and have a good sleep.
Go back to the rental house?
The thought only flashed through Yi Xian's mind for half a second before he rejected it. The bed in the 10-square-meter rental apartment in the East City was a bit hard, and the soundproofing wasn't great.
The college couple next door were always full of energy.
He'd made do with it before, but today he was desperate for a good night's sleep. He suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have rewarded him with a villa when he completed a convenience store clerk experience mission before. At that time, he was busy studying how to arrange the shelves so that customers could get things more conveniently. When the system reward popped up, he glanced at it and closed it without taking it seriously at all.
Now that I think about it, it seems like I can go and see that villa. I'm just sitting around anyway.
Having made up his mind, Yi Xian walked to the side of the road and hailed a taxi.
Master, let's go to Forbidden City number 1.
Yi Xian opened the car door, got in, and casually gave an address. Upon hearing this, the old driver looked at Yi Xian calmly through the rearview mirror.
Forbidden City number 1? That was a renowned area for the rich, renowned throughout the capital, and even throughout China.
Those who could live there were either wealthy or noble, and any of them were figures you'd only see in financial magazines. Ordinary people, let alone living in the house, even if they want to go in and take a look, have to be personally led by the owner.
Look at the young man in front of me. He is wearing a washed-out t-shirt and jeans. The total amount of his clothes is probably no more than 300 yuan. Are you going to Forbidden City #1 dressed like this? The old man started to wonder, thinking that he had met some internet celebrity who wanted to check in and take photos at the entrance of a wealthy area, or that he was delivering something to some homeowner. He didn't ask any more questions, just stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi merged smoothly into the traffic flow. Okay, sit tight. The taxi drove all the way to the most central area of the city center. The surrounding buildings are becoming more and more magnificent, there are more and more luxury cars on the road, and the air seems to be filled with the smell of money. More than half an hour later, the taxi slowly stopped in front of a magnificent building that was comparable to the gate of a 5-star hotel. This is the Forbidden City #1. It's more like a heavily fortified castle than a residential complex. No electric grids are visible on the towering walls, but hidden infrared sensors and high-precision cameras, like eagle eyes, monitor every corner with unobstructed vision. The gate was made of heavy brass, and on either side stood 2 security guards in crisp black uniforms and white gloves. They stood straight, their eyes sharp, and their aura was more powerful than that of many special forces soldiers. Master, let's stop here. Yi Xian paid the money, pushed open the car door and walked down. He stood in front of the magnificent gate, which was large enough for 2 armored vehicles to drive side by side, and looked up. Well, it looks okay, quite grand, and the security is also good. I should be able to sleep well. He took a step forward and prepared to go inside. Sir, please stay. A cold and alert voice sounded, and one of the security guards stretched out his arm, blocking his way. The security guard's eyes were like a scanner, sweeping over Yi Xian's cheap clothes, with no concealment of scrutiny and suspicion in his eyes. Excuse me, which owner are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Oh, yes, I am the owner, but I seem to have never been here and have never registered my information. He felt in his pockets, looking for any identification, but found nothing except his newly received 200 yuan salary and a cheap cell phone. I live here. Yi Xian told the truth. When the security guard heard this, instead of letting down his guard, his eyes became even sharper. The other security guard next to him had his hand inconspicuously on the walkie-talkie at his waist. Live here? What a joke! They had been working as security guards at Forbidden City #1 for so many years that they remembered every owner, even every car. The young man in street-style clothes before them definitely wasn't one of them. Sir, please show me your owner's card or ID. The security guard who had initially stopped Yi Xian had become very rude. If you cannot prove your identity, please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures on the grounds of attempting to illegally trespass on private property. Yi Xian felt helpless. He could understand the security guard's dedication to their duties, but this was too much trouble. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone back to my rental house and slept there. He even wondered whether he should send an instruction to the system now to let it directly transfer his owner information to the property system here. But that seems like an overreaction. He just wanted to come in and take a nap. Just as he was struggling over whether to turn around and leave or find a way to prove his identity, that cold mechanical voice, at a very inopportune time, rang in his mind again. Ding! The sanitation worker professional experience has been successfully completed. Overall evaluation, perfect. In his ordinary job, the host not only maintains the cleanliness of the city environment, but also, with his extraordinary vision and indifferent state of mind, facilitates the return of national treasures, sparking widespread social attention for grassroots workers, and perfectly interpreting the true meaning of hiding in the city. The perfect achievement reward is being calculated for you. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Reward? At this juncture? Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The new career experience mission has been refreshed, please check it. Yi Xian's attention was instantly drawn to this new task. New experience task release. Mission name, Guardian of the Iron Wall. Mission location, Forbidden City Courtyard #1. Mission, experience security at the Forbidden City 1 residential complex. Successfully complete a full night patrol and apprehend a thief attempting to break into the complex. Task rewards, depends on the degree of completion. Yi Xian. He slowly raised his head and looked at the magnificent and heavily guarded gate of the community in front of him, then looked down at the simple old clothes on himself. Finally, his eyes fell on the 2 security guards in front of him who looked alert and regarded him as a suspicious person. An extremely absurd feeling came over me. System, are you kidding me? Don't let me go home as an owner. Instead, let me go back to my own home and be a security guard. This thought made him feel both absurd and a little funny. A wonderful journey about the homeowner catching a thief and experiencing the security work of his own home seems to be about to begin in a way he never expected. He looked at the security guard who stopped him, and the helplessness on his face gradually turned into a strange smile. Chapter 51. I was working as a security guard in my own community, and the female president was watching me behind the window. That strange smile spread across Yi Xian's face, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, instantly changing the flavor of the entire picture. The two security guards watched his expression change, and their alarm bells went up to the highest level. This kid, angry and embarrassed after being exposed, is ready to take action? One of the security guards had lowered his body slightly, ready to fight, while the other had already pressed the talk button on the intercom. Sir, this is my final warning. Please immediately. I'm not here to cause trouble. Yi Xian interrupted him, the smile on his face growing even wider, even with a hint of sincerity. I'm here to apply for a job. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. The two security guards looked at each other and saw the same look of surprise and absurdity on each other's faces. Apply for a job? Here? Now? What are you applying for? The security guard who spoke first asked subconsciously, his tone full of suspicion. Yi Xian pointed at the crisp uniforms they were wearing, his tone as relaxed as if he was asking for directions. Security guard. The Property Management Center of Forbidden City No. 1, the office of the director of the security department. Wang Meng, a special reconnaissance soldier who was retired for many years, was holding an unlit cigarette and looking at the young man in front of him. The two most capable sentries under his command gave a brief report on the situation when they brought the person in. A young man wearing street clothes ran to the gate of Forbidden City No. 1 in the middle of the night and said he was the owner. After being stopped, he changed his words and said he wanted to apply for a security guard position. The whole thing is weird. Wang Meng had seen countless people and he noticed that Yi Xian was different at first sight. This young man had a calm and composed demeanor, a sense of relaxation that came from deep within him. It wasn't an act, it was the kind of temperament that could only be cultivated from being in a high position for a long time, or from being indifferent to any environment. It is impossible for an ordinary person to be so calm in this office representing the top security force in Beijing, facing this retired veteran who still has a murderous aura. Do you want to work as a security guard here? Wang Meng played with the metal lighter in his hand, making crisp sounds, trying to exert pressure. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and faced his scrutiny calmly. Why? I want to experience it. Yi Xian said the truth. Want to experience it? These 4 words were like a key that instantly opened a dusty door in Wang Meng's mind. He recalled some secrets that were circulated only in small circles. Some truly powerful families, to test their heirs, would send them to perform menial tasks. Alternatively, some high-ranking, secretive departments would dispatch young people on incognito visits, euphemistically calling them grassroots research. The young man in front of him had an extraordinary temperament and spoke calmly, but he had no reaction to his stress test. His cheap outfit seems more like a deliberate disguise. Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be someone sent from above? Or perhaps one of the owner's sons, here to role-play? Once this thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. The expression on his face instantly softened, even taking on a hint of enthusiasm that he himself was not aware of. It's a good thing that young people have ideas. Our team needs fresh blood like you who are ambitious. Wang Meng stood up and personally poured a glass of water for Yi Xian. My name is Wang Meng, the head of security here. What's your name, little brother? Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out the identity information that the system had just forged and handed it over. Wang Meng took it with both hands and just glanced at it, and his guess was confirmed by 70% or 80%. This identity document is so clean that it seems to have been specially made. There is no unnecessary information, yet it is flawless in every detail. Yi Xian, what a nice name. Wang Meng's attitude became more polite. In your case, it's reasonable to follow the procedures, but I see that you are also responsible. So, how about you practice with my people tonight and get familiar with the environment? He is trying to be nice and also testing the waters. Okay, I want to start work immediately. This was Yi Xian's purpose. Great. Wang Meng slapped his thigh. I like you just like this. Come on, I'll take you to get the equipment myself. Wang Mang acted decisively and took Yi Xian directly to the equipment room. A brand new black uniform, epaulets, armbands, service belt, stab-proof gloves, high-intensity flashlight, walkie-talkie, all the necessary equipment is available. This is a new uniform for you. Try it on to see if it fits you.
A few minutes later, Yi Xian walked out of the locker room. The tailor-made uniform he wore made his already tall figure look even more heroic. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long straight legs, and a handsome face and calm demeanor.
Wang Meng's eyes widened with excitement. How can this be called a security guard? This guy could be the face of the military honor guard. Sure enough. He's definitely a big shot who's here to experience life. It fits perfectly. It fits perfectly. Wang Meng's smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Xiao Yi, I'll assign you to patrol area A. It's the core area of our entire number 1 courtyard. It has the best environment, but it's also the most challenging. He said that he was testing people, but what he meant in his heart was to place this prince in the safest and most comfortable place, and absolutely no mistakes could happen. Okay. Yi Xian didn't care about these arrangements. He just wanted to start the mission quickly. He took the walkie-talkie, put on his belt, nodded at Wang Mang, then turned and walked into the night. Looking at Yi Xian's back that was comparable to a model walking on the catwalk, Wang Mang picked up the walkie-talkie and gave instructions in an extremely serious tone. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. New colleague Yi Xian, begin patrolling Area A. Everyone, be alert and keep a close eye. In Area A tonight, not even a mosquito can fly in the wrong direction. He wants to escort this prince on his experience journey. The night was as dark as ink, and the Forbidden City courtyard was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. The single-family villas, which look like works of art, are hidden behind carefully trimmed gardens and green plants, exuding a warm and restrained halo. Yi Xian felt a little strange as he walked on the flat patrol road. This is indeed the first time I have had the experience of patrolling my own neighborhood. Following the map given by Wang Mang, he meticulously familiarized himself with every corner of Area A, the location of every surveillance camera, and every emergency evacuation route. If the system task requires you to catch a thief, you must first understand the terrain. At this moment, a beam of soft matrix headlights shone from the corner, and a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slid silently to the gate in front of him like a ghost. Yi Xian stopped, stood at attention, raised his hand, and saluted impeccably. The movements are crisp and clear, full of power. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a dignified and elegant face that often appeared on the covers of financial magazines. Financial tycoon, Zhao Guodong. He had just returned from a dinner party and was rubbing his brow tiredly. When he saw the young security guard in front of him, he couldn't help but pause. Too young, and too pretty. That posture, that aura, and especially the salute just now, were more standard than any bodyguard he had ever seen. When did the quality of the security guards at Forbidden City number 1 improve to this level? Good evening, sir. Routine registration. Yi Xian's voice was calm and businesslike. Zhao Guodong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. It was the first time that he was treated so seriously by the security guard at his own doorstep. Okay. He signaled the driver to cooperate. The vehicle information was quickly confirmed to be correct. Yi Xian saluted again and pressed the gate opening button. The Rolls-Royce drove in slowly. Zhao Guodong looked through the rearview mirror at the figure standing in the night like a javelin, and marveled in his heart. It seems that the several million property fees spent this year were worth it. Yi Xian didn't know that he had caused a small shock to a financial tycoon. He continued his patrol route at a leisurely pace. His destination was the most centrally located building in Area A. The villa that the system rewarded him is right there. He wanted to go and see what his home looked like. At the same time, it was in another villa less than 300 meters away from Yi Xian. Su Qingying had just finished the phone call that had left her exhausted. She walked barefoot on the cool white marble floor and came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was a quiet courtyard and the bright lights of the city in the distance. But her world was in chaos. Yi Xian. Christie's. The sweeping monk in Lulikang. These keywords, like planets, collided wildly in her mind, setting off a cosmic storm that overturned her cognition of more than 20 years. She always thought she was in control of everything, but the appearance of that man made her feel her own insignificance for the first time. It is an instinctive trembling when facing the unknown and the power of higher dimensions.
She looked out the window unconsciously, trying to use the coolness of the night to calm the waves in her heart. Suddenly, her sight caught a figure. A man in a security uniform was walking alone on the main road of the community. His figure was tall and straight, his steps were steady, and under the dim streetlights, he cast a long shadow. Su Qingying just glanced at it casually and then looked away. Just an ordinary security guard. How could she have imagined that? The man who made her uneasy and disrupted the entire world was now outside her window, guarding her community in an identity she least expected. Yi Xian was also walking step by step towards his home, towards a wonderful drama of a homeowner catching a thief that was about to be staged. Chapter 52. Su Qingying was stunned. My husband is a security guard, and he lives downstairs from me? Yi Xian's patrol began. He didn't treat this as a simple task, he was truly experiencing it. Each step he took was measured with a ruler, even and steady. His body was straight, like a javelin piercing the night. His gaze didn't dart around, but instead scanned every key point in his area of responsibility with a steady rhythm. From the coverage of surveillance probes, to the hidden locations of fire hydrants, to possible hiding spots in greenbelts, all the information was quickly modeled in his mind to form a three-dimensional defense map. It was instinct. The Grandmaster combat technique and countless other skills granted by the system included top-tier security and reconnaissance knowledge. He wasn't on patrol now, but rather scrutinizing his own home's defenses with the standards of a top-tier security expert. Deep in Area A, the lights in a Chinese-style courtyard villa were still on. A vigorous old man in white training clothes was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, his movements smooth and steady. His name is Long Fei. Before retiring, he was the supreme commander of a certain ace unit in China. He had a life of military service and made great contributions. When Yi Xian's figure appeared on the path outside his courtyard wall, Long Fei stopped moving. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man. Something is wrong. The way this young man walked, that unique rhythm, that heightened awareness of his surroundings, was definitely not something you'd find in an ordinary security guard. It was the unique aura that could only be developed after experiencing hundreds of life or death trials, with vigilance and ruthlessness ingrained into one's bones. Long Fei had seen too many outstanding soldiers, but what the young man in front of him exuded was even purer and more restrained than the top soldiers he had ever seen. It's like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, its edge hasn't been revealed, but its chill has already permeated the surrounding area. Long Fei's heart moved, he pushed open the gate and walked out. Young man, are you new here? Long Fei's voice was loud and full of energy. Yi Xian stopped, turned to the old man, and nodded. Yes, old man. First day at work. Looking at your physique and the way you walk, you must have been a soldier before? Long Fei went straight to the point, staring at Yi Xian with burning eyes. I guess so. Yi Xian answered vaguely. He couldn't say it was a benefit given by the system. Long Fei's heart became more certain. He took 2 steps closer and asked in a testing tone, what would you do if 3 armed bandits rushed out from behind the rockery 30 meters to your left? This is a very professional tactical assumption. Yi Xian barely thought before blurting out, back 3 steps and enter the blind spot behind the white birch tree on the right. It's 33 meters from the rockery, right at the edge of the effective range of the pistol, but the bandits' vision will be completely obscured. At the same time, call for support via the intercom, reporting the number of bandits, their weapons, and their location. Then, use the trees for cover, observe the bandits' movements, wait for support, or look for an opportunity to eliminate their leader first. His answers were delivered in a steady pace, with clear logic and every word was precise. Long Fei was completely stunned. This tactical response was perfect. Even better than the standard answer he'd been taught in military school. Especially the instantaneous judgment of blind spots and attack distances, what terrifying battlefield intuition and calculation skills this required. You, which unit are you from? Long Fei's voice was a little excited. I retired a long time ago. Let's not talk about it anymore. Yi Xian didn't want to dwell on this issue any further. Long Fei looked at Yi Xian, his heart agitated. How could such a talented person end up working as a security guard here? Had he been wronged? Or was he carrying out some special secret mission? The more he thought about it, the more possibilities appeared. Finally, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder heavily. Good boy. Well done. We are safe with you in the Forbidden City #1 courtyard. If you have any problems that cannot be solved in the future, come to me anytime. The fact that this old general, whose stomping of his feet could shake the military 3 times, could say such words is itself a huge recognition.
Yi Xian just nodded calmly and continued his patrol.
He didn't know that his legend had just begun. Not far away, the owner of the previous Rolls-Royce Phantom, financial tycoon Zhao Guodong, was standing at the door of his villa and making a phone call, seemingly worried about something.
No. Absolutely not. Entering the market now would mean giving away your heads to those hungry wolves on Wall Street. Didn't you see the latest candlestick chart? It's an obvious trap to lure more buyers. Zhao Guodong growled into the phone, his face looking very unhappy.
After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his temples irritably. A merger worth tens of billions of dollars had encountered resistance at a critical juncture. The other party, leveraging their capital advantage, had set him up in the stock market, leaving him in a dilemma. At this time, he saw Yi Xian, who was patrolling over. For some reason, his irritable mood calmed down a little when he saw this calm young man.
Young man, haven't you rested yet? Zhao Guodong greeted casually. 1 minute on the job, 60 seconds of responsibility.
Yi Xian answered with a standard professional slogan.
Zhao Guodong was amused, and his annoyance faded considerably. He looked at Yi Xian and, for some reason, brought up his annoyance as a topic of conversation. Little brother, tell me, if you have a large cake in front of you and you know you might get poisoned if you eat it, but if you don't eat it, someone else will take it away. What would you do? He just asked casually, wanting to talk to someone.
Yi Xian stopped, glanced at him, and said calmly, who says you have to eat the cake by yourself?
You can smash it and no one else can eat it.
Or, you can tell everyone that this cake is poisonous and make the person who steals the cake the public enemy of everyone.
Boom!
These few words, like a flash of lightning, instantly split the fog in Zhao Guodong's mind.
Yes. Why did he have to follow the other party's rhythm, entangled in eating or not eating? He could have jumped out of this trap. As long as he could anonymously release evidence of the other party's setup through certain channels, causing market panic and plummeting stock prices, those hungry wolves would be too busy taking care of themselves to have the energy to snatch his pie. This move, cutting off the source of the problem, was far more effective than any passive defense. Zhao Guodong stood there blankly, looking at Yi Xian's back as he walked away, completely stunned. A security guard, with just a casual remark, revealed a financial mystery worth tens of billions? Is this a security guard? This is a retired top trader from Wall Street, come and experience the life.
Zhao Guodong felt his worldview undergo a severe shock. He immediately turned around, rushed back to his study, and called his core trading team. The plan has changed.
Implement Plan B immediately. Short the target at all costs.
At the same time, the WeChat group of the owners of Forbidden City No. 1 was in an uproar. An owner, whose Tibetan Mastiff had just been subdued by Yi Xian using standard fighting techniques and had gone mad, posted a photo of Yi Xian's back in the group with lingering fear.
Homeowner A, holy crap. Is this new security guy some kind of god? My 200-pound Tibetan Mastiff went berserk, and he took it down in 3 seconds. He's even better than a professional dog trainer. Owner B, Zhao Guodong at Owner A, he's beyond awesome. I just had a quick chat with him about the stock market, and his one sentence really woke me up, saving me from billions in losses. I suspect he's the incognito stock god. Owner C, Long Fei, ahem, stop guessing. This young comrade is a retired veteran of our army, a true national treasure. Everyone, please be more polite from now on.
The group fell silent instantly.
Soldier King? Stock God? Dog Trainer? These identity labels, attached to the same person, seemed so magical and so exciting. The entire capital's top wealthy circle was in an uproar because of a new security guard.
At this moment, in the center of the storm, Su Qingying was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of her villa. She just forced herself to calm down and tried to sort out all the clues about Yi Xian. She picked up a high-powered telescope on the table, which she usually used to observe the stars. She raised it unconsciously and looked out the window at the quiet neighborhood. The camera swept across the lawn, across the streetlights, and then slowly stopped on a figure who was patrolling diligently.
That crisp security uniform.
That tall and straight figure like a pine tree. That face, so clear under the high-definition lens of the telescope, made her haunted and puzzled.
It's Yi Xian. Su Qingying's brain buzzed and went blank.
She felt as if her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and even her breathing stopped. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and aimed the telescope at the figure again.
That's right. It's him.
The man who just became the second largest shareholder of Christie's and made the world's capital tremble. The broken bowl thrown away casually is the national treasure, the Lulakang sweeping monk.
Now. He was wearing a security uniform and patrolling downstairs of his house? A cleaner, and now a security guard? What on earth does he want to do? Who on earth is he? In an instant, Su Qingying felt that the worldview she had built up had completely collapsed. All her rationality and pride were crushed to pieces at this moment. An unprecedented mixture of absurdity, shock, curiosity, and a hint of unspeakable fear overwhelmed her. No! She must go and find out. Tonight, right here, she must uncover all the secrets of this man. Su Qingying put down the telescope, turned around and walked quickly towards the door. Chapter 53. The whole neighborhood belongs to me. You stole my neighbor in front of me? The night is getting deeper. The security system of Forbidden City No. 1 is said to be the best in Asia. It was designed by Israel's top security company. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Infrared sensor networks and high-precision motion capture cameras cover every corner. In theory, not even a fly can fly in. But at this moment, on the monitoring center screen, everything was normal. The security guards were patrolling their respective posts, and the images were clear and smooth. No one knew that what they saw was just a false image played on a loop. The real Forbidden City No. 1 had been torn open silently. 3 black figures, like ghosts blending into the night, silently scaled the 6-meter-high wall with a physics-defying gesture. They landed silently, their movements coordinated, clearly the product of countless rehearsals. Behind them, a 4th figure, a slender woman, sat in a van disguised as a maintenance truck. In front of her were 3 laptops glowing with a faint blue light. Cascading data streams streamed down the screens, demonstrating her absolute control over the entire community network. Her name is Yahoo, a top international hacker who once broke through the Pentagon's firewall by herself. The 3 men, codenamed Butcher, Viper and Gecko, are elites retired from the world's top special forces, proficient in assassination, infiltration and extreme sports. The 4 of them formed a well-known theft gang in the underground world Phantom. Their motto is to only take on the most challenging missions and steal the most valuable items, from trade secrets to high-tech blueprints to evidence that must never be seen. This time, their target is a top-secret merger and acquisition plan hidden in the safe of financial tycoon Zhao Guodong's study. This plan has the potential to influence the global energy market for the next decade, and its value is inestimable. Fox, what's going on?
The team leader, codenamed Ghost, asked in a low voice through his throat-vibrating headset. He was the Butcher, a ruthless warrior who had once killed 15 enemy soldiers barehanded on the battlefields of Afghanistan. All surveillance has been taken over, and the 2 fixed outposts on the periphery have been dealt with by Viper. The Fox's voice was tinged with a lazy smile. Don't worry, Ghost. The Eastern security system is like a piece of beautiful paper, easily pierced. From now on, you have 10 minutes of safe time. Enjoy your hunt. Got it. The Ghost's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. The 3 of them formed a standard V-shaped tactical formation, using the shadows of buildings and green plants to quickly and silently approach Zhao Guodong's brightly lit villa in the center of Area A. They knocked out 2 security guards on the perimeter with clean, efficient tactics, barely putting them to sleep. They were thieves, not murderers. That was the rule of Phantom. Everything went perfectly, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Gecko, take care of that wall, Ghost ordered. The smallest Gecko took out a special suction cup gun from his back and gently knocked on the window of the study on the 2nd floor of the villa. Silently, a high-strength nanowire was firmly attached to the glass. Like true ghosts, they were about to descend from the sky, take what they wanted, and then vanish into the night. Prepare for action, countdown. Ghost's voice was full of confidence. They think they are in control of everything. They think they are the best hunters in the darkness. However, they found nothing. Just behind them, behind a landscape tree that they had identified as an absolute blind spot for surveillance based on blueprint analysis, a figure was standing there quietly. Yi Xian. He didn't look at them, didn't even listen in their direction. He just stood there calmly, like a statue blending into the night. But any movement in the entire area was clearly reflected in his mind. The moment the electromagnetic signal of the Fox Demon invaded the security system, the system in Yi Xian's brain issued a weak alarm. Ding! Abnormal data flow intrusion detected, the security system has been tampered with. When Viper knocked down the 2 security guards silently, Yi Xian, relying on the extraordinary hearing that came with the Yi Grandmaster level fighting technique, caught the two almost negligible sounds of clothes rubbing against each other when the human body fell to the ground. He did not make a sound, nor did he call the security department that was already under surveillance through the intercom. That would only alert the enemy. His mission was to catch a thief who was trying to sneak in. Now, there are 3 of them, plus one who is keeping watch outside. Buy 3 get 1 free? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, forming an almost imperceptible arc. He was like an experienced hunter who saw a few foxes in his hunting ground who were too smart and walked headfirst into the trap. He even wanted to see what other tricks these foxes could come up with. He just waited quietly, waiting for them to enter the most suitable position for closing the net. The phantom team approached Zhao Guodong's villa step by step. The ghost's eyes swept around the villa. Everything was normal and quiet like a painting. The alertness of a top killer in his heart did not sound any alarm. This made him feel more at ease. Action! At his command, the gecko's body moved like a monkey, grabbing the nanothread and sliding silently towards the second-floor window. Viper lurked downstairs, responsible for vigilance. The ghost himself is like a cheetah ready to rush in first after the gecko opens the passage. Their cooperation is perfect. Their plan was flawless. In their view, victory was within their grasp. However, just as the gecko's fingers were about to touch the window lock, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the darkness beside them in a way that was completely beyond their cognitive speed. The shadow's target was not the climbing gecko nor the alert, venomous snake downstairs, but the core and brain of the team ghost. Catch the leader first. The ghost's pupils suddenly contracted. He only had time to see a blurry afterimage before a terrifying air pressure, like a landslide or tsunami, rushed towards him. He had no time to react at all. That figure was already in front of him. A hand, like an iron clamp, silently strangled his throat. Chapter 54, Killing a Special Forces soldier with one punch, you call this security? Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. There was nothing holding the ghost's throat, but he felt suffocated. It is an instinctive fear that comes from the deepest part of life when facing natural enemies. The man in security uniform in front of him looked like he had walked directly out of the shadow of hell. He was silent and without a trace of worldly air, but he brought a terrifying pressure that was enough to freeze the soul. When did he appear? How did he get around the double cordon of security between himself and the Viper? Why didn't his battlefield intuition, which he was so proud of, sound any alarm? A series of questions, like red-hot irons, burned Ghost's cerebral cortex, causing the calmness he was proud of to collapse in an instant. Yi Xian slowly walked out from the shadow of the landscape tree. The cheap uniform on him gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression under the warm light coming from the villa. He stood between the phantom team and Zhao Guodong's villa, like an insurmountable wall. Good evening, everyone. Yi Xian's tone was as calm as if he was asking for directions, and there was even a hint of a professional smile on his face. The community club closes at 10 p.m. Are you lost? These light words, like a needle, instantly pierced the dead silence of the scene. The remaining 3 members of Phantom shuddered at the same time. The gecko hanging in the air almost fell off the nanowire. The Viper who was on guard tensed up instantly, and the military dagger in his hand slid into his palm. And after a brief moment of shock, their leader Ghost had a flash of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Discovered. During their infiltration, which they thought was flawless, they were discovered by a security guard who looked the most harmless. This is not only a shame, but also a deadly threat. No one can be left alive. The ghost didn't say anything, but just gave an extremely obscure look to the butcher beside him. That was the signal they had practiced countless times: clear the obstacle, the fastest way possible. The burly man codenamed Butcher had a cruel grin on his face. He loved these moments the most, crushing the bones of the weak as easily as crushing a cookie. He twisted his thick neck, making a crisp crackling sound, and walked towards Yi Xian step by step. With every step he took, the feeling of oppression on his body grew stronger. It was the murderous aura forged through countless bloody missions. Boy, there's something exciting going on. It's not something you can watch. The butcher stopped in front of Yi Xian. He was half a head taller than Yi Xian, and his huge shadow completely covered Yi Xian. Be careful in your next life. Before he finished speaking, his fist, as big as a casserole, had already smashed into Yi Xian's temple with a fierce wind that tore through the air. He used 80% of his strength in this punch, which was enough to kill a bull on the spot. He could already foresee that the head of this ignorant security guard in front of him would explode like a watermelon. However, the expected bloody scene did not appear. Yi Xian didn't even move a step. He just raised his right hand casually. There was no amazing speed, no powerful momentum, just a casual lift. Then, he grabbed the butcher's fist. Time stands still again. The hideous smile on the butcher's face froze in an instant. He felt as if his fist was being clamped tightly by a hydraulic clamp made of superalloy. The force that was enough to break stones and split rocks disappeared without a trace in front of the opponent's palm, like a drop in the ocean. How is that possible? This thought only flashed through his mind for 0.1 seconds. The next moment, an irresistible, terrifying force with a spiral-tearing force came from Yi Xian's wrist. Crack! A bone-breaking sound so crisp and teeth-grinding suddenly rang out in the silent night. Ah! What followed was the butcher's shrill scream, which was completely inhuman. His entire right arm twisted and broke backwards at an angle no ordinary person could possibly achieve. The white bone stump even pierced through his skin and combat uniform, exposing him to the icy air. The severe pain, like a tide, instantly overwhelmed the butcher's nerves. His burly body, weighing over 200 pounds, collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. He hugged his disabled arm, twitching and wailing wildly. The whole process takes less than a second. The blood color on the faces of Viper and Ghost disappeared instantly. They stared blankly at their companions who were lying on the ground howling in pain, and then looked at Yi Xian who was still standing there, as if he had just dusted himself off. A chill rushed from their tail vertebrae to the top of their heads. It's over. This is not security. This is a monster. Their phantom force has been active internationally for many years, and what kind of tough opponents have they not encountered? They have fought against Israel's Mossad, the United States Delta Force, and Russia's Alpha Force, and have even gained the upper hand in some local conflicts. But they had never seen such a terrifying existence. One move. Just one move. The most powerful butcher in their team was instantly disabled, just like twisting a twist. This isn't a fight, this is a crushing blow. It's a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimension of life. The gecko hanging in the air was so frightened that he could no longer hold the silk thread in his hand. He fell heavily from the second floor with a muffled sound and fainted on the spot. At the same time, inside a van disguised as a construction vehicle parked outside the residential complex, the woman codenamed Fox Demon was leisurely painting her nails. Classical music was playing in her headphones, and on the computer screen in front of her, the surveillance footage of Forbidden City No. 1 showed everything was normal. What a bunch of idiots. Such a simple task actually took so long. She complained a little impatiently. Suddenly, the screen of a computer in front of her that displayed the vital signs of the team members suddenly turned into a glaring red. The heart rate curves representing Butcher and Gecko, one soared to the limit in an instant and then fluctuated violently, while the other directly fell to the dangerous critical value. Drip. Drop. 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 The shrill alarm instantly tore through the tranquility in the car. The laziness on the fox's face disappeared instantly, replaced by horror. Ghost. Viper. Answer me. What happened? Her voice became sharp due to nervousness. However, in the headphones, there was only the dead sound of electricity. In front of Zhao Guodong's villa, Yi Xian shook his hands, as if he had just swatted a fly to death. He did not look at the wailing butcher and the unconscious gecko on the ground, but instead cast his calm gaze on the only two remaining people. Viper's body was shaking uncontrollably, and the dagger in his hand felt weaker than a piece of scrap metal. As the leader, Ghost felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became extremely difficult. He stared at Yi Xian intently. All his plans, all his confidence, and all his pride were crushed to pieces at this moment. He finally realized that they had not broken into a heavily guarded mansion. They had entered a monster's lair. And they are the dinner delivered to your door. You. The ghost's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Who is it? Chapter 55. Su Qingying's pupils trembled. Why does my husband beating people seem like a science fiction movie? Yi Xian looked at the man in front of him, codenamed Ghost, who exuded a dangerous aura. His professional smile remained unchanged. He didn't even glance at the two accomplices on the ground who had lost their fighting ability. He simply flexed his wrist, which had just crushed the butcher's arm, making a subtle crackling sound. I'll say it again. His voice remained calm, as if he was stating an established fact rather than issuing a warning.
Leave now and I can pretend you were never here. To the ghost, these words were a naked humiliation. They were the Phantoms, a top-tier team renowned throughout the international underworld. When would a mere security guard show them mercy? What's more, it's a fight to the death. Butcher and Gecko are already useless. If they can't get rid of this man in front of them, none of them will be able to leave this damn neighborhood. Let's go together. A hint of crazy determination flashed in the ghost's eyes, and he lowered his voice and let out a beast-like roar. Quick victory! Before he finished speaking, he had already pulled out a pitch-black, strangely shaped military dagger from his waist. It was not a standard weapon, but a weapon made of a special alloy, specifically designed for armor-piercing and silent assassination. At his command, Viper and the other male member, still in shock, snapped back to their senses. Long-term, rigorous training had helped them suppress their fear, and their bodies reacted faster than their brains. The three of them dispersed instantly, forming a perfect triangle attack formation. The ghost was in the middle, holding a dagger, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, stabbing Yi Xian's heart, the main attack. The agile Viper, the female member, detoured from the left side. Her target was Yi Xian's lower body. Her movements were agile and tricky, aiming to harass and destroy Yi Xian's balance. The last male member jumped high from the right side and kicked Yi Xian's head and neck from above with a fierce whip kick, accompanied by a whistling sound. Attack from top, middle and bottom at the same time. This was a deadly tactic they'd practiced thousands of times, a move they'd used to shred entire squads of well-equipped mercenaries. Their coordination was flawless, their angles and timing impeccable. They believed that even if the man before them were a master soldier or a combat expert, they wouldn't be able to survive this saturation attack. However, they were facing Yi Xian, a man who possesses grandmaster-level fighting skills. In Yi Xian's eyes, the attacks of these three people were like a slow-motion replay in a movie. Every movement, every intention, was clearly presented in his mind, full of flaws. Too slow. It was so slow that he even felt a little bored. Just when the three attacks were about to hit his body, Yi Xian moved. He didn't retreat, nor did he block. He just swayed slightly. It was just a simple flash, like catkins swaying in the wind, like ripples on the water. The next second, he disappeared from that perfect attack formation. Yes, it disappeared. The ghost's dagger pierced the air. The male member's whip kick missed. The Viper's sweeping kick only brought up a fallen leaf. All three attacks missed. They even experienced a brief moment of stiffness from exerting too much force. And at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared like a ghost behind the female member on the left, codenamed Viper. He appeared so suddenly and silently, as if he had always been there. Viper's pupils dilated to the extreme due to fear. She was about to turn around when she felt a chill on the back of her neck. Yi Xian put his fingers together like a knife, and with a knife move, without any fireworks, but with incredible precision, he gently cut her carotid sinus at the back of the neck. Viper couldn't even utter a complete scream. He only squeezed out a muffled groan from his throat, and his body went limp. His eyes went black and he completely lost consciousness. After a successful attack, Yi Xian's movements did not stop at all. The male member on the right had just stabilized his body and was looking for Yi Xian's location in horror when he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. He looked down and saw that a foot wearing ordinary security leather shoes had stepped on his ankle at some point. He was horrified and tried to pull his foot back, but found that it seemed to be rooted to the ground and did not move at all. Immediately afterwards, a huge force came from the ankle. Yi Xian just lifted his toes slightly. Ah! The male member let out a scream and lost his balance in an instant. His body was carried backward uncontrollably by the force. With a bang, the back of his head hit the hard stone road heavily. His eyes rolled back and he followed in the footsteps of his companions. In a flash, it happened instantly. From the time the three launched the attack to the time the two were knocked down instantly, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. In a blink of an eye, the only one left standing on the field was the team leader Ghost, who was holding a dagger and serving as the main attacker. He stood there stupidly, maintaining his forward-thrusting posture, his body as stiff as a statue. Fear. Unprecedented fear, like the abyss of an icy sea, completely enveloped him. The team he was proud of, his partners who shared life and death with him, were as fragile as 3 chicks that had just hatched in front of this man in a security uniform. Vulnerable. This is no longer a battle, it's a massacre. Devil, you are a devil. The ghost's lips trembled. He looked at Yi Xian's face, which was still terrifyingly calm.
At this moment, his psychological defenses were completely crushed.
He let out a roar mixed with fear and despair, and poured all his strength and courage into the dagger in his hand. I'm going to fight you. Like a mad bull, he used up his last bit of strength to stab Yi Xian's heart with the poison dagger. This is his final attack, and it is also the one he gambles his life on. In the distance, behind the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the villa, Su Qingying held up the telescope and saw everything clearly. When she saw the dagger flashing with a cold blue light stabbing at Yi Xian with a resolute attitude, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. However, the next second, a scene appeared in the telescope's field of view that she would never forget. Faced with the fatal stab, Yi Xian did not dodge. He just slowly raised his right hand. Then, he extended his index and middle fingers. Under the ghost's disbelief and Su Qingying's almost breathless gaze, Yi Xian's two fingers, though later, arrived first, and with a precision that surpassed the limits of human reaction, gently he clamped the tip of the dagger that was stabbing at him at high speed. Chapter 56, Su Qingying is reshaping her worldview, progress is 1%, 99%, reshaping failed, system crashed. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The dagger in the ghost's hand was clamped by those two seemingly ordinary fingers and could no longer move forward. The tip of the knife was less than 3 centimeters away from Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian's calm eyes were even reflected on the sharp blade. Ghost felt like he was holding not a dagger, but an immovable mountain. He used all his strength, the veins in his arms bulging like a dragon, but the dagger seemed to be welded to the air, motionless. He looked at Yi Xian's face, which was so close to him and so terrifyingly calm. There was no sarcasm, no disdain, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It's like a god looking down at an ant trying to shake a tree. This absolute indifference can destroy a person's will more than any humiliation or blow. The ghost's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. The madness and cruelty in his eyes dissipated like the receding tide, replaced by endless despair and fear. Click! Yi Xian's fingers exerted a little force. A crisp sound, like the sound of metal breaking, rang out clearly in the dead of night. Under Ghost's glazed eyes, the hardest part of the tungsten steel alloy dagger, supplied exclusively by the special forces and powerful enough to pierce 3 millimeters of steel, was. Yi Xian actually broke it off with just 2 fingers. Yi Xian let go of his hand, and the broken tip of the knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He casually threw the useless broken blade to the ground, as casually as if he were throwing away a cigarette butt. Then he took a step forward. A simple, direct, no-frills straight punch lightly hit the ghost's abdomen. This punch didn't seem to be fast or powerful. But the moment the fist touched the ghost's body, a penetrating dark force instantly erupted. Well. The ghost's body suddenly arched up like a cooked prawn. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped, but no sound came out. He felt as if his internal organs had been struck relentlessly by an invisible hammer, all his strength and consciousness drained from him in that instant. He fell to his knees like a puddle of mud, then collapsed, completely losing his fighting ability. From the beginning to the end, from Yi Xian's action to the elimination of the internationally notorious Phantom Theft Gang, it took less than 30 seconds in total. The whole scene was a mess. For top thieves who were enough to scare many wealthy people in the underground world were now lying on the ground like 4 torn sacks. One of his arms was disabled and he was in excruciating pain. The 3 were knocked unconscious without any hesitation. Yi Xian stood among them, his cheap security uniform without a single wrinkle. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie hanging on his shoulder and pressed the call button. There was a rustling sound of electricity coming from the intercom. He called out in a very calm tone, even with a hint of laziness after stretching his muscles, "Captain, Captain, please answer if you hear me." After a few seconds, the sleepy and drowsy voice of Security Minister Wang Meng came from the intercom. "Xiao Yi? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Are you used to patrolling?" Wang Meng had obviously been woken up, and his voice was filled with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He was still muttering in his heart, "This Xiao Yi, is it not her first day at work, and she is making a fuss over the slightest disturbance?" Yi Xian glanced at the 4 people lying on the ground and said in a calm tone as if he was reporting on his work. "Oh, nothing serious. There were a few petty thieves at the gate of Villa number 3 in the East District who tried to climb over the wall and steal something, but I caught them. Bring a few people over to deal with it. I still have to continue patrolling." Little thief? Just caught it?
These two words, like two poisoned knives, stabbed fiercely into the heart of the only ghost on the ground who still retained a trace of consciousness.
Who are they? They are phantoms. He's a top hacker who even the Pentagon has trouble with.
He's a master soldier capable of stealing secrets from heavily guarded military bases.
He's an international thief whose commissions start in the tens of millions of dollars. Now, in this man's mouth, they have become petty thieves?
Or was it just grabbed by chance? This is even more humiliating to him than killing him directly. A surge of hot blood rushed from my chest to my throat.
Puff!
The ghost could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted with endless frustration and shame.
Now, all four little thieves were unconscious. The world is pure. And on the second floor of the villa in the distance,
Su Qingying slowly put down the high-powered telescope in her hand. She felt her arms were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She subconsciously reached out to hold onto the cold window frame, and only then realized that her two straight, slender legs, which she was so proud of, felt a little weak for the first time. In his mind, the scene that was comparable to a top Hollywood special effects action movie was still replaying over and over again.
Two-finger broken blade.
He easily knocked down four thugs who were obviously not good people. Then, in a calm tone, as if complaining about the noisy neighbor's children, he called the security captain.
King of soldiers? Agent? No. Su Qingying's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a reasonable explanation for Yi Xian's behavior.
But she found that all the words in her cognitive database seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Yi Xian's incredible and terrifying strength.
That is not a power that humans can possess. It is a kind of godlike power that is beyond the rules.
She always thought that she had touched the edge of this man's secret.
But now she realized that what she saw might not even be the tip of the iceberg. How many secrets does this man have hidden?
Su Qingying felt that her worldview was completely shattered tonight, and then forcibly reassembled in a way that she could not understand at all. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She didn't choose to rush downstairs and confront him immediately, because she knew that any impulsive behavior would be meaningless before she figured everything out. She simply picked up her phone and called Linwen, the chief secretary whom she trusted the most and had the highest authority.
The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Su. Linwen's voice was always so calm. Su Qingying's lips were a little dry.
She licked them and gave an order in a voice that she found a little unfamiliar and trembling, which even she found absurd. Linwen, mobilize all your resources and find this person for me.
A new security guard in our complex. Chapter 57, Shocked. My security guard earns $10 an hour, but his year-end bonus comes from Blackwater? Wang Mang yawned and staggered over with two equally sleepy security guards.
He muttered, Xiao Yi is really something.
He had to make me come here to catch a petty thief. Young people are just inexperienced. Why not just tie him up and throw him in the security office?
Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. The flashlight beam swept across the front, and Wang Meng's yawn was stuck in his throat, and his eyes instantly widened like bells.
Four people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner.
One of them was clutching his twisted arm, his face covered in sweat from the pain, having already fainted. The other three were in various positions, all unconscious. What made his scalp tingle even more were the things scattered on the ground. A specially made suction cup gun, nano threads that gleamed with cold metallic light, a strangely shaped headset, and a black dagger that was broken into two pieces and was obviously not an ordinary item.
Is this a fucking petty thief? This equipment is enough to fight a small local war.
Wang Mang felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the back of his head, instantly awakening him. His two security guards were so frightened that their legs went limp and they nearly dropped their rubber batons.
This, Xiao Yi, did you do all this? Wang Meng's voice was trembling.
He looked at Yi Xian, who was standing between the four corpses with an innocent face, and felt that his brain was not enough. Yeah, Yi Xian nodded and pointed at the people on the ground. They refused to listen and insisted on climbing over the wall, so I just used a little force.
A little effort? The corner of Wang Meng's mouth twitched.
He looked at the burly man with his arms twisted strangely.
Is this just using a little strength?
He was twisting him like a pretzel. He was a retired Special Forces scout with a piercing eye.
Judging from their physique, equipment, and even the traces they left at the scene, these four men were definitely top-tier professional criminals. One man, with bare hands, quietly took down four fully armed top gangsters?
Wang Mang looked at Yi Xian's handsome face and felt fear for the first time.
Wasn't this prince playing role-playing a little too hardcore?
Just then, the gate of the villa not far away opened. Financial tycoon Zhao Guodong walked out in a nightgown, his face grave. He was awakened by the noise outside and had a bad feeling in his heart. When he saw the tragic scene at his doorstep, he froze. He immediately recognized the equipment on the ground, some of which he had only seen in confidential security reports. Looking at the criminal's professional tactical attire, Zhao Guodong's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat.
These people are coming for him. If it weren't for Yi Xian, he couldn't imagine the consequences. His business secrets, his life and property, might be completely ruined tonight. Minister Wang, what's going on? Zhao Guodong's voice was a little hoarse.
Director Zhao, Wang Meng quickly stood at attention and pointed at Yi Xian, his tone filled with mixed emotions. It was Xiao Yi. He single-handedly took care of all these people.
Zhao Guodong's body shook violently.
He looked at Yi Xian, the young man whom he had regarded as an interesting junior a few hours ago and who had casually given him some advice on the stock market. At this moment, the young man stood there, still looking calm and composed. But Zhao Guodong's feeling towards him had completely changed.
That is not appreciation, not approval. It is a kind of awe that comes from the heart when facing an incomprehensible powerful force. Soon, the shrill sound of sirens approached from afar, shattering the tranquility of the neighborhood. More than a dozen police cars roared to the scene, surrounding it tightly.
Zhang Long, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the municipal bureau who led the team, frowned when he saw the situation at the scene. Take a picture of the person's face and immediately compare it with Interpol's wanted criminal database.
Zhang Long, who was experienced, gave the order immediately.
A few minutes later, a young police officer rushed over with a tablet computer, his face pale and his voice trembling.
Captain Zhang, that's right, it's Phantom.
Internationally wanted A-level criminals, all the core members of the Phantom Thief Gang.
What?
Zhang Long snatched the tablet and looked at the photos on it that corresponded to the people lying on the ground, as well as the long list of terrifying criminal records below. His hands began to tremble.
The top hacker fox who broke through the Pentagon's firewall.
The former Navy SEAL known as the Butcher who killed 15 people with his bare hands on the battlefield in Afghanistan.
Each of these names represents a legend that has caused endless headaches for police forces around the world. This gang has never failed, and has never captured a single person alive. Now, the entire gang was neatly packed up and knocked down here? The entire police station was completely shocked.
The news was reported up the chain of command, and in less than 10 minutes, the head of the municipal bureau, Director Zhou Xinghua, actually arrived at the scene in person.
As soon as Director Zhou got out of the car,
he didn't even look at the priceless wanted criminals on the ground, but walked straight to Yi Xian. He looked at the young man in security uniform, standing straight with a calm expression, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude.
Comrade.
Director Zhou stretched out his hands, shook Yi Xian's hand tightly, and shook it vigorously.
Thank you so much.
You have made a great contribution to us, to the whole country, and even to Interpol. This scene left all the security guards and police officers present dumbfounded. The head of the municipal bureau personally showed up at the scene and used words like comrade and huge contribution to address an unknown security guard. Wang Meng stood aside, his heart pounding wildly. He was now 100% certain that Yi Xian was definitely carrying out some kind of national secret mission.
Zhao Guodong was even more excited.
He walked forward, took out a checkbook from his arms, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Yi Xian.
Brother Yi, no, Mr. Yi.
This is a small gift from me, 10 million.
Thank you for saving my life. Please accept it. A check for 10 million.
The security guards around were all staring with wide eyes.
However, Yi Xian just smiled, glanced at the check, and gently pushed it back. Mr. Zhao, you're welcome.
He said in a matter-of-fact tone, protecting the owner's safety is my job.
With just one sentence, everyone present was petrified again. Work? For the sake of work, destroy international mercenaries in one move? For the sake of work, treat tens of millions of yuan in salary as dirt? What kind of divine realm is this?
The residents of the complex were also awakened by the commotion. Standing in their pajamas on their balconies or windows, they watched the brightly lit and flashing police lights below, discussing the situation. When they saw the 4 thieves, who were said to be internationally notorious thieves, being carried into the car on stretchers by special police, everyone gasped.
And when they saw that the person surrounded by Director Zhou and financial tycoon Zhao Guodong and treated like a hero was actually the new security guard Yi Xian who had been discussed in the group just that afternoon, the entire owners group was completely blown away. Owner A, holy shit. What did I see? Yi Xian single-handedly took down an international thief? Owner B, Long Fei, I said, this young comrade is a weapon of the country. Owner C, Zhao Guodong, from today on, Mr. Yi is my savior. Anyone who dares to disrespect him will be against me, Zhao Guodong. Homeowner D, that's awesome. They're like gods descending to earth. The security guards in our complex are even more powerful than the bodyguards in Zongnanhai. A brand new and resounding title was widely circulated in WeChat groups. Community Guardian. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for remaining calm in the face of danger and single-handedly protecting the peace of the entire community, perfectly achieving the hidden achievement Community Guardian. You are being issued this perfect achievement reward. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, feeling a little bit of anticipation. After making such a big fuss this time, the reward should be good, right? Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 49% stake in Blackwater International, the world's leading private military and security consulting company. From this moment on, you have become the largest individual shareholder of this legendary company, possessing its highest command and decision-making power. Yi Xian was stunned. Blackwater International? The security company that was known as the strongest on Earth and was composed of the world's top retired Special Forces soldiers, making even the US military give way to it on the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan? Now, it's mine? He looked at the phantom members being taken to the police car in the distance, then looked at the security uniform on himself, and an extremely absurd feeling came over him. I just caught a few international thieves, and the system rewarded me with the world's largest mercenary company? What is this? The big thief catches the petty thief? Chapter 58, $10 an hour, a reward for Blackwater security? System, are you crazy? Yi Xian was no longer surprised by the system prompt sound ringing in his mind. Blackwater International? It sounds like a very powerful security company. But so what? Can it be eaten? Oh, it seems so, but I don't lack food. What he is thinking about now is not the equity of the world's largest private military company, nor the Supreme Command. He just wanted to go home and have a good sleep on his Simmons bed, which he had never seen before and was said to be worth millions. Being a security guard, especially one who caught an international thief, is so tiring. The scene was still chaotic and eerily silent. The flashing police lights illuminated everyone's face in flickering light. Zhou Xinhua, the head of the municipal bureau, was still holding Yi Xian's hand tightly. His face was filled with excitement and gratitude, and he kept repeating, "Comrade, hero, thank you so much." Financial tycoon Zhao Guodong, with a check worth tens of millions still held in the air, was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat when he saw Yi Xian refuse to accept it, as if he would not be able to sleep tonight if he did not give the money out. Security Minister Wang Meng stood straight behind Yi Xian like the most loyal guard, his eyes full of fanatical admiration, as if he would not even frown even if Yi Xian asked him to tear apart an aircraft carrier with his bare hands. The police and security guards around looked at Yi Xian, who was at the center of the storm, in awe, as if he were a god descending to earth. That. Yi Xian finally couldn't help it and interrupted Director Zhou's enthusiasm. He raised his wrist and took a look at the Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch worth 180 million yuan, which was awarded by the system. At this moment, it was quietly lying under the sleeve of his security uniform worth only a few dozen yuan. Director Zhou, Chairman Zhao, Captain Wang. Yi Xian's eyes swept over the big men in front of him who were considered influential figures in the capital, and he said in a very sincere tone, "I appreciate your kindness, but it's time for me to get off work." "Can I leave work first?" One sentence, so light, but like a depth bomb, it exploded in everyone's heart. Get off work? At this moment when you are the center of everyone's attention, regarded as a savior by the city leaders and financial tycoons, and are about to reach the peak of your life, you tell me you are going to get off work? Director Zhou held Yi Xian's hand and froze in mid-air. Zhao Guodong held up the check, his expression frozen. Wang Meng shuddered all over. He looked at Yi Xian's serious expression and reacted instantly. Master. This is the true style of a master. Treat fame, wealth, and power as floating clouds, leave when the task is done, and keep your achievements and fame hidden. Yes. Of course.
Wang Meng shuddered, immediately straightened his back, and replied in the loudest and most respectful voice of his life, "Yi, Mr. Yi. You've worked hard. Take care, take care." The word master was on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it back and changed his words to Mr. Yi. He felt that calling him master was not worthy of the master in front of him. That's good. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that dealing with these people was more tiring than fighting those 4 bandits. Under everyone's dull gaze, he began to slowly and methodically take off his crisp security uniform. He unbuttoned his clothes, took off his coat, removed the walkie-talkie from his shoulder and the service belt from his waist, folded them neatly, and handed them to a stunned security guard standing next to him. Revealing the slightly faded cotton t-shirt he had bought at a street stall for 20 yuan, and a pair of ordinary jeans. Taking it off was like taking off a layer of disguise and also a responsibility. He is no longer the community guardian Yi Xian, but the salted fish Yi Xian who just wants to go home and sleep. After doing all this, he waved to everyone, and like a student who had just finished evening self-study, he turned around and walked leisurely towards the depths of the community. His back was stretched out under the dim street lights. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes subconsciously followed the figure's movements. Financial tycoon Zhao Guodong, veteran General Long Fei, police chief Zhou Xinghua, security chief Wang Meng, and those rich or noble neighbors who were sticking their heads out of the balconies. They watched the young man in the most ordinary casual clothes walking step by step in the most luxurious residential area in the capital. His pace was slow, even a little lazy. But the road he walked on seemed to become the center of the world. Everyone's awe, shock, curiosity, and admiration turned into silent gazes, converging into an invisible red carpet laid at his feet. At this moment, the door of a villa not far away opened. Su Qingying walked out quickly. She changed into a smart trouser suit, with a determined look on her face. She can't wait any longer. She must go up to that man now, immediately, and ask him clearly. Cleaner, sweeping monk, security guard. How many identities does he have? Christie's shareholder, national treasure appraiser, fighting master. How many secrets does he have hidden? Tonight, she wants to ask everything. Her steps were quick, and her high heels made crisp sounds on the cobblestone road, as if venting her inner restlessness. She quickly chased after Yi Xian. However, just when she was about to call out to the man, she saw that Yi Xian had stopped. The place where he stopped made Su Qingying's next word stuck in her throat. It also made everyone who was watching him hold their breath. The place where Yi Xian stopped was not the road leading to the entrance of the community. Instead, it is in the center of Area A, in front of the villa with the best location, largest area, and highest security level in the entire Forbidden City No. 1 courtyard. King of buildings. The true pinnacle of identity and status in the entire community. This villa has been vacant for many years, but it is maintained daily by the top team. There are countless versions of the legend about its owner circulating among the owners. Some say he is an oil prince from the Middle East, some say he is the heir to an ancient European family, and some say he is a hidden tycoon whose wealth is comparable to that of a country. But no one has ever seen the owner of this villa. At this moment, everyone was stunned with shock. Yi Xian walked naturally to the heavy and luxurious carved bronze door that symbolized the highest power and wealth of the Forbidden City No. 1. He stopped. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he reached out and slowly took out a bunch of keys from the pocket of his worn jeans. Click. A soft sound. The mysterious door that everyone could only look up to and had never been opened was easily opened in Yi Xian's hands. Chapter 59, Shocked. The person guarding the gate of our community turned out to be the owner himself? Although the click sound was slight, it was no less than a thunderclap in the ears of everyone present. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The air solidified. The wind stopped blowing. At this moment, everyone's brain went into a state of shutdown. Security Captain Wang Meng's mouth was wide open enough to fit a large meat bun. His eyes widened as he stared at the open door, then at the figure pushing it open. He felt as if his entire worldview had been turned upside down, then he was stepped on and crushed. Prince? What a bullshit prince! This is the Dragon King. This is the Jade Emperor. They don't come here to experience life, they come home and check how their home security is doing. Just now, I was acting like an idiot, pouring water and arranging positions in front of that gentleman, and even seemed a little impatient because he called me in the middle of the night. Wang Meng felt dizzy, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He now had only one thought in mind: resign tomorrow. No, resign now. With his small body, working as a security guard for such a god would shorten his lifespan. Financial tycoon Zhao Guodong and the white-haired old General Long Fei, two people who have seen the ups and downs of the world and stand at the top of the pyramid, looked at each other at this moment and saw the same extreme shock in each other's eyes. They lived here and always thought they were the top class in this community. But today they finally understood what it means that there are always people better than you. The real king lives a low-key life beside them, wearing t-shirts worth dozens of dollars, doing security work with an hourly wage of dozens of dollars, and even helping them when their Tibetan Mastiff goes crazy or when they encounter financial difficulties. What's this? This is the gods playing on earth. The check in Zhao Guodong's hand felt like 1,000 pounds. Giving 10 million to the owner of the building's king? That wasn't gratitude, it was an insult. A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei's weathered face. He had wanted to recruit Yi Xian into his team, and thought it was out of his eagerness to recruit talented people. Now thinking about it, his thoughts were simply ridiculous and childish in front of others. Su Qingying, who was standing not far away, felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body. She held on to the door of her Aston Martin and managed to keep herself steady. She finally understood. It turned out that everything Yi Xian had said to her in the office before was not bragging, nor was it a lie. I just want to experience what ordinary people live like. I have no concept of money. These words sounded so ridiculous at the time, but now when I think about them, they are so true and so heartbreaking. He is really experiencing life. It's just that the starting point of his life is so high that ordinary people, even Su Qingying, can't imagine it, an incredible height. He was so self-righteous as to investigate him, test him, and even treat him as a puzzle that he needed to solve. Now it seems that I am the frog in the well, the one who overestimates my own abilities and is a joke. Just when everyone was still immersed in the huge shock and unable to extricate themselves. Yi Xian, who had already opened the door and walked halfway into the villa, turned back. He looked at the large group of neighbors, policemen, and security guards outside the door, who were standing there as if they were under a spell, with genuine confusion on their faces. He scratched his head and asked in a very friendly tone, why are you all standing here? It's quite cold, how about coming in and having a cup of hot tea before leaving? This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In an understated way, it completely broke down the last psychological defenses of everyone present. Come in and have a cup of tea? Go to the legendary king of buildings' house and have a cup of tea? Wang Meng's head buzzed and went blank. Zhao Guodong and Long Fei looked at each other, with only bitter smiles on their faces. Su Qingying felt as if her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. No one answered. Or rather, no one knew how to answer. Yi Xian looked at the strange expressions of the crowd and shrugged helplessly. Okay then, I'll go in first, and everyone should go back and rest early. After saying that, he walked into the villa full of mystery. Bang! The heavy carved bronze door slowly closed behind him. Completely isolate two completely different worlds. Outside the door, there are raging waves. Inside the door, Yi Xian looked at the villa in front of him, which was a little too spacious, with an extremely luxurious decoration style, but also revealed top-level aesthetics everywhere. He had only one thought in his mind. Being a security guard is quite exciting, but it does delay my going home to sleep. He stretched out his arms and began to look for his bedroom. He had no idea that the world outside the door had been shaken by a terrifying hurricane because of his simple action of going home. Director Zhou gave the order to withdraw the team in a sleepwalking tone. Zhao Guodong returned home in a daze and convened a family meeting at the highest level overnight. General Long Fei dialed a red, encrypted phone, his tone more serious than ever. As for Su Qingying, she didn't know how she got back to her home. She sat on the sofa in the living room in a daze, her mind in a mess. For the first time, she began to deeply doubt the self-confidence and pride she had built up over the past 20 years. At the same time, she also developed an indescribable desire to explore the man locked in the door opposite, a mixture of frustration, curiosity, awe, and a hint of unwillingness. She picked up the phone and looked at the call that had already been made to Chief Secretary Lin Wen, and was silent for a long time. Finally, she took a deep breath and said in a tone that even she herself found unfamiliar and a little weak, Lin Wen, cancel the investigation mission just now. Lin Wen on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Boss Su, why? There are already preliminary results. No need. Su Qingying interrupted her, a hint of bitter self-mockery in her voice. We can't find him. Chapter 60, Showdown, I am the building king. But now I just want to go home to see my mom.
The night fades away and the morning light begins to shine. When the first ray of golden sunlight penetrated the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the Forbidden City Courtyard No. 1 and sprinkled on the Persian carpet worth 7 figures, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He slept well, better than ever before. There were no missions, no clamor, no faces contorted with shock. He was alone in this ridiculously large villa, a reward from the system. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. He walked barefoot on the soft carpet to the window. Looking down from this peak in the capital, most of the city was shrouded in the morning mist. The China World Trade Center in the distance looked like a toothpick piercing the sky. Below me were the scattered single-family villas, like exquisite matchboxes. Is this the perspective of a rich person? A bit boring. Yi Xian yawned and felt that this magnificent scenery was not as interesting as watching the sunrise on the mountain behind his hometown. At least there are birds singing, wind blowing, and the fragrance of soil on the back mountain. But here, there is only a cold, superior feeling of alienation. He pulled out his phone and the screen lit up, showing dozens of missed calls and hundreds of unread messages. There were numbers from Zhao Guodong, General Long Fei, Captain Wang Meng, and even a stranger with the note Zhou Jinghua from the Municipal Bureau. He didn't even look at any of them and just crossed them out. He clicked on a pinned WeChat profile picture with the caption "Mom." The chat history is still 3 days ago. Mom, son, do you have enough money to spend outside? Don't always eat instant noodles, it's bad for your stomach. Mom, your Aunt Wang's son came home last week. He found a job in the city, making over 8,000 yuan a month. He also brought his dad 2 packs of good cigarettes. Mom, when will you come back to visit? Your dad and I miss you so much. Followed by a photo. The photo shows an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman wearing an apron, standing in an old kitchen. She smiles brightly at the camera, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes clearly visible. The background wall is made of tiles from the last century, printed with bright red flowers, some of which have turned yellow and cracked. Looking at this photo, Yi Xian's heart seemed to be gently stabbed by something. A little sour and a little bloated. He remembered that before he resigned, every time he called home, he only reported good news and never bad news. Mom, I'm fine. The company just gave me a bonus. Dad, I have enough money, please stop sending me money. Oh, the work is not tiring, and my boss and colleagues are all very nice to me. He portrayed himself as a promising young man who worked hard and was positive in a big city. And his parents really believed it. They thought their son was working hard for a few thousand yuan a month and to have a small foothold in this huge city. They lived frugally and carefully transferred the money they saved to him, just hoping that he could eat better and dress warmer. But they would never imagine it. Their son was currently standing in the most expensive mansion in Beijing, with a view at his feet that countless people would never be able to see in their lifetime. Their son owns several commercial buildings, dozens of luxury cars, and a bunch of company shares that he can't even remember. Their son had just refused to check for 10 million because he had accidentally caught a few international thieves. An inexplicable feeling of guilt surged into Yi Xian's heart like a tide. Here he experiences all kinds of exciting life and plays all kinds of bizarre roles. Delivery man, security guard, community guardian. But he seemed to have forgotten his most important role. Son. He misses home. Once this thought came up, it could no longer be suppressed. He missed the braised pork made by his mother, his father's face which was always serious but full of concern, and his home which was shabby but full of the atmosphere of home. At this moment, the familiar, cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! The host's strong desire for family affection has been detected. The system's life experience module has unlocked a new category. A light blue virtual panel appeared in front of Yi Xian. Next to the original, career experience, there is a new category emitting a soft glow, family experience. New experience mission released, experience filial son. Mission objective, return to your hometown, accompany your parents, and make them feel truly proud of you. Task tip, pride brought by money is the cheapest. True pride comes from yourself. This task made Yi Xian stunned for a moment. Make your parents feel truly proud for once? This sounds much more difficult than catching a few international thieves or becoming a shareholder of a company. But, this is exactly what he wants. He turned off the system panel and made a decision immediately without any hesitation. Go home. He turned and walked towards the cloakroom in the villa, which was larger than an ordinary person's living room. On the left-hand side are the haute couture suits of the season from various top luxury brands, each of which is worth a fortune.
On the right hand side, there is a wide variety of limited edition casual wear handcrafted by the world's top designers. Yi Xian didn't even look at these. He walked straight to a cabinet in the corner and opened the door. Hanging inside were the old clothes he wore before he resigned. A gray t-shirt that had been washed to a pale color, with a cartoon character printed on it whose pattern was no longer clearly visible, bought from a night market stall for a few dozen yuan. A pair of jeans that were also washed to a pale color, and even had a little wear and tear at the knees. Without hesitation, he took off his comfortable silk robe and put on this cheap outfit. Then, he took out a half-worn backpack from the bottom of the cabinet and stuffed his cell phone charger and a few sets of underwear into it. After doing all this, he walked to the villa's underground garage. The lights in the garage automatically came on, illuminating the row of collections inside that could be considered a world-class auto show.
Bugatti Veyron, Koenigsegg, Pagani Huayra, Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Each one of them is enough to drive any man crazy. Yi Xian did not stop at all. He was just passing by, just like passing by a row of shared bicycles parked on the side of the road.
He took out his mobile phone and skillfully opened a ticket purchasing app. Departure place, Beijing. Destination, Cloud City.
A third-tier small city that he couldn't even find on the map, his hometown.
Checking the train schedule for you. He directly chose the cheapest second-class seat. Order payment successful, wish you a pleasant journey. Done.
Yi Xian put his cell phone back into his pocket, put on the shabby-looking backpack, turned around and walked out of the garage.
He didn't inform anyone. It didn't alarm any of the big guys in the community.
He was just like an ordinary young man who was about to embark on a journey back home. Walked out of this king-sized villa that symbolizes the pinnacle of wealth and power. When the heavy carved bronze door slowly closed behind him. A brand new drama about returning home in glory but having to play dumb to the end is about to begin in that quiet little town.